Chapter 143, Hidden. Chapter 143, Hidden. Xiao Qie's body temperature was running hot. He was bathed in sweat all over after riding for half a night. He retracted his hand and continued to disrobe, looking at Sun Zichuan as the latter sat up and asked, "Have you eaten tonight? I'll look for something to fill your stomach. I met the courier horse delivering your letter on my way back, so I intercepted it, and now the letter you wrote me is with me." Sun Zichuan, who had been making to get off the bed, paused. He lowered himself and watched Xiao Qie from that position with a hint of seduction in his gaze. "Where is it?" Xiao Qie raised a finger and tapped at his chest. Sun Zichuan extended his right hand in an expectant gesture to ask for it. Xiao Qie placed his armor to the side and rose with his hands on his knees, staring at Sun Zichuan as he did so. "Want it back? Come get it yourself." Sun Zichuan felt a tingle run down his spine from Xiao Qie's gaze. He felt his way to Xiao Qie's chest and slid the pads of his fingers down along his chest. All he could feel was Xiao Qie's sweat-drenched muscles. He whispered in a soft voice, as if he did not seem to understand, "Give it back." On the surface, Sun Zichuan still had the dazed look of one still not fully awake, yet his fingertips were feeling Xiao Qie out with ease and familiarity. His fingers wandered, mindlessly and almost imperceptibly, not minding in the least to let Xiao Qie know that his appearance now was merely an act. Xiao Qie relaxed his breathing, afraid that he would lose himself to his own desires and devour Sun Zichuan clean in just a twinkling of an eye. He seemed to be unmoved, using only an ardent gaze to pursue Sun Zichuan. Sun Zichuan felt all over that sturdy torso, his breaths intertwining with Xiao Qie's as he moved. They pressed close together in this position, one higher than the other. Sun Zichuan's expressive eyes glistened with ripples of desire. Despite this, he still spoke guilelessly, "Xian, I can't find it." Xiao Qie allowed Sun Zichuan's fingers to do as they pleased. He tilted his head slightly, catching a waft of Sun Zichuan's scent. Seizing the moment, Sun Zichuan pressed his cheek to him and nuzzled against him. The satiety brimming in the corners of his eyes took hold of Xiao Qie's heart, clenching it. As he perspired, Xiao Qie laughed out loud, a brief, harsh sound. He set his palm on the small of Sun Zichuan's back, pulling him so close that Sun Zichuan was practically pressed against him in his embrace. There was no distance between them as they kissed, neck to neck. But while Sun Zichuan was kissing him, Xiao Qie was biting him. As Sun Zichuan was pinned down onto the bedding, he swiftly extended his arm and placed his injured left hand onto the nape of Xiao Qie's neck. The bedding sunk down under their combined weight. Sun Zichuan's inner garment was in disarray, and as Xiao Qie kneeled with his head lowered to look at him, a fan fell out. Sun Zichuan picked the fan up. He had only just grasped it in hand when he saw the letter fall out too. Xiao Qie made to pick up the letter, but the sharp-eyed Sun Zichuan deftly used the folding fan to push the letter aside to the edge of the bed. Immediately after, he flipped the folding fan over and propped it against Xiao Qie's chin, then lifted his head and planted a kiss on Xiao Qie's lips. Xiao Qie did not appear to notice his actions, absorbed as he was in the kiss to the point he was roused and poised for action. Both of them had not done it in quite a while, so now that they had finally just met, Xiao Qie went along with Sun Zichuan's teasing. As though he had reached the end of his patience, Xiao Qie fondled Sun Zichuan until Sun Zichuan was flushed red all over. Waves of passion crashed into Sun Zichuan to the point that he trembled uncontrollably. Sun Zichuan had learned well, no longer the picture of inexperience like he had been back in Kudu. Sun Zichuan narrowed his eyes, using the last bit of his reason to remind himself to find a way to toss the letter under the bed later. Before he could finish putting together his plan, he was flipped over by Xiao Qie. Xiao Qie held onto Sun Zichuan's waist, admiring the contours of his back as they formed an absolutely beautiful curve. Sun Zichuan's sweat-soaked inner garment had turned translucent. From the back, it appeared to offer an unobstructed view of the scenic scene underneath, yet it also seemed to be shrouded under a veil of fog, distant and unattainable. Sun Zichuan looked back, wetting the corners of his lips. Xiao Qie went on the offensive to seize his territory. This all belonged to him. The scorching heat, the damp sweat, the moans, the expressions in his eyes, the shivers, even the scent that Sun Zichuan emitted along with the rocking movements. All of this belonged to him. They were all his, Xiao Qie's. Whenever Xiao Qie's thoughts strayed down this path, a limitless well of exhilaration would surge up inside him. Shun Zichuan knew him too well, and every sultry look he gave him was a knife to the chest. Xiao Qie exerted himself physically. The more he cherished this man, the more terrifyingly rough he became. He wanted to caress him to pieces. Xiao Qie nibbled on Shun Zichuan's right ear, holding the jade earring between his lips. Shun Zichuan could not endure such a position. It was buried so deep that his sweat and tears flowed in never-ending torrents. But there was nowhere for him to escape to. Shun Zichuan's waist and ankles felt as though they had been restrained with a chain. He felt a little strained, and a little pained, yet this pain sent tingles of electricity up his entire body, rendering it limp and numb. It made him forget all of his nightmares. There was only Xiao Qie, Xiao Qie, Xiao Qie. Shun Zichuan shivered, all drenched in sweat. Just as he was about to lose control and let himself go, he murmured, "Xian." Xiao Qie was clearly not done, yet Shun Zichuan's soft, lazy call made him come. Half of Shun Zichuan's body had already sprawled over. He buried his head between his arms and gasped incessantly for breath. He was still trembling slightly. The bedding under his knees was already a wet expanse. It was in this position that Xiao Qie bent over and covered Shun Zichuan with his chest. He had yet to withdraw, and as he pressed down on him, he advanced deeper instead of retreating, causing Shun Zichuan to let out a muffled moan. Xiao Qie offhandedly brushed aside the messy pillows and enveloped him in this way. "Hug you for a good night's sleep." Shun Zichuan's earlobes had been bitten red, and the exhaled breath of hot air made it numb and sore. He lifted his cheek from his arms, his eyes red and wet as he mouthed to Xiao Qie, "Too mean." Xiao Qie kissed him, and he remained motionless. There was a soft wet, watery sound, and only then did both of their ravenousness alleviate some. Shun Zichuan was bearing Xiao Qie's weight, and yet he felt incomparably relaxed, as if Xiao Qie's presence was his impenetrable shield. Xiao Qie caressed him. He understood him all too well. He could tell just how much weight Shun Zichuan had lost just by holding him in his arms. He nudged away the hair by Shun Zichuan's ear with the tip of his nose and said in hushed tones, "Did things go smoothly in Chazhou? You've lost so much weight." Shun Zichuan thought for a moment and shook his head. Xiao Qie probed, "What happened with Luo Mu? Did he give you the attitude?" Shun Zichuan pursed his lips tightly and continued to shake his head. Xiao Qie exhaled warm air and teased him. "Did the bandits in Chazhou create trouble? I'll redeploy the Imperial Army over for you." Shun Zichuan half narrowed his eyes. "From missing you?" Xiao Qie had yet to answer him. But Shun Zichuan continued, "It's rather cold to sleep alone on an empty bed." Xiao Qie embraced him from behind, grasping both of Shun Zichuan's arms tightly. He started to say something, but then caught a glimpse of white out of the corners of his eyes. He pulled over the left hand Shun Zichuan had been hiding under the blanket and abruptly turned it over, where he saw the gauze wrapped around it. His eyes shifted to Shun Zichuan. Shun Zichuan did not look at him and buried his head into the beddings. "Shun Lanju." Xiao Qie pulled Shun Zichuan's face back by the chin and enunciated each word, "You. Sure. No. How. To. Hide. Her." The next morning, Qiao Tianya headed out of the city early on and led Lang Dao Shuijin, who had been left outside the city in the cold for the entire night, back. When he arrived at the courtyard, he saw Meng striding around playing by itself under the eaves. He blew a whistle at Meng and asked in a soft voice, "Where's your master?" Meng paid no attention to him, not even with a tilt of its head as it went about its own way. It turned back and continued striding as though it had an endless stream of concerns weighing on its mind. Qiao Tianya saw that the bamboo blinds in the principal room had been lifted, but there was no one in attendance standing under the eaves. It was bright and spacious inside the principal room. Shun Zichuan sat behind the desk with a book in hand covering his face, revealing only a pair of eyes looking across at Xiao Qie. Xiao Qie put up one of his long legs and leaned back in his chair with a hand propped up as he rotated his thumb ring. Although he did not look back, he had already heard Qiao Tianya's footsteps, so he said, "Come in." Noting something amiss with the atmosphere, Qiao Tianya bent over to enter at the same time that he asked with a smile, the weather is pretty good today. How about having lunch in the courtyard? Xiao Qie did not answer. Shun Zichuan shifted his gaze and motioned for Qiao Tianya to continue. Xiao Qie said, "You, shut up." Qiao Tianya, who was standing at the back, sensibly shut his mouth and revealed a "can't help you there" expression. He felt that he really shouldn't be standing here. Xiao Qie rotated past the crack on his thumb ring and caressed it with his finger. He still had a matter on his mind. Go call Ding Dao over first. Ding Dao was standing at the courtyard entrance when he saw Qiao Tianya coming out of the principal room. The latter stood under the eaves and beckoned to him, but Ding Dao felt a little reluctant to go. He placed his hands at his back and rubbed at the mud left between his fingers, then shuffled over at snail's pace to the bottom of the steps. Inexplicably feeling a little afraid, he craned his neck and said in a small voice, "I'm here." Xiao Qie said, "Get your ass in here now." Ding Dao jumped up the steps, then slowed down as he cautiously made his way in. He saw Qiao Tianya standing by the side pretending to be a wooden stake, then saw Shun Zichuan looking down at a book, and he felt sure that he was going to get a beating today. Xiao Qie turned sideways and asked, "Where did the frogs in the pond come from?" With his hands behind his back, Ding Dao lowered his head and answered, "Caught them from outside." Xiao Qie said, "It must have been hard catching them from beyond the city and bringing them back home, wasn't it? That's quite some distance." Ding Dao braced himself and said, Not too bad." Xiao Qie sneered, "Rebelling when no one's at home, aren't you? Before I left, I told someone to clean up the pond, and you turned around and threw frogs into it." Ding Dao had caught them for fun. He initially planned to put them in his own courtyard, but their courtyard had no pond, and Shun Zichuan wasn't home half a month earlier, so he and Li Xiong had tossed them into the pond after catching a bunch. But in just a couple of days, he had forgotten all about them. Who would have known that the master would return right then? Ding Dao stole a glance at Shun Zichuan just as he was done thinking about it. Xiao Qie said, "Who are you looking at?" Ding Dao instantly withdrew his gaze and lowered his head like a timid quail to listen to the lecture. "Go." Xiao Qie continued. "Get rid of all of them before the hour of you 1 today. If I hear the frogs croaking again tonight, I'll get someone to fish them up, bring them to your room and make you sleep with them for company." How would Ding Dao dare to raise any objections? He nodded his head vigorously, then leaped up and dashed out of the room onto the hallway shouting, "Daxiong!" He was only just done yelling when he belatedly covered his mouth and whispered in a particularly small voice, "Come catch the frog." Shun Zichuan changed his posture and held the book steady. Xiao Qie looked at him, although he spoke to Qiao Tianya. "What happened during the trip to Chazhou? Your master's recount isn't clear. You tell me." Qiao Tianya scratched his head. He was now starting to envy Fei Sheng, who was still in Chazhou. He had a good sleep last night, but he had been neglecting his appearance lately. He did not even have the time to shave as he stood in the morning light and spilled it all out in a concise and comprehensive manner. Qiao Tianya did not even hide Shun Zichuan's illness. If Xiao Qie had not returned, then his lack of mention was because of Shun Zichuan's instruction. However, now that Xiao Qie was back, Qiao Tianya took the opportunity to give Xiao Qie a reminder. Once Qiao Tianya was done, he did not wait for their instruction before he added on, "The discussion of the affairs over in the Jew's residence last night isn't done yet. Since Master is not heading out today, then I'll set off now." With that, he made his way out from the bamboo blinds, fleeing even faster than anyone else. Shun Zichuan did not sleep for long last night, and now he was feeling sleepy reading the book. His gaze shifted over to Xiao Qie's face. When he saw Xiao Qie looking at him, he blinked, as if he had only just noticed it, putting on a pretty convincing act. Xiao Qie said nothing. Shun Zichuan loosened his grip and revealed his face. "Yi, I'm so hungry." Xiao Qie folded up that opened letter and stuffed it back in the same way it was before. Shun Zichuan probingly stretched his leg out and stepped on the tip of Xiao Qie's shoe. He set the book aside on the table and bent over, the tip of his foot nudging along Xiao Qie's calf. Xiao Qie stared at him and said callously from a small distance, "You've knifed me in the heart so bad it's been torn to shreds. It's too late now. Shun Lanju, I'm dead." Chapter 144, Orange Jasmine. Chapter 144, Orange Jasmine. Xiao Qie, having rushed his way back on his horse at top speed, rested for a night, although he had to get on his horse and head back after the hour of Z1 tonight. He ran on a tight schedule, and he had gone to great efforts to painstakingly save up these 2 days of free time. He had been on the move for 8 or 9 days in a row in order not to delay the transportation of supplies to the site of battle. And he had done it all just to see Shen Zichuan. But who would have thought that he would end up so angry? Xiao Qie held up Meng and removed the anklet on Meng's leg before putting it back on, causing Meng to flap its wings and throw a tantrum. Xiao Qie threw a tantrum too. He was vexed, feeling angrier the more he thought about it. Ji Gang returned from his stroll with his birdcage in hand. He was taken aback to see Xiao Qie, but after a moment of hesitation, he entered all the same. Xiao Qie paid his respects to the Shifu. Due to Xiao Qie's height, Ji Gang had to raise his head to look at him. The war in the north is in a critical situation. Ji Gang handed over the birdcage and said, "Your Shifu must have been having a tough time fighting battles." Xiao Qie hung up the birdcage and said, "It has been tough on him. Shifu often thinks of you and mentions you from time to time." Ji Gang placed his hands behind his back and said, "I've never fought a battle, so I can't be of help there. You rushed back in such a hurry. Is there an important matter you have to attend to?" Xiao Qie thought not yet, although the reply from his mouth was, "The Beiyuan hunting grounds have been given to me, and the Imperial Army intends to remain stationed there. I came back to ask Lanju about the progress. Once it's almost time, I'll arrange for someone to come over." Ji Gang knew that these were all matters they spoke of in detail and at length, so he nodded and did not probe further. It was rare for Xiao Qie to come across Ji Gang, so he seized the opportunity to say, "Did Lanju fall ill on the way to Chazhou?" "Shifu, he's a picky eater. With you to keep an eye on him back at home, he would still pick a little of each dish to eat a little. Even when he falls ill, he is willing to take his medicine. But once he's out on business, everyone around him listens to him, and without anyone to keep watch on him, he'd dare to pick and choose his food." Ji Gang was reminded of this as soon as he heard Xiao Qie. "Oh, right. I was going to give him a piece of my mind yesterday." He steered you away from the topic. Xiao Qie finally stopped tormenting Meng and lifted his arm to let it go. "He has a guilty conscience. No doubt he wouldn't dare to mention it to you." Ji Gang nodded, but then, sensing something odd, he asked, "Why would he have a guilty conscience? Is Chuan hiding something else from me?" "Yeah," Xiao Qie said with a slight furrow of his brows. "There is a large gash on his left hand. The return journey was long, and they didn't change the dressing meticulously enough on the way back. When I saw it last night, the wound on his palm was almost festering from all the sweating." The color drained from Ji Gang's face. He hurriedly followed up with a question, "Where's he?" "Sleeping." Xiao Qie paused for a moment before continuing. "He slept late last night, and he was pretty exhausted too. He was all worn out when he woke up this morning. Shifu will have to keep an eye on him in the future, lest he doesn't take his health seriously. I'm far away in Libei, and plenty of what I know depends on what he shares with me in his letters. If he has the intention to keep it from me, then I would be kept completely in the dark." Ji Gang straightened up. "I have to watch him change his dressing." Then, he thought the better of it and sighed. "He wasn't quite nursed back to health back then when we were staying at the temple. The physicians we called for were all useless men who could not come to a diagnosis. His body is weaker than others. The longer time elapses, the more it has to be taken care of. You know it too. When he entered the capital, he was first tortured in the imperial prison followed by a flogging, and then there was your kick. That was one brutal kick. If not for my old acquaintances in the imperial bodyguards coming to his aid on the sly, Chuan would have been long dead. His health was in a terrible state at that time, and to hide it from the others, he took medicine. Now I'm worrying day and night, precisely because I'm afraid." Xiao Qie kept silent for a moment, then suddenly lifted the hem of his robe and fell to his knees. He set both palms squarely on the ground and kowtowed formally to Ji Gang. Ji Gang was promptly stunned. "What are you doing?" Xiao Qie maintained his position and spoke with his head bowed to the ground. 6 years ago, when I rode my horse across Zhongbua, the man I hated the most was Shen Wei. I held him in contempt for abandoning the city and fleeing, and I also feared the Empress Dowager's support for her puppet, and so I kicked Lanju in kudu. Shifu is right. My kickback then had been brutal. I'd done it with the intent to take his life. Ji Gang choked, momentarily tongue-tied. Afraid that Shun Zichuan could hear him from inside the room, he turned his head away and let loose a heavy-hearted sigh. Xiao Qie paused for a moment, then continued, "It's all my fault that Lanju is in such ill health today. The physicians in Zhongbua are incapable. I've already gone and invited Venerable Yiding over. When the war subsides after autumn, my Shifu will come and take his pulse too. Even if Lanju is utterly difficult to care for, I still want to do it. But I'm currently stationed far away in Libei, and the deliveries of provisions for the military cannot be delayed. If I cannot see him, I don't feel at peace. Incidents like what happened in Chazhou cannot keep happening, but I have neither family nor close friends in Zhongbua, and can only ask this of Shifu." Shifu, Lanju abruptly came face to face with adversity in his youth, and he likes to keep things to himself. Even when he's in pain or sorrow, he keeps mum about it. But he treats you as his father. As long as you're by his side, he will take your feelings into consideration and show more regard for his own health. I don't have any other request. All I ask is for you to scold him a little more, so that he will know the errors of his ways and feel pain the next time he does something like this. Shifu, lash out at me, Xiao Xian. Ji Gang stood rooted to the spot, stunned and stupefied, feeling as if there was something not quite right with those words, yet at that point in time he could not quite put his finger on what exactly was wrong with it. He looked towards the window, where he heard a light clink of a teacup from the other end of the bamboo blinds, just one sound, and then all was quiet again. The frogs in the pond had been entirely removed, and the courtyard was very peaceful after dinner time. Xiao Qie went to have a shower after his meal. Lang Dao Shuijin and Meng had already been fed. Shun Zichuan stood under the eaves and scooped up a handful of the newly planted orange jasmine. There was no one else in the courtyard, but there was a small table with snacks under the eaves, bathed in the evening glow of the sunset. Shun Zichuan sat down and gazed out into the distance at the setting sun, lost in his thoughts. Xiao Qie walked out, damp from his shower, and crouched down behind Shun Zichuan as he dried his hair. Shun Zichuan grasped the orange jasmine and turned his head back. Xiao Qie lowered his head and kissed Shun Zichuan. The setting sun was a hue of reddish-orange, and the world, silent and still. Even the wind was tactful enough to leave this portion of the courtyard to just the two of them. Shun Zichuan suddenly turned around and pounced on Xiao Qie. Partially leaning back against the door frame, Xiao Qie hugged Shun Zichuan tightly and pressed the tip of his nose against Shun Zichuan's cheek, saying in a fierce tone, "You're pressing against my injury." Shun Zichuan threw the pieces of orange jasmine into Xiao Qie's pocket. "Let me touch it." Xiao Qie did not let him. He grabbed hold of both of Shun Zichuan's wrists and pulled him towards himself. He was strong and fit, and so it did not strain him the slightest to bear Shun Zichuan's weight. Even the way he sat was carefree and unrestrained. Both of them cuddled together, from dusk to night. Actually, Xiao Qie had been very unhappy for the past half-month. The Shosan camp that the Imperial Army had taken back had been given to Guo Weili, and when Guo Weili came to take over, he bumped into Ji Yujin. Both of them found the other an eyesore, and friction was also increasing between the soldiers under their commands. Xiao Qie swallowed this grievance and took over Wu Ziu's position in the Bianbo camp, but escorting the transportation of supplies was far more difficult than he had imagined. He was bossed around by the commanding generals of the respective military camps at the site of battle, and even after retreating to Beijing, he still had to submit a full and detailed report to Xiao Jiming regardless of its significance. After leaving the military tents, he had to socialize with the merchants from Luoxia Pass and Huaizhou, often drinking through the night. Then he would have to ride off to another camp, even before the sky had turned bright. But he had no intention of telling Shun Zichuan any of these. Xiao Qie thought of the folk songs of the Hongyang Mountains. He did not know how to sing them and could only hum its melody playfully. Shun Zichuan had his eyes closed as he slept amidst the delicate scent, his head resting against Xiao Qie, and his hands clutching at the front of Xiao Qie's robe. Xiao Qie held him in his embrace, humming until it was about time before he picked him up and carried him back into their room. Shun Zichuan did not loosen his grip, so Xiao Qie bent over and blew lightly at his palms, then crouched down and watched for a short while before saying, "I'm still angry." Shun Zichuan partially opened his eyes and poked at Xiao Qie's cheeks, whispering, "Don't be. All you do is lie to me, you." Xiao Qie was momentarily at a loss for words. Is a Gongzi this easy to deceive? You sure are remarkable to be bullying a pure and innocent young master. Shun Zichuan rolled over to lie on his stomach and faced Xiao Qie, head to head. Damn, this gaze. Xiao Qie could only swallow his indignation. He pinched Shun Zichuan's cheeks and spoke in a raspy voice, "Go on, keep acting cute with me." "It's futile, Shun Lanju. If you give yourself another stab the next time, I'll die immediately in Libei. I won't exist anymore, do you hear me?" Shun Zichuan nodded, all well behaved. Xiao Qie leaned closer and bumped his forehead against Shun Zichuan's. "I have to go." Shun Zichuan did not let go. "When will you be back next?" Xiao Qie had no answer for that. He stroked Shun Zichuan's cheeks with the pads of his fingers. "Soon. There are still plenty of matters to attend to, but things should get easier once autumn arrives." It was already the hour of Z. Shun Zichuan released his grip and gazed at Xiao Qie. Xiao Qie had never felt standing up to be this difficult. He swiftly put on his arm guard and let down the bed curtain. Finally, he lowered his hand and brushed across the tip of Shun Zichuan's nose with a finger. "Sleep well, Lanju." Lang Dao Shuejin left the city under cover of the night, with Meng following Xiao Qie along as it soared the skies and headed north. Chen Yang had already come to meet up with him mid-journey. Xiao Qie could only sleep for a couple of hours upon reaching the Bianbo camp, after which he had to head north to the battlegrounds immediately. At the very exact moment Xiao Qie left Cizhou, a donkey trotted into the territory of Zhongbua. This donkey was carrying a man bent over its back. It was impossible to tell if this person was dead or alive. A couple of hungry meowing sounds rang out from within the opening of his sleeve. The man opened his eyes with great difficulty, looked at the pitch-dark road ahead of him, and closed them again. Chapter 145, Beggar. Chapter 145, Beggar. Several days later, the garrison troops of Cizhou escorting and transporting the grain wagons arrived in Chazhou. Fei Sheng returned to the residence to give Shun Zichuan a full report of the happenings in Chazhou. At the same time, he handed over his records of the prices of goods in the two prefectures of Huaizhou and Fanju. Not only that, he had even gotten to the bottom of Lei Changming's and Lei Jingzhe's backgrounds. Lei Changming was a native of Chazhou who had his beginnings as an armed escort. This was all open and common knowledge of his background. Fei Sheng, who had made inquiries all over Chazhou with the help from the shops in Jueshi, learned that Lei Changming had engaged in the flesh trade during the reign of Yongyi, as divulged by the elderly people in Chazhou. Back then, both prefectures of Dunju and Duanzhou saw a burgeoning rise in the numbers of the entertainment quarters across their territories, leading to the proliferation of famous courtesans like Shun Zichuan's mother, by Cha. Subsequently, Lei Changming scoured the lands of Dengju, hoodwinking innocent and naive women and reselling them to Dunju and Duanzhou as prostitutes. Afterward, Shun Wei ordered for the brothels along the banks of the Chashi River to close down, thereby causing the businesses in Duanzhou to fall into drastic decline. Lei Changming had no connections in Duanzhou and could only look for another way out. Lei Changming, who had until then been trying to get by, wanted to resume his old trade. He hence capitalized on the reputation of the Zhu clan and went around making connections with the officials in Zhongbua. In his process of associating with these officials, he found out that these people dreaded the time after spring every year when the Chief Surveillance Bureau would make field trips to conduct inspections and audits. As the imperial censors had the right to impeach, the appraisals of the officials involved would undoubtedly be affected. This was an important affair pertaining to their own promotions and transfers, and as such, they did not dare to act rashly and visit the brothels for pleasure. Lei Changming thus hit upon an idea. He set up a Mingshu Hall in Fanju, which was a poetry club-cum-tea house on the surface. In actuality, however, he had the decent women he sourced put up there as secret prostitutes to bribe the various officials. However, this business did not last long either, ruined at the hands of Shun Wei. At this point in the record, Fei Sheng had specifically made a note at the side. Shun Wei had spies and informers everywhere in the various prefectures. Ever since he married by Cha, He had been rather heavy-handed in his attempts to crush the brothel trade in the various prefectures. Lei Changming's Mingshu Hall had not been established for even a year when it was wiped out at lightning speed by Shen Wei. Abducting and trafficking women of decent origins was punishable by law. To escape responsibility for the crimes, Lei Changming instructed his subordinate to take his place, while he hurried over to the prefecture of Dunju where he offered Shen Wei a large sum of cold, hard silver ingots before he managed to extricate himself. After this incident, Lei Changming reverted to his ways of idling around doing nothing. His wife and son had passed away early, but he did not take a concubine at that point in time. He had a penchant for grooming children ever since he abducted and sold women a long time back. But he was too brutal towards them, and none of those children ever survived. At the end of the reign of Yongyi, Lei Changming took on the Yang clan of Hezhou's job to provide armed escort as a means of livelihood. Subsequently, he got into the Yang clan's good graces. It was from then on he really started to enjoy a meteoric rise. There was no mention of a jade bead or earring in this record. Shun Zechuan closed the book and contemplated it for a moment. It's strange. Children who can wear earrings are either wealthy or noble. Even if Lei Changming dared to abduct and traffic those of decent backgrounds in Zhongbua, he would not dare to lay a hand on the noble clan's heirs from the 8 cities of Kudu. Master has guessed it right. I heard about this from my inquiries too, but I can't very well include it in the report without evidence, so I have to report this to you in person. Fei Sheng stood beside the table and turned his head back to look at Li Xiong, who was in the courtyard. I spoke to that lad too, and I more or less have an idea. During the reign of Yongyi, Lei Changming saved the young master of the Yang clan, Yang Haru. That child did indeed wear an earring. He was a good-looking child too, said to be fair and exquisite, and he was the apple of the Yang clan's eye. Lei Changming took young Master Yang back. Well, as Master has seen in person, this man was a beast, and he actually harbored indecent thoughts towards that young Master Yang. Shun Zechuan snapped his folding fan shut. Fei Sheng continued, but he didn't dare to. It just so happened at that time that Shao from the Ministry of War was imprisoned, and the male descendants of the Shao clan were all sentenced to execution. In order to preserve their bloodline, the old matriarch of the Shao clan had the last remaining grandson of lawful birth disguised as a girl. This lawful grandson of the Shao clan was escorted into exile in Zhongbua, where he happened to fall into the hands of Lei Changming. When Fei Sheng reached this point, Qiao Tianya, who had a book on his face, suddenly sat up. The Shao clan? The Shao clan from the Ministry of War during the reign of Yongyi? The Ministry of War Vice Minister, Shao Chengbi. Fei Sheng clapped his hands. Right. That's the one. You know him? Qiao Tianya stood up in a flash, momentarily stupefied for quite a while before he answered, Of course I know him. Master, I've told you before that I'm the son of Qiao from the Ministry of War. Shao Chengbi and my father were bosom friends. Not only that, Shao Chengbi was an official that the Grand Mentor single-handedly promoted. It was just that he wasn't good at socializing, so he hardly interacted with the Grand Mentor. Later on, he married the elder sister of the current Minister of War, Chen Zhen. It was because of this that he had a narrow escape when everyone in the Eastern Palace was being hunted down, and that was also how he was spared from being exterminated by the Empress Dowager. Fei Sheng nodded. That's what happened. But Shao Chengbi did not make friendly overtures towards the Hua and Pan factions. To remove him, Hua Xiqian abused the power of his own authority at the end of the reign of Yongyi and had Ji Lei command the imperial bodyguards to frame him as one of the participants of the Eastern Palace's rebellion case, causing all his family possessions and properties to be confiscated and sealed off. Shun Zechuan then understood. Lei Changming did not dare to lay his hands on Yang Haru, so he used the lawful grandson of the Shao clan as a substitute instead. Fei Sheng continued, the lawful grandson of the Shao clan was older than Yang Haru, but even so, he was merely 9 years old at that time, and he was a grandchild of lawful birth doted on and pampered by all in the Shao clan. Before old matriarch Shao met her end, she pleaded with all her old acquaintances before she could have him swapped over and sent out of Kudu. But who would have thought that he would be ravaged by Lei Changming when he arrived in Zhongbua? Lei Changming was extremely brutal. The first reason was that he always liked to drink wine before doing the deed, and so his restraint was impaired, and he did not hold himself back. The second reason was that he wanted to stamp out the root of future troubles. Drag the child out and bury him once the child was dead, and this matter would be considered over and done with. Caiu was the one who asked around and found out about it. My guess is that it's also because of this matter that Lei Changming had a falling out with the Yang clan later. This was the first assignment Fei Sheng was handling for Shen Zichuan, so he naturally had to do a beautiful job of it. Fei Sheng then continued to give his detailed report on Luo Mu of Chazhou. In the process of listening, Shen Zichuan eyed Qiao Tianya. Qiao Tianya's mind was preoccupied. After Fei Sheng took his leave, he took the opportunity to chat with Qiao Tianya in between the changing of shifts. There's no need to ask me. Fei Sheng rubbed his hands together, washing the space between his fingers clean. Any news I have regarding the lawful grandson of the Shao clan came from the bandits in Chazhou. You know this too, he's nowhere as important as Yang Heru, so who would remember his existence back then? 8 or 9 out of 10 of the people who fell into Lei Changming's hands ended up dead, and even if they didn't, Fei Sheng sighed, feeling complicated, there's no way they can continue living. Qiao Tianya faked a relaxed demeanor and merely said, "Did I even ask you?" "I didn't plan on asking." Fei Sheng looked at him in disdain and used his fingers to gesture at the distance between them. "You know, in all probability, the reason you waltzed over here was to ask about the matter. It has been so many years since this incident. If you really can't get over things, pretend he's still alive." "There is no pretend." Qiao Tianya took a few steps down the stairs and raised his arms to pillow them at the back of his head, squinting his eyes slightly as he faced the sunlight. He spoke with an air of nonchalance, "If he's dead, he's dead. It's so much more pleasantly cool to lie 6 feet under. In just a few days, it'd be the end of the 7th month, where wagons of silver returned as wagons of grain left Xizhou. Autumn was just around the corner, and Zhu Gui was worried that the grains in Huaizhou would be bought up by the other places. Now that they had money, Zhu Gui began discussion with his advisors on the issue. This business with Huaizhou needed to be settled as soon as possible. Shen Zichuan headed to the study for the discussion, and after listening, he only asked one question: "What does Mr. Chengfeng think?" Kong Ling hesitated for a moment. "As I've said to His Excellency last night, going to Huaizhou right now is too hasty. I do not approve." Zhu Gui, who was sitting in the less honorary seat next to Shen Zichuan, nodded as he spoke. Chengfeng did indeed say that when we were discussing the details last night. However, Vice Commander, some parts of Jueshi were struck by natural disasters this year, and the Provincial Administration Commissioner, Jiang Qingshan, has also been transferred away. The areas with grain shortage will no doubt have to buy it from other prefectures. Huaizhou is close to Kudu, and the autumn harvest is on the horizon. I'm worried that Jueshi will ink a deal with them before we do. Zhu Gui's worries were not without reason. The granaries that Xizhou had emptied out to conduct this trade were meant to be kept for emergency use, so it wasn't reassuring to be holding on to all these silvers in hand with no grains in their reserves. During the past few days, Shen Zichuan had been planning out a trip to Huaizhou, but he was hesitant not for just this one reason, but also because Kudu's transfer papers for Jiang Qingshan had still not been issued. Regardless of whether this person was sent back to Jueshi or reassigned somewhere else, he would inevitably affect the trade of grains in Xizhou. If Jiang Qingshan was deployed to Huaizhou, then their business deal with Huaizhou, if negotiated now, was likely to end up voided. Shen Zichuan was in a quandary. The concerns of Mr. and Your Excellency are not without reason. I've also been pondering over the issue regarding Huaizhou for the last few days. According to our earliest proposed plans, it would naturally be better to get it done as soon as possible. But as things stand now, figuring out how to avoid Kudu's scrutiny is a concern too. Kong Ling said from the side, "Moreover, we have to borrow the tracks from Libei for the passage of our money wagons, and this matter still needs to be discussed with the hereditary prince. But in all probability, the hereditary prince will not stop us. We are borrowing the bridle paths of the Libei armored cavalry and converting these silvers into grains to replenish their supplies. At present, Libei will naturally be happy to agree. I'm only worried about one thing, and that is, how do we get past Luoxia Pass? The Luoxia Pass garrison troops still fall directly under the jurisdiction and control of Kudu, and they lack neither grain nor money. Liu Bei can still pull some strings with them, but what about Xizhou? Given Sun Zechuan's relationship with Xiao Qie, he could also ask for a favor with Luoxia Pass on account of their friendly ties when it really boiled down to it. But this was built on the basis that Xiao Fengshu and Xiao Jiming were willing to acknowledge Sun Zechuan. Otherwise, relying on Xiao Qie alone, well, apologies, the second young master at present doesn't really have that much of a prestige yet. By bringing this matter up, Kong Ling was also tactfully conveying the fact that they were not that close to Liu Bei. They had to settle the accounts due if they wanted to borrow the tracks for their own use, and it would not be that easy either if they wanted to borrow troops in the future. At first, they all thought that Xiao Qie was going back to succeed his father and elder brother and carve out a distinguished career for himself, but based on the way things looked now, Xiao Qie was even lower in rank than the commanding generals at the site of battle. It was not that generals in charge of supplies were not important, but there was simply no comparison when it came to reputation and prestige. They discussed in the study until dusk, but still failed to reach a conclusion. When Sun Zechuan returned to his residence, he saw Ding Dao and Li Xiong waiting to receive him at the entrance. Ding Dao did not return to Liu Bei, and he was not included in any of the duty shifts either, so he spent the whole day practicing shadowboxing at Ji Gang's side with Li Xiong. They had nothing to do in the afternoon after they were done with training in the morning, and thus both of them ran wild all over the place, playing to their heart's content for the entirety of the 7th month. Ding Dao was no longer upset now. He had forgotten all about Chen Yang and Ji Yujin. There was also no one to nag at him when he ate sweets at night. It was only when he got a toothache that Qiao Tianya would lecture him. Young master, there are quite a number of beggars in the city today. Ding Dao followed Sun Zechuan and said, they are all starving to the point that they're sallow and emaciated. They said they came from the city of Dancheng. His Excellency, you went out in the morning to buy an entire bamboo steamer basket worth of steamed buns, and they even fought with one another over those buns. Sun Zechuan paused in his tracks. Seeing as the sky was still bright, he said to Qiao Tianya, let's go take a look. Xizhou had barely started reorganizing its census registry. If refugees entered, they would all have to head to the prefectural yamen to report their names and places of origin. This was to prevent bandits from sneaking into the city. This matter was already being taken care of. The reason Sun Zechuan especially came down to take a look was because Ding Dao had brought up Dancheng. When they arrived, Yu Xiaozai was giving out steamed buns. Fei Sheng and Qiao Tianya stepped forward to help, and Yu Xiaozai repeatedly thanked them. Yujing. Sun Zechuan spoke gently, bring them to the prefectural yamen, and there will be people giving out steamed buns and porridge. There is no need for you to bear the expense. Yu Xiaozai had come to Xizhou on foot with little money on him. Now that he lost his official position and was unwilling to work for Zhu Gui as an aide, he stayed in Sun Zechuan's residence and let Sun Zechuan support him. But he was very thrifty and often provided literary services to the others. It was only during this period of time he managed to save up a couple of taels, and now they had all been exchanged for steamed buns. Yu Xiaozai said, there are only so many rations the yamen can distribute daily. Most of those who come late are the old, weak, sick, and widowed. It's rather pitiful for them to go hungry. In any case, money is but mere worldly possession. Sun Zechuan was also getting suspicious after seeing such a great number of refugees. The city of Dancheng was one of the 8 cities of Kudu. They did not encounter a natural disaster this year, and they even provided supplies to Han Jin's 8 great training divisions. The Imperial Army even had a feast there when they passed by the city, so how could there be so many refugees all of a sudden? Qiao Tianya was stuffing steamed buns into the hands of the refugees one at a time when he suddenly heard a commotion behind him. Sun Zechuan shifted his gaze over and saw several ruffians causing a disturbance as they tried to pull away someone else's donkey. Fei Sheng saw Sun Zechuan's expressionless face and promptly bundled up the steamed buns and waved his hand to get the imperial bodyguards to go over and pull them apart. He yelled, "What are you people doing there making such a din?" One of the ruffians had seen the imperial bodyguards at work before. As he was dragged away, with both legs trailing on the ground, he said in a panic, "My good sir, it's not us who are causing a commotion. These few people first said they wanted to sell the donkey, but they wouldn't give it to me after I paid up. Tell me, is this not a scam? On hearing that, Fei Sheng turned his head and spoke down at the men. Don't you people ever check who is in charge here before coming over to swindle and defraud others? Hurry and give the donkey to him. The few disheveled and unkempt men timidly tugged the rope and stuffed it into Fei Sheng's hands. The donkey brayed from the tugs. A hand that had been squeezed back behind them slapped at the ground haphazardly and muttered ambiguously, "That's my donkey." Fei Sheng had sharp hearing, but he did not want to complicate the issue, so he pretended not to have heard it. The ruffians stomped on the hand so hard that it clenched into a fist from the pain and pounded on the ground. But an unidentified person at the back pulled him away until that hand abruptly vanished from sight. Fei Sheng handed the donkey over. Feeling a slight weight on his shoe, he lowered his head for a look. It was a kitten so smeared with dirt that it was all grey and dusty. Fei Sheng bent over to pick it up. "Taozi, here's a little playmate." Before Fei Sheng could finish his words, that hand showed up once again, revealing only the tips of its fingers as it dug into the ground until it was all blooded mud between the crevices of its fingers. My cat." This person crawled over, his forehead scraping against the ground. The ruffian behind saw Fei Sheng turning over and hurriedly dragged the person back by the ankles to hide him. Fei Sheng realized that this person's legs were in bad shape and wondered if they had been broken when this person had taken a beating. Chapter 146, Yuanzhua. Chapter 146, Yuanzhua. Shenzichuan suddenly said, "Ding Dao." Ding Dao kept his little book away and leaped over the obstruction to grab the arm of one of them. "What are you people hiding? Move away for the young master to take a look." Fei Sheng noted their shifty eyes and hemming and hawing, so he bellowed, "What? Is this donkey not yours?" A sharp-eyed Ding Dao yelled, "Young master, there's a man below." The surrounding imperial bodyguards stepped forth and encircled them. Most of these people were local ruffians from the city of Dancheng, and they could not help but cower in fear when they saw the hostile expressions of the imperial bodyguards. What's more, when these imperial bodyguards were also all armed with blades. So before Fei Sheng could give his order, they all dispersed in an uproar, revealing the man on the ground. Yu Xiaozai lifted the hem of his robe and moved in closer for a look. He bent over and exclaimed in shock, "Why is there so much blood? Quick, help him up quickly and call for a physician." Fei Sheng squatted down to check on the man. "These legs are a goner. Someone broke them." This man refused to look up, instead propping himself up for a moment to say in a hoarse voice, "The cat is mine." Embarrassed, Fei Sheng picked the cat up and put it before the man, explaining, "I thought it was a stray cat. Is this donkey yours too? You're not from Dancheng, are you?" The man did not answer. He coughed at the ground. As he covered his lips, Fei Sheng caught a glimpse of the handkerchief in his palm. This handkerchief was exquisite. Even though it was dirty, its quality and material were not commonplace. These fingers were long and slender, without any calluses on them. It was not the hand belonging to someone used to manual labor or menial work. In an instant, Fei Sheng changed his attitude and said, "Let me help you up. You can no longer walk on these legs of yours, and you are so badly ill. The most important thing at present is to have a physician take a look as soon as possible." The man suddenly clenched his fists, and his coughing intensified. The handkerchief he used to cover his lips was stained with blood. He was clearly in a terrible state, yet his etiquette was impeccable as he lowered his eyes and said, "I wouldn't dare to trouble you. Thanks for asking." Yu Xiaozai saw the Jiawen bag one hanging around the man's waist and realized that this man was a scholar. He could not help but feel more deeply concerned as he turned his head back to say to Shenzichuan, "Vice Commander, he doesn't seem to be a wicked person to me. Why don't we, Vice Commander?" The man's tone suddenly changed. "Vice Commander Shenzichuan?" The surrounding imperial bodyguards promptly held on to their blades. Shenzichuan raised a hand as a gesture for them to hold it and asked, "Are we old acquaintances?" The man felt a tidal surge of emotions. He wanted to say something, but he ended up coughing out blood. His Adam's apple bobbed, and his coughing grew even more intense as his pale, trembling fingers bent and dug into the ground, gouging out tracks while he mumbled over and over again, "Shenzichuan, it's you." This voice gave Qiao Tianya a sense of déjà vu. He turned around. Sun Zichuan slowly crouched down and looked directly at the man. The man moved away the handkerchief covering his lips and propped himself up on the ground with his arms. His eyes seemed to have been set ablaze, filled with the madness of someone who was staking it all on a cast of the dice. He lifted his head. Just as everyone thought he would wail and go hysterical, he let out a very soft laugh. This laugh was like the ripple of spring waters, fleeting and ephemeral, before it quickly plunged into a bottomless abyss of raging inferno, where the fire burned everything clean along with his unbending pride and free spirit, turning an immortal free from worldly cares into a pile of filthy ashes. Qiao Tianya recognized him now. A veil of misty rain descended upon past memories of a pair of like-minded confidants playing the zither under the willows amidst the lush scenery of spring. That upright, one-of-a-kind young master in green had also ended up with his legs broken by another. Just like that, the unpolished jade that Hai Liangyi and the Yarrow clan had cherished and treasured for half a lifetime had been so easily besmeared with mud. Qiao Songyu suddenly felt at a loss. He intuitively felt that he should not continue staring at Yarrow Wenyu like this, but he once again saw himself in him. They both lived in the Moon Palace. Qiao Songyu had descended, and a dashing, fan-holding young master of a prominent clan had turned into a blade-wielding, down-and-out Qiao Tianya. He thought their chance encounter was transient, but he never expected that they would be fellow sufferers commiserating with each other the next time they met again half a year later. The word commiserate was truly overwhelmingly agonizing. Qiao Tianya hastily averted his gaze, unwilling to look any further. It was already late at night, and the lights inside the house were not very bright. The physician's apprentice came out with the prescription in hand. Fei Sheng took it and handed it over to his subordinate to fill the prescription of medicinal herbs. The few of them were standing in the corridor. Ding Dao was surprisingly well behaved as he held that cat in his arms. Fei Sheng forced a smile and said to Qiao Tianya, who would have expected it to be him? What was there for him to say? Stories of the unpolished jade Yuanzhua Yarrow Wenyu had been widely circulating for many years in Kudu, and in all of them, he was hailed as a banished immortal a wayward genius living among men. Even Fei Sheng, who had never associated with the literati, had heard much of this name. Who would have thought that the free and unfettered wanderer of the rumors would end up in such a state? He was even more downtrodden than Yu Xiaozai when the latter first came. Yu Xiaozai had already cried once, and now he was facing the wall, overwhelmed with grief as he choked with sobs. How can they let the Grand Secretary down? Fei Sheng consoled in a dry voice, the way of the world is unpredictable. Yujing, please don't be too upset. Qiao Tianya leaned against a pillar in the corridor, hidden under the shadows. He did not say a word. They had not stood for long when Kong Ling saw the physician out and beckoned to them. Qiao Tianya fell a few steps behind and bowed his head down to ask the physician a few questions. The physician answered him truthfully, and Qiao Tianya fell silent for a few moments, then turned aside to let someone send the physician away. The bamboo blinds that had been let down in the room kept out some of the candlelight. The interior had been partitioned off. Sun Zichuan sat outside the partitioned area and said something to Ju Gui in hushed tones. On seeing them enter, he only said, Fei Sheng, you will be on night watch. Ding Dao, go back to your courtyard and sleep. Yujing, there's no need to worry. The kitchen is decocting the medicine as we speak. Yu Xiaozai turned aside to take his seat. After a moment of silence, he spoke. Young Master Yarrow, Kong Ling was a perceptive and empathetic man. He knew it was inadvisable to discuss it in detail here. Bemoaning Yarrow Wenyu's fate or showing Yarrow Wenyu pity were, to Yarrow Wenyu, tantamount to torture at this point. It was no different from death by dismemberment. So he rose to his feet and led Yu Xiaozai. It's late tonight. Yujing, young Master Yarrow has only just arrived, let him rest for a night. It's not too late for us to come visit him again tomorrow. With that, he turned back to bow to Sun Zichuan and said to Ju Gui, we still have to discuss matters in the study later. Your Excellency, please come with me too. Yu Xiaozai, having received a gentle reminder from Kong Ling, followed suit and rose to his feet to bid farewell too. Before he left, he cast a glance at the inner room and saw the shadows of trees intersecting with the flickering shadows of the candlelight. The man within was silent. Yu Xiaozai thought of Hai Liangyi once more. His eyes involuntarily reddened. Holding back a long sigh, he hurriedly strode across the threshold of the door. The night was bleak, and the veil of moonlight cast upon the flowers and plants in the courtyard made them appear sickly and listless. The few wind chimes hanging under the eaves swayed with the wind, dancing to the tinkling tune of metal against metal. Yarrow Wenyu lay on the couch, his consciousness scattering to the beats of the wind chimes. In his trance, he had returned to Kudu. Misty rain pervaded Kudu. Yarrow Wenyu donned mourning attire and sent off Hai Liangyi to Mount Body. This mountain was once the burial site of his paternal grandfather, and now, it was the burial site for his teacher. He stood in that drizzle, unable to take in the scenery, unable to recognize the way that could take him back. The Yarrow clan had produced national scholars of great talents. They were full of vim in the successive reigns of Dazhou, and they were also the mainstay of the divisive noble clans. But during Emperor Guangqing's reign, Old Master Yarrow revolutionized the clan's traditions and renounced the prejudices between family status. He reached out to the common descendants of humble origins who were denied opportunities due to a lack of connections to the powerful and influential. From then on, the Imperial College flourished. The Yarrow clan began exploring a different path, but this path came to a premature end in the hands of the Empress Dowager, Hua Hewei, and Hua Xiqian. By the time it came to Yarrow Wenyu's father's generation, the Yarrow clan was already on the decline. Although the Yarrow clan still had some influence and prestige left, it was no longer on par with what it once was during the time Old Master Yarrow had been alive. The most fatal of all was that the Yarrow clan was faced with a dearth of descendants in this generation. They only had one Yarrow Wenyu. The rest were all descendants from the collateral branch of the clan, and there was not even one among them who had come out top in the imperial examinations in spring. In recent years, the 8 clans had all undergone a change in heads and members. The Yarrow clan was no longer able to command the same level of respect from the others. Most of the juniors in their clan who still served as officials were in idle positions with practically no obligations. None were third-grade ministers in esteemed positions like those from the Wei clan. Although Yarrow Wenyu was a student under Hai Liangyi and was friends with many of the literati, he had no scholarly honor or official position to his name. He had not married Commandery Princess Jiaoyu of the Fei clan either. Other than the reputation he had for his talent, he had nothing at all. And in the end, even his reputed fame had forsaken him. He was like the falling leaves on this mountain, reduced to nothing but mud. Worthless. Qiao Tianya lifted the bamboo blinds and turned sideways to step aside. Shun Zechuan entered the room and sat on the chair that the physician had previously sat on to take pulses. As the candlelight flickered, Shun Zechuan spoke, "You've been poisoned by someone. It's inadvisable for you to stay out in public. If you don't mind, you can stay at my home. My teacher and yours are considered colleagues, and you are old friends with Cian. There's no need to stand on ceremony." Yarrow Wenyu's freshly washed face was a picture of calm as he continued to listen to the wind chimes beneath the eaves. After half a moment, he answered, "There's no need to be so tactful. The reason I came to Tizhou was to seek refuge and throw in my lot with the vice-commander." Shun Zechuan rested his folding fan on his knee and said, "I'm now living under another's roof making a living and trying to get by. I only dare to be called brothers with you, not master and servant." The revival of Tizhou was in no small part due to the efforts of the vice-commander. The heavy trauma inflicted upon this body one after another was meant to make him die. Yarrow Wenyu started coughing again. He was but one scholar. It would prove to be hard to eradicate his illnesses now that they had taken root in his body. He was now heavily ill, much weaker and frail compared to half a year ago. He clutched his handkerchief, covering his mouth for a moment before continuing. "I heard about the vice-commander's deeds on my journey here, and I'm of the opinion that the vice-commander wasn't trying to obtain the 6 prefectures of Zhonghua, but Kudu. Once the trade routes between Tizhou, Chazhou, and Huaizhou are established, it will be able to provide direct access to the mutual trade market in Libei to the northeast, and keep the grain routes of Chidong in check towards the southeast. The military forces of Dazhou on both ends using the routes will have to pass through the vice-commander's scrutiny. The way they fight and the timing of their battles in the future will all lie in the hands of the vice-commander." Shun Zechuan brushed open his folding fan with his fingertips and set it on the handle of the chair. He did not respond. Furthermore, the geographical position of this trade route is special. If the vice commander thereby establishes a trade route town, Kudu's east, south, and north sides will all be as good as secured. The 8 great training divisions have limited military strength, so it'd prove impossible for Kudu to break through the vice commander's siege on all 3 sides if they don't have assistance from Chidong in the future. Yarrow Wenyu cast a sidelong glance at Shun Zechuan. The vice commander is a visionary man with great foresight, strategizing ahead for years down the road. Shun Zechuan stared at Yarrow Wenyu. If not for the fact that this person was in such dire straits, even Shun Zechuan himself wanted to kill him, what's more the others. Shun Zechuan had multiple explanations regarding the intent for the trade routes between the prefectures of Cizhou, Chazhou, and Huaizhou, but it was what Yarrow Wenyu said that was his real motive. By causing Kudu to lose its direct military route with Libei, not only could Chazhou contain Huzhou, it could also obstruct Chidong's provision supply routes. Shun Zechuan wanted to encircle Kudu. But Qi Zhuyin might not be willing to give the vice commander time. Yarrow Wenyu could not hold back his coughs, covering his lips with a handkerchief again and again. She is watching each and every one of your moves from behind in Chidong. She'll see through it, eventually. If the vice commander is successful with this move, it's naturally all's well that ends well, but if it falls through, you'll be caught in an assault by both Kudu and Chidong. When the time comes, you will be attacked from the front and rear. Even if Libei was willing to deploy troops to help, they cannot resist the Biancha cavalry and fight the garrison troops of Chidong simultaneously. The lack of military forces is presently the most fatal chink in the vice commander's armor. That is why the vice commander is linking up Cizhou and Chazhou, reorganizing the census registers, and taking in refugees. It's all for the sake of quickly establishing an army under your command. Shun Zechuan snapped his fan shut and said with a smile, Yarrow Yuanjua's reputation is truly well deserved. But with your level of intelligence, how did you end up wandering the streets of Zhongbua? If you want to build a career, the climate in Kudu is perfect right now. Regardless of whether it's the Empress Dowager or the Grand Secretariat, they are all better able to pay the price you deserve than I can afford, Shun Zechuan. Yarrow Wenyu made to sit up, so Qiao Tianya stepped forward to help him up and put a pillow behind his back for support. He did not look at Qiao Tianya, it was as though he did not recognize him. With his long fingers holding on to the handkerchief, he turned his head aside and coughed into the handkerchief. The muffled sound of coughing persisted for quite some time. He stared at the shadows on the wall and answered in a hoarse voice, Shui Yanqing, in his support of the heir apparent to the throne in Kudu, coerced the Grand Secretariat and Her Majesty the Empress Dowager and schemed to lead the Imperial College into pushing for reforms. However, it's my belief that Dazhou is already beyond cure. Rather than restore Kudu to its former glory, why not demolish it and rebuild it from scratch? Should Dazhou lose its deer, all under heaven will chase after it. For even a commoner of humble origins like Lei Changming has had the desire to reign supreme. When Kudu's reforms are put into action, people in all other places will begin to rise in rebellion. Disputes among the heroes are inevitable. The Li clan's emperor is already too powerless to turn the tide around. Yarrow Wenyu turned back and looked attentively at Shun Zechuan amidst the dimming light. Complex emotions swam amidst the reignited fire in his eyes as he enunciated each word. Anyone in the world can sit on the throne. The Li clan can. So why not you, Shun Zechuan? Shun Zechuan held up his folding fan and replied coldly, my aspiration lies not in this. You can't fool me. Yarrow Wenyu spoke under his breath. You're on this path right now. I can jolly well support someone else to the throne. Shun Zechuan smiled. There is more than one person with the surname Li in this world. 6 years ago, when the troops of Zhongbua suffered a defeat, you lost everything. And 6 years later, when Kudu suffered another defeat, you lost it all once again. When the next 6 years come around, Yarrow Wenyu's lowered eyes were distant and detached. Will you still be willing to place your life and destiny in the hands of another? You are completely unsuited to be a mere subject of the state. Being subjected to the control of others has already become a lifelong indignity of yours. There was an abrupt shift in the atmosphere within the room. Shun Zechuan grasped his folding fan with his fingers. Although he was quiet, He still looked as if he could kill without qualms in the next moment. It was impossible to read what was in those expressive eyes of his. The wind chimes outside the window tinkled, and bleak shadows of rustling trees fell upon the edge of his robes, on which he trod beneath his feet. Sun Zichuan abruptly smiled. If Mr. is willing to play for my team, then all matters in the future regardless of its significance can be discussed. Qiao Tianya, serve the tea. Yarrow Wenyu accepted the tea and stirred the foam aside, but he did not drink it immediately. His wrist was of the same color as the teacup, but it was piteously thin and frail. He gazed at the floating tea leaves and said, self-deprecatingly, "You can skip the mister. I lost to Shuexiuzhua in Kudu, got both of my legs broken, and was this close to losing my life. Didn't you ask me why I came here?" Yarrow Wenyu was silent for a while. "Because I want to finish this game of chess with Shuexiuzhua, win or lose, live or die." Chapter 147, Stepmother. Chapter 147, Stepmother. Sun Zichuan had already gotten up before dawn the next day. The courtyard was a little chilly, so he put on a pure white wide-sleeved outer robe and stood at the desk to look over Yarrow Wenyu's prescription. His body has been weakened by poison. Qiao Tianya held onto the teapot and brewed a cup of tea for Sun Zichuan. It's by no means an easy feat for him to have managed to preserve his life. Sun Zichuan held the teacup with both hands and said, given Shuexiuzhua's style, he definitely went all out with the intent to kill. His brows furrowed for a moment. Is there no hope for his legs? Qiao Tianya set the teapot down and put the lid on as he replied, no. Sun Zichuan could not bring himself to continue drinking his tea, so he returned the teacup with the undrunk tea back onto the table. What about his body? Now that he's staying here, there's no need to be stingy with the medicine. Give him whatever the physician prescribes. Additionally, get a couple of meticulously attentive people to take care of him. We mustn't be too poor of a host. Qiao Tianya fell silent for a few moments. And so Sun Zichuan understood that Yarrow Wenyu's body was a goner too. While they were conversing last night, Yarrow Wenyu had repeatedly been coughing out blood. He paused for a moment. Is he awake? I'll go pay him a visit. When Sun Zichuan arrived, he saw the maidservants all waiting in attendance under the eaves, silent as cicadas in cold weather. He put on his usual expression and lifted the bamboo blinds to enter. The lamps were not lit inside the room, giving off an unwarranted vibe of cheerlessness. It was quiet and still within. Sun Zichuan could only catch a vague glimpse of Yarrow Wenyu's lonely back view. As if sensing him, Yarrow Wenyu turned his head back partially and said through the hanging door curtain, "Vice Commander, please come in." It was only then Sun Zichuan lifted the curtain and bowed his head to enter. Qiao Tianya stood in the outer chamber on his own initiative, leaning against the wall as he listened to the chirps of the birds in the covered walkway. Autumn is about to fall in Xizhou, and the matter of Huaizhou has been on the vice commander's mind lately. Yarrow Wenyu was impeccably dressed. Although he was severely ill, he was still unwilling to present himself before the others all sloppily dressed. It was just that his legs were not in a good state, making it difficult for him to move around. Even though he tried his best to hide it, the bruises on his hands were still conspicuous. Sun Zichuan did not seem to have seen it. He said, "This matter is indeed worrying. It's inappropriate to go too early or too late. I've discussed it over with His Excellency Ju for days, and we still have yet to reach a conclusion." Yarrow Wenyu gave a slight nod of his head. There are two difficulties when it comes to the matter of Huaizhou. The first is Jiang Qingshan, and the second is Luoxia Pass's checkpoint. If these two difficulties aren't resolved, then it'll be hard for the trade routes between Xizhou, Chazhou, and Huaizhou to come to fruition. But if you ask me, neither of these two issues is a tough one. Sun Zichuan listened with rapt attention. Yarrow Wenyu looked at the new window screens made of gauze. The birds were chirping noisily outside. He coughed a few times. When Shuexiuzhua held the post of Chief Supervising Secretary at the Office of Scrutiny for Revenue, he made the acquaintance of Jiang Qingshan. Both men collaborate for many years working as one. They not only made up for the deficit in Jueshi's tax money, but also turned the 13 cities of Jueshi into Dazhou's granaries. It's only when Jiang Qingshan assumes personal command of Jueshi that he can ensure the integrity of Jueshi's governmental affairs, as well as prevent another major case like the Libé's military provision case during the start of spring this year from happening again. In other words, Jiang Qingshan cannot leave Jueshi. Xue Xiuzhua will definitely transfer him back to Jueshi and allow him to continue serving as the Provincial Administration Commissioner of Jueshi, so the vice commander's worry that he would be assigned north to Huaizhou is unfounded. Xue Xiuzhua, having remained in the position of Chief Supervising Secretary at the Office of Scrutiny for Revenue for many years, had made plenty of field trips down to the local areas where he was hands-on with his duties. He could be said to be very well acquainted with the political situations of the various regions. That was why he could conduct an audit into Hua Xiqian's accounts together with Hai Liangyi. But likewise, while Yarrow Wenyu had never served in the government, he was always wandering out there in the world all year round, and so he also had an overview of the political situation in the various areas, having observed them from the sidelines. Both of their identity and status were totally poles apart. Yet, they were more intimately aware of the commoner's circumstances than those like Kong Qiu and Center Yu, who had always resided in Kudu. As for Luoxia Pass, Yarrow Wenyu withdrew his gaze. Libei has already broken free of Kudu's control. Luoxia Pass is the predecessor of the Libei armored cavalry, and the garrison troops stationed there are all old subordinates of the Prince of Libei, Xiao Fengshu. They have long been at odds with Kudu despite their seemingly united appearance. As far as the current situation is concerned, Zhongguo's revival will only prove to be advantageous to Libei. Luoxia Pass will only be too eager to lend a helping hand. They would never obstruct the way willfully. As Yarrow Wenyu spoke, he started coughing again. Shun Zichuan spontaneously handed him a cup of tea. Yarrow Wenyu thanked him and continued, "The matter with Huaizhou is practically a done deal. All it takes is for Mr. Chengfeng and His Excellency Yu to make a trip there. My belief is that the most crucial matter on hand for the vice commander is not in the north, but internally in Zhongbua. The two prefectures of Dunju and Duanzhou to the east can be discussed later, but Fanju must be taken down and secured with great haste." The discussion went on until noon, when Fei Sheng came to deliver the medicine. It was only then Shen Zichuan stepped out. He looked around at the maidservants at the entrance. "Finally," he said to Qiao Tianya, "there has been nothing much going on of late. Let Fei Sheng and Ding Dao tag along with me. You remain here and take care of Yuanzhua." Fei Sheng initially thought that this task would fall to him, as Qiao Tianya was in charge of the guards and was an indispensable trusted subordinate of Shen Zichuan. He never expected Shen Zichuan to leave Qiao Tianya for Yarrow Wenyu this easily. But looking at it from another angle, this just illustrated how important Yarrow Wenyu was. With Qiao Tianya here, no one would dare to treat Yarrow Wenyu shabbily. As for Shen Zichuan himself, there was another layer of consideration. Yarrow Wenyu was a prideful and aloof man. Although his legs were broken, he was still a distinguished young master of Kudu. He would not allow himself to present a sorry sight before the others. He did not call for anyone to serve him this morning because he was unwilling to let anyone see him in his injured state. It was not suitable for Fei Sheng to take care of him, because Fei Sheng's penchant for flattery and fawning would be self-defeating and make things awkward for all involved. In contrast, Qiao Tianya's circumstances and lot in life were similar to Yarrow Wenyu's. There were many areas that only Qiao Tianya could understand and relate to best. Qiao Tianya made a sound of acknowledgement and stayed. As matters regarding Huaizhou still had to be discussed in detail with Zhu Gui, Shen Zichuan spent the next few days in Zhu Gui's study. The advisors in Xizhou all wanted to catch a glimpse of Yarrow Wenyu in person, given his long-standing and well-acclaimed reputation, but Shen Zichuan declined all of their visiting cards on the grounds that the man himself had still yet to recover from his illness. After Xiao Qie received the letter, he turned back to call for Wu Ziyu and got him to find a military craftsman to head to Xizhou to craft a custom four-wheeled vehicle for Yarrow Wenyu. Wu Ziyu had been with Xiao Qie for a month, and his troops got along best with the imperial army, gradually bonding over a shared hatred for a common enemy. Since the soldiers from the combat battalions looked down on them, they would not suck up to said soldiers just to end up snubbed either. Each time the army provisions were delivered to the camps, someone would check them, and once the supplies were confirmed to be in good order, they would head back the same way to Bianbo camp, where they would then stand guard so as to avoid conflicts with the other camps. What kind of four-wheeled vehicle? A bare-chested Wu Ziyu followed behind him. Is it for our military sieges, transporting supplies, or, Tan Tai who looked back and jokingly punched Wu Ziyu as he scolded with a laugh, are you the one going, or is the military craftsman the one going? It's the master's orders, so just make it happen. Wu Ziyu answered, I've got to at least get the details clear, so that I can prepare the materials before heading out. The military craftsmen of Libei were extremely skilled, with excellent workmanship, and the materials they used were all produced in the Hongyang Mountains. They did not care for items made in Zhongbua. For moving about. It was only then Xiao Qie dismounted the horse. He was filthy all over. They had just come from the battlegrounds and had been on the road for 6 days. Everyone was exhausted. Wu Ziyu turned back to command someone to carry out the task. Chen Yang and the rest followed Xiao Qie into the tent. The tables and chairs that were originally in the tent had been removed, replaced with a newly constructed military sand table in the spot that had been vacated. Jiyu Jin. Xiao Qie quickly removed his outer robe and tossed it to Chen Yang. With both arms propping against the edge of the military sand table, he said, report. Jiyu Jin pulled off his helmet, his face drenched in sweat. He pointed to the position of the Tudalong banner. When we transported the provisions over this time, I led the cavalry and made a special trip around the Tudalong banner. As Master expected, Hu Heilu has been redeployed to the southeast battlefront to make way for someone else. The person stationed there now is someone called Hasten. According to Wu Ziyu's information, this Hasten is Amuer's son in the Hanshi tribe. During the beginning of spring this year, the Biancha cavalry ambushed the Shosan camp, and Hasten, as Amuer's vanguard, engaged in a round of battle with Zhao Hui. The 3 great training divisions of Liu Yang suffered a casualty of 800 men at that time. Chen Yang pulled over the chair too and Xiao Qie sat down. He said, that's a heavy casualty. That's right. Jiyu Jin brushed aside a couple strands of damp hair and continued. This man is cunning and ruthless, but not reckless. When the hereditary prince was badly injured and encircled on all sides by Amuer, Zhao Hui rushed over to provide reinforcement, only to end up getting entrapped by Hasten in the grassfields. The entire squad was thrown into complete disarray. This person is educated. Wu Ziyu, having just returned, slipped on a coat as he spoke up from the back. To use our language, Hasten is essentially Amuer's lawful son. While Amuer has over 10 sons, he can only remember a few of them, and of those few, Hasten's mother is the most respectable and distinguished. She's the flower of the Hanshi tribe. Amuer's ability to establish control over the Hanshi tribe is in large part due to her. The status of the son depends on the status of his mother, and Hasten was the son who was, by virtue of his mother's status, raised at Amuer's side and personally taught by Amuer himself. In the future, he will inherit Amuer's title of Great Hero. Allegedly, and I mean allegedly, he's well versed in the art of war. Even Hu Heilu is afraid of him. Why didn't you say so earlier? Tan Tai who stroked the scar on his face. If I'd known of his prowess sooner, I would have stayed in Tudalong banner and not returned. Then you'd just be serving your head up on a platter. Wu Ziyu stood still by the military sand table. His fighting style is actually a little similar to the viceroy. Then he's ill-suited to be stationed for garrison duty. Xiao Qie set his thumb ring straight. And he likes to provoke others, right? The various generals did not respond, instead musing over how the second young master was pretty self-aware. Jiyu Jin gave a light cough before he continued, Hasten wasn't the Biancha commanding general fighting against us Libei before this year. He was mainly stationed in the southeast of Dazhou in the previous years, and he was the commanding general who fought the most intensely against Chidong. Coincidentally, Hasten was also the one who heavily injured Qi Shiyu and almost took his head off back then. So it was him. Tan Tai who gasped. Then I've heard of this man too. The person who fought with him back then was Commander-in-Chief Qi. When Qi Shiyu was entrapped at the eastern side of the Biancha-linked camps and couldn't break out of the encirclement, his sons from the Qi clan did not dare to act impulsively and deploy troops for a rescue mission. Commander-in-Chief Qi went to the Kaijun, Bianjuan, and Sijuan commanderies one after another to ask for reinforcements. However, Sijuan vehemently refused to do so, and it was the Lu clan of Bianjuan who stepped forward to solicit assistance from Suotian Pass. It was only then that the commander-in-chief could gather military forces from the three parties to venture forth into the enemy's territory and carry out the rescue mission. This battle was Qi Zhuin's rise to fame. She took advantage of the wind direction and burned down 10 li 3 worth of the Biantia-linked camp's army provisions, and for this reason, she came to be known as the wind guiding the scorching plains, Qi Zhuyin. But this battle was not an easy one. In truth, the legend that followed had omitted a part of the story. Qi Zhuyin had been chased by Hasten for thousands of li after she had rescued Qi Shiyu. The Chidong garrison troops had returned treading over roads paved in blood. Xiao Qie's eyes brightened slightly. Got it. In that case, I know him too. This was Lu Guangbai's archenemy. Zhao Hui had already led the three great training divisions of Luyang up north to the Tudalong banner 3 days ago to take over Guo Weili's post and fight against Hasten. Xiao Qie turned his thumb ring around. This means that we no longer have any reinforcements backing us at this moment. The two major camps Li Bei left in the southeast are Guo Weili and us. Even at the slowest speed possible, news that we have fought back Huhelu should have already reached Amuo's ears by now. This is a good opportunity. If he hasn't changed his original plan, then the Biantia cavalry will still launch a sudden assault on the Shosan camp once more before the middle of the 8th month, at the very latest. So get it together and kick Guo Weili's ass as hard as you can to keep him awake. Ah! Wu Ziyu popped out and said, Guo Weili won't fall asleep. He'll get all excited, and that's where the problem lies. Viceroy, this person is prone to getting ahead of himself, and is easily provoked into action. If he gets tricked away from camp and ends up slaughtered, then what are we, a bunch of soldiers in charge of the transportation of military supplies, going to do? The remaining 3 men turned their heads in unison and spoke in a chorus, we fight. Wu Ziyu wiped the spittle off his face and said, we don't have the authority to, going by the current military order. Also, I'm not trying to put a damper on everyone's spirits, but it was partially by sheer luck that we could win the battle at the Shosan camp. Huhelu is another Guo Weili. He first took the viceroy's bait before being defeated by the element of surprise. But now that the Biantia men know the exact extent of our military strength, Amuo will not repeat the same mistake twice. Their next assault will be a full-on attack like the kind on the battlefields. It will be a real siege war they will be fighting, and we no longer have the advantage. That is why Xiao Qie was brief and to the point. At the same time that you kick Guo Weili, tighten the collar around his neck and keep the leash on him. Even if he dies, he has to be strangled to death. No one was willing to deal with Guo Weili. They nearly came to blows during the handover of the Shosan camp. Chen Yang and Tan Tai, who still remembered the incident with Ji Yujin. Guo Weili did not give a damn about Xiao Qie at all. In fact, maintaining a status quo like this was very dangerous. It would be an uphill task to accomplish anything if the generals were not of one mind. Even if Xiao Qie had superhuman powers, it would be meaningless in the face of a mighty force with thousands of soldiers and horses. What's more, the enemy forces were not fools. The old vulture in personal command was smart as hell. Xiao Qie tilted his head up a little and stared at the top of the tent as he said to himself, so damn annoying. Chen Yang, who had been quiet all this while, flipped open the book and said with a solemn expression, and now I'll convey a piece of message from Tizhou sent by the young master. Young master said. Xiao Qie abruptly shifted his gaze over. I'll read it myself. The marriage alliance between Hua and Qi will take place in 3 days. Chen Yang paused for a moment, then continued to read Shen Lanzu's original words without emotion. It's a joyous event for the commander-in-chief Qi to have gained a stepmother. For what shall we send as a gift? Xiao Qie's smile was perfunctory. Send her our congratulations. Chapter 148, Victory and Amp, Defeat. Chapter 148, Victory and Amp, Defeat. At the 3rd quarter of the hour of Yin, Qiao Tianya lifted the curtain open. Yarrow Wenyu was talking in his sleep. The pain in his legs had made him sweat even in his sleep. The bedding was not that thickly padded, and as it was not yet the rainy season in Tizhou, the windows were open, with the bamboo blinds swaying in the wind. Yarrow Wenyu lay in the embrace of the wind, as if pillowing upon the rain of spring. Several months ago, the storm of the Imperial College struck the Imperial Court officials of humble origins right in the face. Kong Chiu and Center Yu were the first to bear the brunt of it. Even Yarrow Wenyu was not spared either. After the storm blew over, Yarrow Wenyu received shelter and protection from Kong Chiu and hardly appeared publicly in Kudu. Instead, he accompanied Hai Liangyi on Mount Body every day, until the day his horse carriage was ambushed. That day, Yarrow Wenyu met Xue Xiuzhua. Xue Xiuzhua and Yarrow Wenyu were fellow students. Long before Hai Liangyi, they had both studied alongside one another in Mr. Changzong's school. Hai Liangyi had been partial to Yarrow Wenyu initially because of Old Master Yarrow. At that time, Xue Xiuzhua had already sent 3 visiting cards to Hai Liangyi in the hope of being accepted as the latter's student, but all his attempts were rebuffed by Hai Liangyi. Yarrow Wenyu often heard Shi Hongxian talk about Xue Xiuzhua, because Xue Xiuzhua lived in straitened circumstances during his early years in the Xue's residence. After the death of his father, the respective cliques within the Xue clan fought tooth and nail with one another over their inheritance of fields and mansions, stirring up such a ruckus that everyone in Kudu came to know about it, and it was for this that the noble clans held them in contempt. The lawful son, Xue Xiui, was a pretentious man feigning to be a man of letters. He knew nothing about antiques, yet he was constantly hoodwinked into spending tremendous amounts of silver for them all day long. In just a few years, the Xue clan's wealth had been squandered away clean. The collateral branches of the Xue clan gradually drifted away from the main branch, hardly bothering to continue sponging off them. Xue Xiui spent all day fooling around. He wanted to join the Hanlin Academy, so he had a great number of gifts sent to Hua Xiqian, who was then concurrently holding the posts of Hanlin Chancellor and Grand Secretariat's Grand Secretary. It was all a desperate attempt at sucking up that only resulted in him getting snubbed. Even Marquis Helion and the Fei clan viewed him with disdain. Everyone had thought that it was the end of the Xue clan, yet it was at this moment that Xue Xiuzhua made his breakthrough. His initiation into the Hanlin Academy was legitimate, done through proper channels by passing the examinations. Hai Liangyi was the one who critically reviewed the works back then, and Xue Xiuzhua's essays on contemporary politics were outstanding. It was not by chance that his name appeared on the list of those who passed. Yarrow Wenyu had read all of Xue Xiuzhua's essays on contemporary politics. The Xue Xiuzhua who had been freshly minted into the Hanlin Academy was brimming with drive and energy. One could even see Qi Hualian's shadow in him. He repeatedly submitted memorials to the emperor to speak on the resurveyance of fields in the local areas, which was what Qi Hualian had left unfinished back then. Take the 8 cities of Kudu as an example. The noble clans gobbled up the commoners' farms and fields without reporting it to the authorities, thereby cancelling out the land tax of 10,000 hectares of fields. This was something that could not be discerned from audits when the Ministry of Revenue was under the control of Wei Huaigu and the rest. However, Xue Xiuzhua did not meet someone like the Crown Prince of the Eastern Palace who could protect him. His memorials offended not only Hua Xiqian, but also the various imperial court officials from the noble clans of that time. He even offended Pan Rugi. All these people were later inextricably tied to the case of the Zhongguo troops' defeat. They had long formed an alliance between themselves during the end of the reign of Yongyi. Even the seemingly marginalized Marquis Helion and the Fei clan had made moves to encroach on the commoners' fields in Dancheng. Xue Xiuzhua was like a baby rabbit caught in a siege, stirring up a storm on the imperial court. The denunciation came hard and fast. Hua Xiqian used Xue Xiuzhua as an excuse to strike against Hai Liangyi, who had promoted Xue Xiuzhua, as well as the officials from humble backgrounds that Hai Liangyi represented. Those days were difficult. Even Yarrow Wenyu, who was out there roaming the country, could hear snippets of rumors. Officials who were demoted back then included Kong Chiu, and minor, low-grade officials like Liang Xueshan also inadvertently got caught up in the crossfire. Hai Liangyi managed to dodge Hua Xiqian's blows and withdrew from his position as the last of the Deputy Grand Secretary of the Grand Secretariat, thereafter minimizing his participation in the imperial court discussions. Those from humble origins once again entered a stage of hibernation. Xue Xiuzhua's future was limited, and he was publicly censured by Hua Xiqian. He had only just joined the imperial court, and his seat in the Hanlin Academy had not even been fully secured before he was demoted to the position of a mere writer for the revision of state history. However, it was not fear behind Hai Liangyi's retreat and concession back then. Rather, it was the beginning of the humble officials' preparations to fight back. Hai Liangyi had long been concerned about the predicament of the state treasury. Instead of raising difficult questions from within Kudu, they began to investigate from the local area's account books. The person Hai Liangyi chose at that time was Xue Xiuzhua, and it was all at the behest of Hai Liangyi that Xue Xiuzhua would go on to be the chief supervising secretary at the Office of Scrutiny for Revenue. Xue Xiuzhua did not let Hai Liangyi down either. After going through that round of denouncements, he had become a lot more prudent and seasoned. Xue Xiuzhua remained as the chief supervising secretary at the Office of Scrutiny for Revenue for an entire 8 years. He ought to have been promoted a long time ago, according to his appraisals during this period. However, Hai Liangyi held him back and had him placed at the bottom to temper and hone himself. Yarrow Wenyu felt that this man was truly born to be an official, because he understood Hai Liangyi's intent all too well. Not only was there not a word of complaint from him, he even did a pretty good job. He knew the local political situation in Jueshi and the 8 great cities of Kudu by heart. The fact that Jueshi was able to restore its granaries to abundance had the most to do with Jiang Qingshan, but similarly, Xue Xiuzhua's contribution could not be dismissed either. Jiang Qingshan did not hold Yarrow Wenyu in high esteem, or even read Yarrow Wenyu's essays, because they were the practical doors rather than the idealistic talkers. To officials like them, Yarrow Wenyu was not as important as Xue Xiuzhua was, even if Yarrow Wenyu was truly a genius. Xiao Qie once said that Xue Xiuzhua was more like Hai Liangyi's student than Yarrow Wenyu. This was because Xue Xiuzhua fulfilled the wishes of Hai Liangyi and the officials of humble backgrounds. His shocking memorial at the Nanlin hunting grounds forced Hua Xiqian into rebelling, saving years of painstaking work and effort by the officials of humble origins from going to waste. Emperor Xianda passed away from illness, the Empress Dowager was forced into a retreat, and the Hua and Pan factions subsequently fell apart. They welcomed a new, young, and healthy emperor. But alas, it was not meant to be. Li Jianheng was not cut out to be an emperor. Yarrow Wenyu bore no ill feelings towards Xue Xiuzhua before Hai Liangyi's death. In Yarrow Wenyu's eyes, he was a person in a delicate position. He seemed to have abandoned the noble clans, and yet he could still garner the full support of Shi Hongxian and the others. It was like he was standing on a certain line, where the forces on both sides were all pawns, including himself. It was raining when Yarrow Wenyu met Xue Xiuzhua on Mount Body. They went to a thatched pavilion and settled down to play a game of chess. There was not a single conversation between them during the game, not even an exchange of glances. The game lasted for several hours, eventually ending in a draw. Xue Xiuzhua opened up his umbrella before departure. He looked back and asked Yarrow Wenyu, "Are you going for the imperial examinations in spring next year?" Yarrow Wenyu kept away the chess pieces one at a time and said, "Since there's you, Xue Yanqing, on the imperial court, what need is there for me, Yarrow Yuanzhua?" Both of them, one standing and one sitting, listened as the rain and wind outside the pavilion intensified. The wind sent Yarrow Wenyu's sleeved robe fluttering. He held the chess box with one hand, looking like an immortal sitting at leisure as he dropped the jade pieces into their box. It was as if he would ride the wind and depart the very next instant. As Yarrow Wenyu spoke, a speck of mud splattered onto his green clothes along with the wind and rain, wetting that fluttering sleeved robe, consequently reducing him to a mere mortal. Xue Xiuzhua looked at that speck of mud and said, "When teacher was seriously ill, Kong Qiu once paid him a visit. You gave him counsel in the main hall, but the one being plotted against was Han Cheng." He shifted his gaze away from the mud to Yarrow Wenyu's face, as if looking at him in the eyes anew. It was at that moment I realized, that's all there is to Yarrow Wenyu. The chess piece between Yarrow Wenyu's fingers slid into the chess box. He said, "You're right. That's all there is to Yarrow Wenyu. A year ago, teacher thought that opportunity had come knocking. With Emperor Tianqian's trust, those from humble origins could show what they were made of, but that was all wishful thinking on his part in the end." Xue Xiuzhua said calmly, "The fight between both factions has been going on for several years, yet the issues that have been resolved are few and far between. 20 years ago, Qi Hualien proposed surveying the local farm fields to inhibit the noble clans from seizing it for themselves, as well as to restore the regular intake of the local taxes. To date, this has still yet to be implemented. What has teachers' dajo held up by the moderates even amounted to?" Yarrow Wenyu said, in the third year of Xianda, Jueshi was hit with a natural disaster. The state treasury was severely lacking in money, and Hua Xiqian was unwilling to provide aid relief to the 13 cities of Jueshi, which left tens of thousands of commoners destitute and homeless. Jiang Qingshan alone opened up the granaries and risked his head to take on a huge debt. If not for the full assistance of the moderates led by teacher in Kudu to audit the accounts to coerce Hua Xiqian, the grains in Zhongbua would have all fallen into the pockets of the noble clans. Saving one person is not considered an achievement, and neither is saving 10 of thousands of people. In your opinion then, what has to be saved for it to be considered an accomplishment? If it was the moderates who saved tens of thousands of people in Jueshi, then similarly, it's those same moderates who created the tragedy of Zhongbua. In this world, a physician saves one man, but it's the imperial court official who saves the masses. Xue Xiuzhua clenched his fists and turned around. How many years has it been? Yet teacher still treated the conflict between the two factions as if it was his own duty. Look at Kong Qiu, and look at the current students of the Imperial College. Are the noble clans the only ones who are drawing a line between those of different family statuses? It had been so easy to incite and stir up the storm in the Imperial College, and yet Kong Qiu still has not realized that those of humble origins under his leadership hold the same prejudices against the officials from the noble clans. The moderates' gradual monopoly of the Imperial College has long run counter to your grandfather's original intention to revive the Imperial College. You devised a plan to murder Emperor Tianchen and intensified the conflict between factions to put the Grand Secretariat in a perilous situation. You instigated Han Cheng to encircle Xiao Qiye to kill him and forced Li Bei into rebelling, allowing the Empress Dowager to consolidate Qidong's military power. You urged the Empress Dowager to exercise the power of the Son of Heaven, then aided the Emperor's daughter up the throne. You plan every single step meticulously, taking everyone into account in your plan. Yarrow Wenyu rose to his feet slowly, and the black and white chess pieces tumbled to the ground as he moved. You forced teacher to his death. The sound of rain intensified, melding together with the shattering sound of the chess pieces, so jarring it could cut one into a bloody pulp of flesh. The heavy rain pelted against half of Xue Xiuzhua's arm, wetting it. He looked face to face with Yarrow Wenyu without the slightest flicker of wavering in his eyes. They were fellow students from the same school and of the same teacher. They were educated by the same tutor, guided by the same mentor. They addressed the same topics in the imperial examinations. Yet, they had both become polar opposites. One day, I will die, Xue Xiuzhua said in a raspy voice. Regardless of whether I will be forsaken and deserted by all, or bring ruin and infamy upon myself, I will walk along this path to the very end. You stop at nothing to kill others and yourself. Yarrow Wenyu released his grip on the chess piece. You won't be able to save all of the so-called masses in the world. The restoration of Dazhou is nigh, this very moment. Xue Xiuzhua pressed in a step closer. The old-school noble clans have been purged, the leaders of those from humble backgrounds have all suffered a setback, and the calamity that is the eunuch clique no longer exists. With the Grand Secretariat, Empress Dowager, and heir apparent to the throne held in check, the rising talents in the imperial court will surge forth in great numbers. Dazhou is about to have fresh blood coursing through its veins. Yarrow Wenyu, I die without fear, and I will not begrudge it even if I were to go down in history in infamy and end up condemned by posterity. I've long merged into one with the fire ignited by teacher. I do it for myself. Having said that, Xue Xiuzhua opened up his umbrella once again and turned around to step into the rain. You win for a time. Yarrow Wenyu remained where he was standing and raised his voice. You win one game. But this isn't a victory at all. Variables are endless with the world in chaos, you can't take everyone into account. Xue Xiuzhua. The rain fell in torrents, venting it all in the world. The green bamboo at Hai Liangyi's burial mound broke off in response, and muddy water flowed down the slope, like a face covering itself as it wailed bitterly. It's a draw today. The victor has yet to be determined. Xue Xiuzhua stopped in his tracks. He did not look back. But since there's Xue Yanqing in the world, what need is there to keep a Yarrow Yuanzhua around? You and I do not share the same path. After tonight, there is no need for us to see each other again. This game isn't finished yet. Yarrow Wenyu said. There is no such thing as a draw by my hand. Xue Xiuzhua seemed to have smiled. He looked back for the last time and gazed fixedly at Yarrow Wenyu for a long time. A curtain of rain separated them. They seemed to have been separated by a deep chasm from birth. Like the shadows cast of heaven and earth, they would never ever become fellow travelers. The words Shui Yanqing had always been obscured by Yarrow Yuanzhua. From the legitimacy of their lineage to Hai Liangyi's choice, Xue Xiuzhua had never once won. Yet, at this very moment, he was the picture of condescending pity. You've lost. The horse carriage raced along the mountain road, surrounded by the barking of dogs everywhere. The pursuers spurred their horses on in hot pursuit of the carriage. Yarrow Wenyu's coachman was dead. Unable to control the direction of the horse carriage, Yarrow Wenyu could only let the carriage flee hastily and haphazardly through the mountains. Stray arrows came whizzing from behind and stabbed into the carriage. Several of them nailed to the ground beside the horse. Startled, the horse completely broke free from its reins. Someone had already leaped onto the back of the carriage. He aggressively pierced through the carriage's wall with a broadsword and ripped open the curtain to stab inside. There was no one else on Mount Body. Yarrow Wenyu's death sentence was already set in stone. Xue Xiuzhua had never thought of letting him walk out of there alive from the moment he went up the mountain. The horse carriage overturned and fell into a ditch, damaging its walls in the process, and Yarrow Wenyu felt like his internal organs had gone tumbling with it. The horse fell so hard it was in pain. Yarrow Wenyu released the reins, and it got back up with difficulty. The growls of the dogs at the back were too vicious, and the horse continued to flee with one leg limping. Yarrow Wenyu did not have a saddle, and among the jolts and bumps, he was nearly swiped off the horse by the branches. However, this horse had only galloped for a mere moment where an arrow shot it in another leg. The pursuit of the killers had already reached the foot of Mount Body. The person taking the lead was worried that they would miss the perfect timing and delay matters should Yarrow Wenyu's escape attempt continue. Hence, he used a rope to restrain Yarrow Wenyu's ankles and dragged him along the mountain path towards their own horse carriage. The rain had subsided some while this had been happening, and the sky had still yet to darken. They had to do a clean job without leaving any traces, so they first used the scabbards of their blades to break both of Yarrow Wenyu's legs, then dragged him over to stuff him into their horse carriage. It was at this moment that there suddenly came the sound of galloping horses' hooves from the mountain road. Realizing that this did not bode well, the leader of the pursuing troops yanked the carriage curtains down and shouted with urgency, "Put your blades away." The party that had arrived was an ostentatious display of extravagance. The escorts on both sides of the horse carriage were all men from the 8 great training divisions who filled up the already very narrow bridle path. The leader of the pursuing troops signaled for the carriage driver to pull aside the horse carriage, and all of them stood subserviently in a row to make way for the other party. Yarrow Wenyu's mouth was gagged. His entire body spasmed as it throbbed with excruciating pain, but his mind was still clear. As he dripped with sweat, he knocked his forehead against the wooden plank of the carriage. When the leader of the pursuing troops heard sounds coming from the carriage, he signaled his subordinates with his eyes. One of them promptly whipped the horse several times and bellowed at it to cover up the sounds made by Yarrow Wenyu. But the company did not leave. The curtains from the carriage crammed in the middle lifted to reveal the commandery Princess Jiaoyu dressed in the fashion of a married woman. She furrowed her brows slightly and said, "Don't make a racket, there's a young child in the carriage." Yarrow Wenyu recognized the commandery Princess Jiaoyu's voice. A vague sound escaped from his throat, and he slammed his forehead hard until it was bloody red. Commandery Princess Jiaoyu suddenly spoke up. "Is there someone in the carriage? Tell your master to see me." Having recognized her, the leader paid his obeisance to her and gave an excuse, "It's my master's mistress. She's making a huge racket and threatening suicide, so it isn't advisable to let her out lest she offend the commandery princess." "Commandery princess, please go on ahead." Commandery Princess Jiaoyu arched her willow-like brows. This is where the Secretariat Elder was laid to rest. "What nonsense are you spouting? Men, lift the curtains of the carriage." The leader immediately whipped out his waist token, which bore the copper seal of the garrison troops. He said, "We're on official business with official warrants in hand, acting under the orders of the Ministry of Justice. "Commandery Princess, how can you, a person without official authority, meddle in affairs of the court as you please? Even if the Marquis Helion is here in person today, he wouldn't be allowed to lift the curtain by force." Ever since marrying into the Pan clan, the Commandery Princess Jiaoyu had been living in Dancheng. After Hai Liangyi's death, she followed her husband to the capital. She had originally arranged to visit the Yarrow clan today, but who knew that the married couple would arrive only to learn that Yarrow Wenyu had yet to return from his trip into the mountains. She was familiar with Yarrow Wenyu's character. He would definitely not miss an appointment without reason, and so she had her carriage driven over to take a look. She was already of the firm belief that this group of people before her was up to no good. The leader of the group figured that there was nothing the Commandery Princess Jiaoyu could do. No one from the Fei clan of today was an influential minister serving in the imperial court, so the Marquis Helion would not go around offending people rashly. With this thought in mind, he sneered, "If the Commandery Princess isn't moving, then we'll be taking our leave first." However, before he could move, he saw the guards from the 8 great training divisions hold down the hilts of their blades in unison. An exquisite, slender finger from within the carriage gently lifted the curtain to partially reveal a temple with a flower on it. The narrow-sleeved palaceware of a court lady trailed down to the floor of the carriage, exposing the tips of satin shoes of exquisite quality, while Eastern pearls too hung down at the edge of her collar. Her voice was soft and gentle. "If the Commandery Princess doesn't have the right, how about me?" The leader of the group was still frozen in place when he heard a guard bellow, "Third Missy Hua is on board. Get on your knees now." In Kudu, besides the apple of the Empress Dowager's eye, who else would still dare to take on the address of Third Missy Hua? Cold sweat dripped profusely from the man as he immediately kneeled and kowtowed. "I deserve 1,000 deaths for obstructing the Third Missy." Chapter 149, Who are the Third? Chapter 149, Who are the Third? It was dark in Kudu. Lanterns had been raised on both sides of the streets. Hua Xiangyi's horse carriage returned to the city and made a beeline for the Pan's residence. Giving instructions to those in attendance at the sides, she simply said she wanted to have a girl-to-girl late-night chat with Jiaoyu, and so sent someone to the palace to convey the message that she would be back later. Commandery Princess Jiaoyu's path to marriage had been fraught with difficulties. Marquis Helion initially had his heart set on Yarrow Wenyu, and later Xiao Qie when the Empress Dowager had taken matters into her own hands. But in the end, neither of them worked out. Marquis Helion found it rather humiliating. He felt that Commandery Princess Jiaoyu was no longer young. What's more, she was the lawful daughter of the Fei clan born of the principal wife. It was inadvisable to drag the matter any further, and it just so happened that Han Cheng came calling on them at that time, so he had the Commandery Princess Jiaoyu betrothed to a lad from the Han clan. But this marriage did not come to fruition, because the Marquis Jr., Fei Shu, was a loafer, and he was very well aware that the lad from the Han clan was one too. In fact, that lad was even worse than that Han Jin. Fei Shu held him in contempt, finding him unworthy and undeserving of his elder sister, so he brought some men over to create a big ruckus, forcibly ripping this marriage plan to shreds. Marquis Helion could not control his son. Left without a choice, he pondered over several options, oscillating between them before deciding on Pan Yi, the second son of a concubine from the Pan clan. He was Pan Lin's younger brother. Both clans knew each other inside out, and they were both similarly part of the 8 great clans. Fei Shu carefully observed this potential elder brother-in-law for a period, and only then did Commandery Princess Jiaoyu finally marry. Pan Yi was a scholarly and refined man who originally held the post of director of the Bureau of Waterways and Irrigation under the Ministry of Works. Later, Pan Xiangjie safely made it through the public ditches case, and Pan Lin took over Wei Huaigu's post in the Ministry of Revenue. Subsequently, Pan Yi was promoted too. He was transferred back to the Pan clan's hometown of Dancheng to serve as the commandant of Dancheng. This person was fond of reading, and he had a deep respect for Yarrow Wenyu's talents and learning. That was why he had accompanied his wife when the latter went to pay Yarrow Wenyu a visit. Pan Yi was originally waiting at home when Pan Lin just so happened to get off court session. Both brothers were talking in the front hall when they heard someone come calling from behind. Pan Lin was now in charge of the Ministry of Revenue. As plenty had happened in Kudu after spring, The appointment document from the imperial court had yet to be issued, so he still carried the title of vice minister. He was taken aback after hearing the servant's report and questioned, "The third Missy wants to see me?" Hua Xiangyi had yet to be married, and she was the apple of the Empress Dowager's eye. The guards accompanying her in and out of the palace could not be underestimated. It was tough for males who were outsiders to get a glimpse of her appearance. Even if Pan Xiangjie wanted to see her, he had to be summoned. Pan Lin did not know what was going on, and he did not dare to dally either, so he hastily got up with Pan Yi and hurried over. The moment Pan Yi entered the courtyard, he saw his wife standing under the eaves weeping. There was also a physician inside the room. Pan Lin was shocked, thinking that Hua Xiangyi had been injured, so he hurried over to ask, "Younger sister-in-law, what's happened?" Commandery Princess Zhao Yu cried so hard both of her eyes were red. She clutched her handkerchief, but before she could say a word, she was racking with sobs once again. She covered her face and turned away, and Pan Yi rushed over to protect her, asking as he pulled her along, "My dear, what's going on?" Hua Xiangyi said from within the room, "The vice minister and the commandant are both elder brothers, one of mine, so there's no need to observe the formalities so scrupulously. Please come in to talk." Pan Lin felt relieved when he heard Hua Xiangyi's gentle voice, which did not sound like she was injured. He exchanged glances with Pan Yi and hesitated for a moment, then went ahead to lift the curtain and enter. There was a screen set up in the room, and Hua Xiangyi was sitting in the seat of honor. Both men kneeled and greeted in unison. These humble subjects pay their respects to the third Missy. Hua Xiangyi said, "Brothers, please rise." Through the beaded curtain at his side, Pan Lin saw a physician inside, so he asked, "Who is injured?" After a moment of silence, Hua Xiangyi answered, "Truth be told, the man lying inside is none other than the Grand Secretary's beloved pupil, Yarrow Wenyu." Pan Yi promptly exclaimed in delight, "It's Yuanzhua," but his expression changed abruptly the moment the words left his mouth. Anxious, he asked, "Oh, no. Did he get hurt on Mount Body? I heard the bridle path on Mouth Body has been in a state of disrepair for many years and is accident-prone on rainy days." Commandery Princess stood at the side and wiped her tears. "How is elder cousin brother injured because of the bridle path?" "He was hijacked and robbed." Sorrow overwhelmed her at this point. Those legs. What is he going to do in the future? Many thoughts flashed through Pan Lin's mind in an instant. He was presently at the critical juncture of a promotion. Once the appointment document to promote him to Minister of Revenue had been issued, he would only have to wait a few years for the inspection's appraisals to catch up and cancel out the impeachments he had received during the public ditches case, and his future would be a bright one paved with unlimited possibilities. Yarrow Wenyu's identity was special, and there was a political undercurrent surging through the imperial court at present. Pan Lin initially had no wish to be a part of it, lest he was deemed to be a member or supporter of one of the factions. However, he respected Hai Liangyi. Pan Lin paused for only a moment before he said, "Mount Body is on the outskirts of the city, and there are patrol squads inside and outside of Kudu. Yuanzhua's meeting with a mishap is by no means a trivial matter. Third Missy, please tell me the details first." He did not evade the issue nor begged off the matter, so Hua Xiangyi knew she had been right to find him. Pan Lin had a bad temper, and the only friend he had to have fun with together was Fei Shi. The one he could not deign to deal with the most was Xue Xiui. Back then, after the public ditches case, Xiao Qie had hosted a banquet after being conferred a noble title, and Pan Lin had gone at his invitation. Humiliated in every way possible by Xue Xiui during the feast, Pan Lin had made a vow that even if he were to starve to death in the future, he would never sit at the same table as the Xue clan. From then on, he did not interact or socialize any further with the Xue clan. Xue Xiuzhua was now at the height of power in Kudu because of his support to the heir apparent to the throne, and even so, Pan Lin had never paid him a visit. Xiao Qie helped the Pan clan out of their predicament back then, saving Pan Xiangjie from being put to death by Wei Huaigu during the public ditches case, and the Kudu public ditches blueprint that Pan Lin had repaid him with later went on to become the key that helped Qiao Qianya and the rest escape from Kudu. Later, Xiao Qie was trapped in an encirclement by Han Cheng, who meant to kill him. He bore the charge of plotting to murder Emperor Qianchen, and despite that, Pan Lin did not hurry over himself to draw a clear line between them. His father, Pan Xiangjie, was a fence-sitter who swayed wherever the wind blew, but he, Pan Lin, could stand up to being called upright. Hua Xiangyi gave him an account of their encounter with Yarrow Wenyu in a hushed tone. Eventually, she said, "Would the vice minister be willing to hear a few words from me?" Pan Lin answered, "This humble subject is all ears." Hua Xiangyi looked slightly out of the corner of her eye at that beaded curtain. A moment later, she said, "The storm brewing in Kudu is currently unstoppable. The trouble Yuanzhua came face to face with today is by no means a coincidence. The vice minister knows better than me about the affairs of the imperial court. The Grand Secretary's remonstration by death will be a matter of regret for Dazhou through the ages. Yuanzhua is not only the Grand Secretary's beloved pupil but also the Yarrow clan's beloved son. His reputation is now in tatters because of the Imperial College incident, but his talents and learning still remain, and his moral integrity still exists. His resolution and ambition will be all the stronger after going through this tribulation, and there is no reason he can't make a comeback in the future and lead the literati of the world to recreate the glory of the Imperial College." Pan Lin said nothing. After a long silence, Hua Xiangyi continued, "Yuanzhua must leave Kudu as soon as possible after tonight. I'm about to marry far away to Chidong, and it'd be inconvenient for me to come and go freely. Although I have an imperial palace rank, I can't openly send him out of the capital with great fanfare." At this point, Hua Xiangyi rose to her feet and slowly kneeled to bow to Pan Lin across the screen. Pan Lin's face turned pale. He strode a step forward and said, "This won't do. Third Missy, please rise quickly." Hua Xiangyi kowtowed and said, "Yuanzhua is blessed to have been successively taught by wise teachers in this life. I've read all of his essays. The heir apparent to the throne has just been established, and the Hanlin Academy is now an empty shell. The tripartite balance of power with Auntie at the lead cannot last for long, and Kong Chiu can barely fend for himself. I may be a girl, but I know that outstanding men of talents are hard to find." She paused for a moment, then solemnly continued, "Chengji, please." She addressed Pan Lin by his courtesy name, saying it from the bottom of her heart. Pan Lin could not help but look ashamed to see the extent that Hua Xiangyi was willing to go to save Yarrow Wenyu. He hurriedly said, "Third Missy, please get up. I value Yuanzhua's talents. This is what we ought to do, to begin with. Tomorrow morning, Yuanzhua will follow my younger sister-in-law out of Kudu and rest up in Dancheng first. After he recovers from his injuries, he can decide what to do on his own." Hai Liangyi came to his mind at this point. He continued, "Although the Grand Secretary and some of us do not see eye to eye in politics, I still hold him in esteem. How gallant is it for a civil minister to remonstrate with his death? I ought to lend a helping hand, even if for the Grand Secretary." Hua Xiangyi continued, "The other party must already know about Yuanzhua's escape from death today. To be on the safe side, I'd like to ask the Vice Minister to think of a way to pull the wool over their eyes." Pan Lin answered, "I already have an idea in mind. It's already getting late now, I can't stay any longer." Hua Xiangyi stood up and let the maidservant support her as she went over to the side of the beaded curtains. She looked at Yarrow Wenyu inside, his face white as a sheet. In the end, she said nothing and took her leave. 2 hours after Hua Xiangyi's departure, a corpse wrapped in a straw mat was sent out through the back doors of the Pan's residence. Those in the outer courtyard inquiring about it did not know the details. All they heard was that it was a beggar the commandery Princess Jiaoyu brought back from outside who had died of sickness in the middle of the night. The pursuing troops who had been crouching in wait for many hours followed all the way to the burial grounds to examine the corpse. The leader found out that the body fit Yarrow Wenyu's physique to a T, even the wounds from his broken legs were identical. The only thing was that the face of the corpse was disfigured. However, the bite marks on his lips were similar. Not daring to dally, the man withdrew with his men back to the residence to make his report. The next day, Commandery Princess Jiaoyu and Pan Yi departed for Dancheng. She had just given birth to a child, and there were so many nannies and maidservants accompanying her that just the carriage alone numbered in the dozens. Pan Lin went to attend morning court. As he stood at the foot of the stairs to wait, he saw Kong Chiu and Center Yu standing in front. Worried that there were people in the imperial court watching, he did not go forward. Nowadays, The heir apparent to the throne rose at the hour of yin and attended classes at the hour of mao. The participants in the classics colloquium put together by the Grand Secretariat were all carefully handpicked scholars and academicians from the Hanlin Academy, and the morning classes could not be finished before midday. Meanwhile, the Empress Dowager was still the one holding court behind the screen. Li Jianting merely switched from attending classes in the Shui's residence to attending classes in the palace. As long as the Grand Secretariat did not pass the vote, she would have to continue to be a student. The Ministry of Rites had long been making preparations for the enthronement, but the grand ceremony now seemed light years away with Kong Qiu and the rest suppressing it. Shui Xiuzhua was still teaching Li Jianting. Li Jianting did not have the authority to participate in government and political affairs, although she had the right to attend court and listen in. She slept very little every day. After morning classes, she would take a short nap, then it would be the Grand Secretariat Council led by Kong Qiu and Shui Xiuzhua in the afternoon. All matters of the 6 ministries, regardless of significance, had to be reported by the Grand Secretariat. Li Jianting rarely spoke up as they stood and deliberated over those matters, but her attitude was respectful and prudent. Whether it was morning classes or the councils, she would always arrive before the ministers and stand deferentially under the eaves of Mingli Hall to await them. Kong Qiu and Center Yu initially disliked Li Jianting, but even they had to concede that Li Jianting's attitude was sincere enough. Her desire to learn was far more evident than Li Jianheng's. Pan Lin prepared to board the carriage after he left the court. Just as he was about to lower the curtains, he saw Shui Xiuzhua walking out of the palace gates with another person. Both men's eyes met for an instant. Pan Lin nodded calmly and managed with some effort to bow partially to him. Only then did he let down the curtain of the carriage. Qiao Tianya shut the window, making a slight noise. Yarrow Wenyu woke up. It was as if he had just stepped out from the shaking carriage. The stifling heat was everywhere. He turned his eyes and saw Qiao Tianya. Qiao Tianya said, "It's now the 3rd quarter of the hour of yin. You can sleep for a little longer." Yarrow Wenyu said expressionlessly, "Having awoken from a dream, I'm none too keen to return to it." Qiao Tianya poured tea and took a sip, then raised his cup at Yarrow Wenyu. "Want a drink?" After a moment of silence, Yarrow Wenyu said, "Tea is tasteless. Change it to wine. You have yet to recover from your injuries. It's inadvisable for you to drink wine." As Qiao Tianya spoke, he took down the wine at the side of his waist, shook it a few times, and twisted it open to drink it himself. "I'll drink it for you. You can watch." After Qiao Tianya was done drinking, Yarrow Wenyu said, "Excellent wine." The bangs on Qiao Tianya's forehead slipped down and covered his eyes. His stubble, which had grown out recently, had yet to be shaved clean. On hearing Yarrow Wenyu, he stroked it a couple of times and said, "Wine that costs a few strings of copper coins can't really be considered excellent. If you get better, I'm willing to spend tens of taels of silver to let you taste real, excellent wine." The corner of Yarrow Wenyu's lips shifted slightly. Qiao Tianya leaned against the table and looked at him. "The military craftsman from Libei will arrive in a few days. I can go out with you to appreciate the autumn scenery of Tizhou." Yarrow Wenyu's smile faded. He looked out of the window. There was the tinkling sound of the wind chimes under the eaves again. He was quiet for a very long time before he said, "May I trouble you to ask the vice commander to prepare a generous gift on my behalf for the grand wedding between Hua and Qi tomorrow. 3rd Missy Hua saved my life. Please thank her on my behalf too. Don't tell her anything else. Just say I'm fine." Qiao Tianya answered in the affirmative. Yarrow Wenyu's gaze relaxed. He said, "Let's play the zither." When Shen Zechuan got up, he heard the faint sound of the 7-stringed zither 3 from the courtyard. Fei Sheng teased, "This Qiao Tianya is truly a deep one with hidden talents." Shen Zechuan tilted his head and said, "The Qiao clan fell into decline, and all the delicate sensibilities he possessed as a young master vanished along with it. The most difficult time was during his exile, when he had to fight for food with stray dogs and take care of his elder sister-in-law at the same time. All that he has left today is that 7-stringed zither of his. He cleans and caresses it every day, and he cherishes it very much, so much that he never plays it for others. This is his pride." Fei Sheng had seen that 7-stringed zither before. Not even Ding Dao dared to touch it. He did not understand this bit of pride, but he did not speak up to vilify it. He had worked together with Qiao Tianya for many years. Although he had been wanting to take Qiao Tianya's place all this while from Kudu to Zizhou, he was still nevertheless willing to acknowledge Qiao Tianya's capabilities. Chapter 150, Treacherous Minister. Chapter 150, Treacherous Minister. Due to the recent death of Emperor Tianchen, it was customary for the marriage between Hua and Qi to be postponed. However, Xiao Qie rebelled his way out of Kudu, and Kudu had favors to ask of Chidong, so the Empress Dowager and Grand Secretariat mulled over the matter numerous times before eventually deciding to marry Hua Xiangyi off in the 7th month. The Empress Dowager went all out this time, and the dowry she prepared for Hua Xiangyi spanned more than 10 li. Arrangements made by the Ministry of Rites were all done in accordance with the wedding protocols for a princess. The ceremonial guards of honor sending her off were personally led by Han Cheng himself, and there were countless wet nurses and maidservants following along in her retinue. Hua Xiangyi boarded the horse carriage. Just as it was about to depart, the Empress Dowager took 2 steps after it and almost called out to her. But she had to be mindful of her image and uphold her dignity after all, so she could only hold on to Matron Liuxiang's arm and muttered softly as the eastern pearls by her ears swayed. "My little darling." The ceremonial guards of honor left Kudu and headed for Chidong along Chuanqing's public roads, during which they would pass by Chazhou. Han Cheng was initially worried that the bandits from Chazhou would rob them, so he specially brought along men from the 8 great training divisions, but the journey was unexpectedly uneventful. Luo Mu even sent over his congratulatory gifts when they passed by. They continued to travel south, where Qi Zhuyin was already waiting for them within Chidong's borders. Speaking of this Qi Zhuyin, Han Cheng's horse stuck close to the carriage as he spoke to Hua Xiangyi with the carriage curtain between them. "Third Missy hasn't met her before, right?" A soft sound of affirmation rose from within. Han Cheng loved flaunting his seniority. On hearing her, he perked up and said, "Let this old subject share some domestic trivialities with the third Missy. Although Qi Zhuyin is a girl, she is not easy to get along with. The third Missy typically resides in the inner palace, so you must have not known how ferocious she looks every year she enters the capital. The Ministry of Revenue was in a tight spot during the reign of Shenda, and yet she dared to command her soldiers to obstruct His Excellency Wei's sedan for the military salaries for the Chidong troops. But the Ministry of Revenue genuinely could not afford to pay up, and left without a choice, she associated herself with the ruffians who were also loan sharks in Kudu and hung out with them in the streets. Hua Xiangyi had only seen Qi Zhuyin through a screen before. In that feast of 100 officials where all the civil ministers and military generals were men, Qi Zhuyin was a special case. She did not stand out much during her early years in Chidong. Before Qi Shiyu handed over his commander seal, everyone was speculating about which of her brothers would take over. After the expedition to rescue Qi Shiyu, Qi Zhuyin was first denied entry to the capital. The imperial court dragged the matters on for several months on the grounds that her military achievements were still pending investigation. Then, there was the Yulong Terrace fiasco when the day of her conferment drew closer. Even with the backing of the Empress Dowager, Qi Zhuyin merely took over Qi Shiyu's commander seal and did not inherit Qi Shiyu's title. In other words, every battle that Qi Zhuyin fought today only built up prestige for Chidong and not for herself. If she did not get married in this life, she would continue to be considered a daughter of Qi even after retiring from the front lines, with no title to her name. Conversely, her brothers would be set for life as long as they beget sons soonest possible. Han Cheng was still talking, but Hua Xiangyi seemed to have fallen asleep inside the carriage. Han Cheng gradually felt bored and stopped talking in awkward embarrassment. The ceremonial guards of honor traveled until the hour of view when a streak of red suddenly emerged on the horizon. Horses' hoofs thundered in unison amidst the billowing waves of heat, revealing the light cavalry that stretched far into the distance, all dressed in red robes. The military flag of Chidong fluttered in the wind, like a dragon soaring straight for them, while a storm of yellow sand surged forth and slapped Han Cheng's entire face full of dust. Qi Wei took the lead and dismounted his horse, brandishing the flag as he bellowed, "WL't come." The light cavalry behind him got off their horses and simultaneously went down on one knee, their armors clanging resoundingly as they raised their arms and shouted in chorus, "We extend our respectful welcome to Madam." These two thunderous roars left the palace maids from Kudu so shaken that their hearts went pounding. Even Han Cheng almost clutched at his chest. Beating away the dust, he knitted his brows and asked, "Where's the commander?" The sound of horse hooves circled over towards them, then that red figure was already right before the horse carriage. Before Han Cheng could stop her, Qi Zhuyin lifted the curtain with the sheath of her blade and tilted her head to peer inside. Hua Xiangyi had yet to have her head covered with a veil, and there was a golden jade phoenix coronet perched on her head as she looked at Qi Zhuyin in shock, her chest pounding hard. She did not have a clue what Qi Zhuyin was trying to do. "Yo!" Qi Zhuyin greeted her. Stepmother, one shocked, Han Cheng hurriedly stepped forward to close the carriage curtain. He could not help but rebuke, "We have yet to arrive in Tsungjuan Commandery, so how can the Commander-in-Chief simply lift the third Missy's curtain?" "Just taking a look." Rebuffed, Qi Zhuyin retracted her hand and said, "How many times have you taken a break during the journey? According to the estimated time, you should have arrived yesterday." Han Cheng followed after Qi Zhuin's horse and answered, "It's a long journey, and it's hard to guarantee that nothing will happen if we are in too much of a hurry. I thought the Commander-in-Chief would be waiting to receive us at the southern side of Chazhou, but in the end, we didn't see you even after all that waiting. I'm only just hurried back from Bianjuan, so I don't have much time to spare." As Qi Zhuyin spoke, she looked back and asked Han Cheng, "Why are you getting off your horse?" Han Cheng looked around the place. "It's already the hour of you now, it should be here." Qi Zhuyin pointed to the east with her horsewhip and said, "Continue on your way for a little further, and you'll be able to reach Tsungjuan Commandery at the hour of high. There's a bridle path in Tsungjuan, and the road to Tsungjuan Commandery will be a tad smoother. Get on your horse." Han Cheng had been on the go for an entire day, and he was exhausted at this point. He still wanted to say something, but Qi Zhuyin had already spurred her horse on and left. Qi Wei mounted his horse from his end and led his light cavalry to surround the ceremonial procession, then said to Han Cheng politely, "Commander, let's go." Even if Han Cheng was a bigwig in Kudu, he had no authority over the affairs of the Ministry of War and Ministry of Revenue. The imperial bodyguards could throw their weight around in Kudu and other places, but to Qi Zhuyin, they were of no threat. She was the commander-in-chief of Chidong's 5 commanderies troops. Chidong was her territory. Han Cheng had no say here. What's more, when the Empress Dowager herself even had to rely on the Chidong garrison troops now. Han Cheng bore a grudge deep down, but he could not let it show on his expression yet. All he could do was smile at Qi Wei and get on his horse to continue with the journey. Hua Xiangyi returned to her senses, her heart still palpitating from the fleeting glimpse of the stunning sight earlier. The curtain of the carriage swayed, and she tilted her head slightly to look through the gap, where she saw the back view of Qi Zhuyin as she rode her horse ahead. Qi Zhuyin was tall and slender. She must have made a special effort to dress up today. She had to ride a horse, so she did not have her hair up in a high bun as was common in Kudu, but she still looked very chic. There were no hair accessories like hairpins, double-edged fine-toothed comb, or exquisite pearls in her hair, making her appear all the more neat and tidy. She was a pretty one. Hua Xiangyi still wanted to continue sizing her up, but then she saw her look back abruptly. Xiao Qie said to send his congratulations, but he still had someone prepare a gift. Xiao Jiming also had to prepare a gift on his end. Their relationship with Chidong was not all that bad. Even if it was a little delicate at the moment, the friendship was still there, especially with Qi Zhuyin. The wedding between Hua and Qi was a declaration of the temporary victory of the Empress Dowager in the tussle for power in Kudu. The Grand Secretariat could only first stabilize the heir apparent to the throne before they had the latitude to continue with the contention for dominance. It was at this moment Xue Xiuzhua made a wise decision. He submitted a memorial to negotiate with the Grand Secretariat and had Jiang Qingshan released back to Jueshi, thereby securing the granaries in Kudu. Yarrow Wenyu sat in the wheelchair and let Qiao Tianya push him outdoors. The weather in Xizhou had been rather bad lately. Autumn rain was on its way, and the scenery in the outskirts of the city was even more bleak and desolate. Yarrow Wenyu had been out of the sun for many days, and right this moment, he seemed to have become a jade laid bare out there for all to see. "It's just as you expected." Shun Zichuan looked at the vast expanse of autumn leaves and the solemnly quiet lands as he stood at Yarrow Wenyu's side. He really transferred Jiang Qingshan back to Jueshi. I originally thought Jiang Qingshan ought to have gone to Huaizhou even if it was to suppress Cizhou. In a rare moment today, Zhu Gui was wearing a body-fitting outfit too, having also ridden his way here on horseback. He wiped his sweat and said, Luoxia Pass is close to the city of Quancheng, and Quancheng is the native hometown of the Shui clan. It's only to be expected for him to be worried. I didn't think he would really be willing to send Jiang Qingshan back to Jueshi. Holding the cat in his sleeve, Yarrow Wenyu said, it's because of the geographical location of Luoxia Pass and the city of Quancheng. It's inevitable that both of you would have such concerns. Going by the present situation, putting Jiang Qingshan in Huaizhou would be the most advantageous to Shui Xiuzhua and the Shui clan. The soles of Shun Zichuan's boots trod across the fallen leaves. He stood still and lost himself in his thoughts. If Jiang Qingshan was transferred to the prefecture of Huaizhou, he would, firstly, be able to challenge Cizhou and obstruct the trade route between Cizhou, Chazhou, and Huaizhou from taking shape. Secondly, he would be able to ensure that Quancheng would be safe and sound, as well as join forces with Quancheng to put pressure on Luoxia Pass, and subsequently, Libei. These were all matters that Shun Zichuan could think of himself, and naturally, so could Shui Xiuzhua. Yet, he still forsook the safety of Quancheng and chose Jueshi, just like Yarrow Wenyu predicted. Shui Xiuzhua had Jiang Qingshan released back. Shun Zichuan's expression was grave. And this is what makes him tough to deal with. This maneuver not only meant that Shui Xiuzhua would restrict Libei's and Zhongguo's development through the grains, but also that he did not give a damn about the personal gains and losses of the Shui clan. In other words, he harbored no selfish desires, which made him completely different from Hua Xiqian, Wei Huaigu, and the others. What he sought was not benefits for one party. Jiang Qingshan takes a hard approach on policies, and his local governance is effective. There are rumors in Kudu that he will not tolerate a thorn in his side, but in truth, it's quite the opposite. Yarrow Wenyu flexed his fingers and stroked the cat. Jueshi has 13 cities, with 2 prefectures and 2 harbors. It's now a veritable granary of dazhou. The Shi clan's business is by far its largest in Jueshi, and even the waterways of the Hua clan in Dicheng have to go through it. If the vice commander has been to Jueshi before, you'd understand that Jueshi's prosperity did not happen by coincidence. Jiang Qingshan is an extraordinarily broad-minded man who uses people regardless of their family status and social standing. He would never make excuses to decline in the face of major matters, but he also knows not to go too far when dealing with minor issues. He never lets go of all that he ought to have a firm grip on, and he never regrets all that he should relax his hold on. With such a provincial administration commissioner, it's not surprising for Jueshi to swiftly get back on its feet after the natural disaster in the reign of Xianda. Jiang Qingshan is such a person. He cited Shui Xiuzhua as his bosom friend in life, precisely because they shared the same political views and ambitions. On hearing this, Zhu Gui nodded. I've long heard of the political achievements of these two people. When the Grand Secretary promoted Shui Xiuzhua to the Court of Judicial Review back then, no one in the imperial court opposed. The vice commander has also read Shui Xiuzhua's essays on contemporary politics before. Yarrow Wenyu said. Does the vice commander still remember the Grand Mentor's wish? Shun Zichuan knew it by heart, because he inherited Qi Hualian's knowledge and understood best what Qi Hualian wanted to do back then. After a moment of silence, he said, to unify the management of Dazhou's household registries, to survey all the fertile farmlands in the world, to consolidate the miscellaneous local taxes, and to restore the cash flow of the state treasury. Yarrow Wenyu looked at the mountains in the distance and said, these are what Shui Xiuzhua wants to accomplish. He and Teacher are both striving for the same thing if you look at it on this point alone. Teacher has the support of Kong Qiu, Center Yu, and the various officials of humble backgrounds, while Shui Xiuzhua has the support of the industrious and practical action takers with Jiang Qingshan at the lead. He's not alone. But could the current Dazhou really do it? It took Qi Hualian many years to implement the registration of households into the Census Registry 3 in the local areas. Why was the Eastern Palace framed for rebellion? Because the next on the list was the surveillance of farmlands. The misappropriation of the commoners' fields in the 8 cities of Kudu was rather severe. Once the policy was implemented, The noble clans not only had to return the commoners' fields and receive their sentence according to the law, they also had to bear the land and field taxes themselves. Killing the crown prince would prevent the policy from being implemented. Hai Liangyi taught Li Jianheng the way he did to treat the problem at its source. He hoped Li Jianheng would be able to maintain a tight hold over the Grand Secretariat and wield his authority to make changes and overhaul the system from top down. For this, he was willing to charge valiantly forth in Li Jianheng's place. But Li Jianheng could not do it. Xue Xiuzhua realized this way earlier than Hai Liangyi did. He instantly abandoned Li Jianheng, no longer holding out any hope for this emperor, or even the Li clan. He needed a new emperor, one who could sit quietly on the throne. It had to be the case that this emperor would never interfere with the Grand Secretariat, nor sway left and right in the struggle between those from the noble clans and those of humble backgrounds. Even more so, he would not be partial towards the frontier with heavy military presence for the sake of so-called brotherhood. And so he found Li Jianting. But a plan like this took too long. Kudu was changing every single moment. Sun Zichuan himself was a variable. In Kudu, he was at best an abandoned pawn on Xue Xiuzhua's chessboard, one who could be off-handedly discarded after dealing with Shi Hongxian and Wei Huaigu, wiped out in that heavy downpour just like Xiao Qie. Xue Xiuzhua had no selfish desires, and this was what was so terrifying about him. Xue Xiui had repeatedly ridiculed, mocked, and even humiliated Xue Xiuzhua, but Xue Xiuzhua did not kill off this lawful eldest brother of his, because, in his eyes, Xue Xiui was not important at all. Dead or alive, he made no difference, just like the dust at his feet. He wanted to kill Qi Hualien, because Qi Hualien was the tutor of the Emperor of Dazhou. He wanted to kill Yarou Wenyu, because Yarou Wenyu was a phenomenal talent. He gave these two men the chance to choose before, but in the end, both of them turned him down. Releasing a strategist, who could not be used for his own purpose, back into the wild was akin to gifting the world's famous sword to another. And it was only by killing them that he would be able to eliminate the roots of troubles down the road. A solitary wild goose flew across the horizon. Frost and fog gradually materialized, and a hue of colors washed over the cold-blighted forest. It was getting more and more chilly by the day. Qiao Tianya casually covered Yarou Wenyu with a thick coat. They were still in the forest. Sun Zichuan tapped his folding fan against his palm, his gaze following Hongyang Mountains southward as he said, when Xue Xiuzhua was teaching the heir apparent to the throne, he likely did not think that Dazhou would have collapsed to such an extent in just a mere few years. There is no one in this world who can take every single thing into account and come up with a foolproof strategy. The military provisions incident that forced Lu Guangbai into rebelling is a variable. Chidong missed the opportunity to hunt down Xi'an because they lost Lu Guangbai, and Kudu went from besieging Xiao Qie to releasing a tiger back to its mountain. For the events that befell men were always unexpected, be it Lu Guangbai, Sun Zichuan, Xiao Qie, Yarou Wenyu, or even any of the other nameless faces out there. Heaven gave every person a different challenge, and in climbing back to their feet and surviving, those who had initially been trapped in their circumstances had all fought and broken free of their shackles. Turbulent times meant that the order of the world no longer existed. Anyone could fight for a slice of the pie if they so wished. If there were those who clung on to the fragments already broken, then there would also be those who brandished their weapons to break through the impasse. This was the era of treacherous ministers and traitors. It was in the midst of the thick fog when the raindrops fell. Fei Sheng opened up an umbrella and held it over Sun Zichuan. They reined in their horses and made their way back. Autumn had finally come to Cizhou. The wind sent the sleeves of Sun Zichuan's robes billowing, nearly blowing away his blue handkerchief. At the same time Sun Zichuan grasped onto the handkerchief, the falling leaves dancing all over the sky passed by him. Yellow, withered leaves spiraled up in the wind, where the rain pelted at them, sending them falling at Xiao Qie's feet. Jiyu Jin returned on horseback, waving a small flag as he shouted, "The bridle path ahead has collapsed. Master, we are trapped here." Xiao Qie mounted his horse. Wu Ziyu spurred his horse on forward from behind and braved the rain to say, "Zhao Hui's troops haven't arrived, and the Tudalong banner lies 10 li away from here. Hason's cavalry is nearby. The grain wagons are too heavy." Tan Tai Hu wiped off the rainwater. "Unless we abandon the provisions and take a detour, We are bound to come across Hason's cavalry tonight. There are insufficient supplies at the battlegrounds. If this batch of provisions falls into Hason's hands, his lordship is going to get hit hard. Chen Yang tugged at the reins, his face red from the cold. We can stay here, but master has to go. Based on the military orders a few days ago, Xiao Qie, on making a detour from Beijing to the north, had to go past the bridle path of the original Changzhou camp to first provide supplies for Zhao Hui, then head towards the battlegrounds to replenish Xiao Fengshu's stock. When they arrived at this spot, they should theoretically be received by Zhao Hui's 3 great training divisions of Luoyang, but Zhao Hui had not appeared. Meng was also unable to fly too far to carry out reconnaissance due to the rainstorm today. It was as though Xiao Qie had been blindfolded. The expression in Xiao Qie's eyes was unbelievably calm as he gave free rein to the raindrops trickling across his cheeks and commanded in a grave tone over the noise, "Turn around. We're heading for the Tudalong Banner." Chapter 151, Roundup. Chapter 151, Roundup. The Tudalong Banner was located in the eastern mountain ranges of the Hongyang Mountains. It was to the northwest of the Shei camp, and leading directly east of was the Biancha 12 tribes. Before this year, it was not a place of contention for both sides, but with Libei's repeatedly retreating battlefront, this place became a strategic point above the battleground. Hu Heilu's squad broke through the checkpoints and watchtowers ahead, so Changzhou camp could only confront them on the west side of the Tudalong Banner. Both sides often engage in slanging matches across the marshland of the Tudalong Banner. Xiao Qie took a detour from the Bianbo camp, which just so happened to put him to the south of Changzhou camp. But the collapse blocked off the bridle path leading right to Changzhou camp, and the Tudalong Banner lay just to the right. Hason's squad often wandered around this area. If Xiao Qie refused to abandon the grains to extricate himself, then he could only come face to face with Hason with the supplies in tow. However, the grain wagons were too heavy. Wu Ziyu's armored cavalry could not run on mud, and the imperial army did not have enough light cavalry to interfere. Under such circumstances, it was simply too dangerous to turn around and head for the Tudalong Banner. Wu Ziyu wanted to refute, but Chen Yang and the rest had already turned their horses around. That was a kind of trust that could not be described with words alone. They unconditionally obeyed Xiao Qie. Even if it was a critical moment of life and death right this moment, they could immediately carry it out, as long as it was Xiao Qie's commands. Wu Ziyu, who stood among them, involuntarily shuddered. It was now 1/4 the hour of Shun, and the sky was overcast, having been affected by the rainstorm. Ji Yujin was well acquainted with this area, and the convoy squad entered Tudalong Banner. The grain wagons rolled heavily across the mudholes, just a little oversight, and they would sink in them. Everyone stilled their breathing and focused with rapt attention, not daring to be sloppy in the slightest. Xiao Qie wanted to conceal the grain wagons here. No matter how brave the cavalry of Biancha was, they would not enter the Tudalong Banner rashly. The marshland was similarly a difficult place for them to navigate. Besides, rainy days affected not just Xiao Qie, but Hason as well. Meng's inability to do reconnaissance meant that the Seika falcons were not able to either. Both sides could not get a clear look at the other party's movements through the rainstorm. They could only rely on their knowledge of the battlefield to make their moves against each other. But this kind of delicate balance could only be maintained in the rainstorm. Once the rain stopped, Xiao Qie's current squad would not be able to withstand Hason's assault. Wu Ziyu, stay to guard over the grain wagons. Xiao Qie said rapidly. Let the armored cavalry hang up the chains to surround the grain wagons. The paths around the Tudalong Banner were all muddy, and the armored cavalry were too heavy on rainy days. It was easy for the horses' hooves to get bogged down in the mud, so staying behind to watch over the grain wagons was the most appropriate decision to make. The chains were something Xiao Fengshu had them equipped with. Hooked them on the armors, and they could turn the armored cavalry into the grain wagon's armor. That way, even if Hason could break through Xiao Qie's guerrilla attack and enter the inner area of the Tudalong Banner, he would still be unable to break up the iron wall of the armored cavalry right at once. Xiao Qie remained in place and said to the imperial army, Hason is leading the Hanshi tribe. Their speed is fast, and their strikes are powerful. We can't catch up to them or stop them. But the east side where they are located is overgrown with bushes, which makes it easy for us to hide. The Saker Falcon can't go ahead with their patrols on rainy days. This is an opportunity. It was clear who was the stronger and weaker one between the enemy and them. Xiao Qiye could not let Hason's squad remain intact. He would have no chance of winning if that was the case. He had the Imperial army split up into small groups to feel their way out of the Tudorlong Banner's marshland, set up ropes to trip the enemy's horses, then similarly break up and divert the unsuspecting Biancha cavalry all over the Tudorlong Banner. As long as the Biancha cavalry fell off their horses, they would lose their advantage. Jiyu Jin should bypass Hason's squad and rush over to the battlefield at top speed. Xiao Qiye turned around and looked at Jiyu Jin. Zhao Hui didn't come, and that means the three great training divisions of Liuyang are unable to move at this moment. The war situation further north is likely to be more dire than we thought. We can only now ask the battleground for reinforcements. Ji Jin had been injured before in the Tudorlong Banner. He knew the roads of the Tudorlong Banner by heart. He promptly voiced an acknowledgement and led a row of lightly equipped scouts on ahead. Laohu, head northeast. I'll go to the east. Chen Yang, assume personal command here. As Xiao Qiye spoke, he strode forward. No matter what, we have to ensure the army provisions can be successfully delivered to the site of battle. Having followed Xiao Qiye bustle all over the place, Chen Yang knew best about the status of the various granaries reserves in Libei. If Xiao Qiye were defeated, then Chen Yang would have to release a falcon once the rain stopped to inform the Northeast Provisions bridle path to reallocate army provisions up north without further delay. As the convoy squad, their lives and deaths were nowhere near as important as the army provisions for the battlegrounds. This place was close to Hongyang Mountains. The rain would not be stopping any time soon. The Imperial army who was lying low in the mudholes had to endure the bone-chilling cold. Their inner garment clung to their skin, having already been drenched through. All their limbs had to be soaked in the mud, and it took less than an hour for all their fingers and toes to be frozen. The autumnal rains of Libei were like blades. August had barely begun, yet the temperature had already dropped so low it appeared snow might fall any moment. The convoy squad had yet to change into outer coats to keep out the cold. Long before heading out, Xiao Qiye had already asked that they switch the water they carried on hand with on horseback. One strong wine could dispel the cold, and thus it was a pivotal item to have in this frontier of capricious wind and snow. Xiao Qiye crouched in a mudhole and chugged down the wine, one mouthful at a time. For the most part, the battle between Libei and Biancha would not drag past the 8th or 9th month, as a further delay meant the coming of snow, where the grasslands of both parties would be ravaged by raging snowstorms. During the long and harsh winter, groups of Libei's military craftsmen would spend this time tirelessly reforging and repairing equipment for the armored cavalry. On the other end, Biancha would herd their flocks of sheep closer to the south. Everyone would spontaneously enter a period of truce without fail. It was only during the third year of the reign of Xianda that something unforeseen had happened. Then, the Hanshi tribe headed south and breached the banks of Chashi River to relieve considerable pressure on the provisions for the 12 tribes of Biancha. For some reason, in the past couple of days, Xiao Qiye had a premonition that there would be no truce this winter. Amuer's combat style was too aggressive. If what Amuer had done in early spring was to enter his enemy's territory to plunder food, then right now, Amuer seemed more like he was full-on suppressing Libei with no intention of retreat. By transferring Hason over here from Chidong, Amuer was deploying and letting loose his most powerful troops on the battlefields of Libei, which were completely unlike the small-scaled battles and skirmishes they had engaged in during the last few years. All of a sudden, the sound of horse hooves rose through the rain. Xiao Qiye hung back his flask and held up 2 fingers to signal for the Imperial army behind him to get down. He crouched down, his face almost touching the mudhole, and used only his eyes to search the bushes in the rain. A troop of cavalrymen appeared amidst the pouring rain, the hooves of their horses splashing muddy water all over as they galloped. Xiao Qiye silently observed them, and Longli blade gradually slid out of its sheath as the distance between them shortened. The sound of horse hooves intensified, while the sound of the Biancha cavalry's whistle dispersed in the rain. Xiao Qiye had already felt a slight tremor with the palm he had pressed against the ground. He did not move, and neither did the Imperial army behind him. The Biancha cavalry was just right before them, just a couple steps more, and they would be trampling over the imperial army. But then, the horse in the lead suddenly neighed, its front hooves caught by the rope. The horse's front knees protruded forward, and it fell straight down. A wave of mud instantly splashed over Xiao Qie's face. He moved. At the same time the cavalryman fell down along with the horse. Longly blade had already broken free of its sheath. Xiao Qie cleaved down at the man. Fresh blood that spewed from the neck of the man gushed into the mud hole. The cavalrymen behind the man were caught off guard, and consequently, their formation was thrown into disarray. Xiao Qie did not give the other party the chance to regroup. The imperial army followed him closely as he killed his way into the Biancha cavalry. A blend of mud and blood trickled onto Xiao Qie's nape. The pungency of on horseback flooded through his stomach, causing him to burn up all over. This was like a head-on blow that swiftly sent the Biancha cavalry gathering their wits about them. Both parties were small squads, fighting at close quarters and killing one another as the rainwater poured over them. But it was a quick battle. By the time the Biancha cavalry pulled themselves together, the imperial army had soundlessly vanished into the torrential rain again. The Biancha cavalry squads set up around the Tudorlong banner all received varying degrees of assaults from the imperial army. As soon as they tried to follow up with an attack, these batches of ruffian soldiers would shrink back in retreat. The Biancha cavalry was forced to come to a halt beyond the marshland of the Tudorlong banner. Whenever they wanted to turn back and rejoin the others, the imperial army would sneak up on them and attack. After a few times, the Biancha cavalry was beyond fed up. They could not use their speed to full advantage, and their charges were all over the place. They were just like headless flies being harassed by the imperial army, who shoved and kicked them. Pent-up rage simmered in them as they fought with ire and resentment. Xiao Qie was hidden under the torrential rain all this time. The Biancha cavalry could not make out the exact hiding place of the imperial army at all. Without the heavy armors and horses of the Libe armored cavalry, the imperial army could disappear from the Biancha cavalry's field of vision as long as they lie low on the ground, coming and going elusive like a shadow. Very quickly, Xiao Qie's wine was drunk down to the last drop. At the hour of Shu, the sky grew completely dark. The Biancha cavalry was still trapped by the imperial army at the fringe of the Tudorlong banner, unable to advance or retreat. Chances of victory kept improving. It seemed as if Xiao Qie had grasped the rhythm of the battle. He would not let it go to his head. It did not matter if the Biancha cavalry showed weakness or resorted to intimidation, the rhythm remained firmly in his control. But time lapsed, and Xiao Qie still had yet to catch sight of Hasten. The chill was even more intense in the night, and it was incomparably pitch dark all around. Xiao Qie's boots were choked full of mud. Rainy days were wet and slippery. In order to prevent his blade from slipping off his hand, Xiao Qie had it bound to the area between his thumb and index finger with a strip of cloth. At this point, the cloth was soaked through and utterly waterlogged. He squatted in place and tore away the old one to replace it with a new one. Man's physical strength was limited. This kind of back-and-forth battle required both sides to be on high alert at all times. Nerves had to be stretched taut. They could not afford to make even the slightest oversight or negligence. But Xiao Qie had to catch his breath too. He closed his eyes slightly and shook his head twice so that he would not go numb from the repetitive actions. By tomorrow latest at the hour of Chen, the reinforcements from the battlegrounds would have hurried their way over. Tonight was of crucial importance. But heaven still favored Xiao Qie. Even if the rain were to abate some, there would be no starlight and moonlight tonight. The night was still as the imperial army's disguise. Xiao Qie huffed out warm air and flexed his 5 fingers before tightening his grip on Longly blade. But just as he rose to his feet again, the sound of disorderly footsteps rang out from the shrubbery. The person who brushed aside the leaves to reveal himself turned out to be Jiyu Jin. Xiao Qie promptly had an ill sense of foreboding. Sure enough, he saw Jiyu Jin looking grim as he hastily kneeled on one knee and whispered, "Master, the roads to the site of battle are all blocked. Hasten's elite forces are right at the southeast, and they have cut off my access." Xiao Qie's heart suddenly sank. It hit him almost instantly. He had walked into a trap. Every skilled commanding general knows the principle of imposing his will on the enemy but not allowing the enemy's will to be imposed on him. 2. The reason Xiao Qie had been scoring one victory after another from Kudu was that he was always taking the initiative. This allowed him to control the pulse and rhythm of the battlefield without fear of the enemy's numbers. But he had forgotten that Hasten was the same kind of commanding general as he was. This reign was no coincidence. It was a meticulously planned roundup. From the time Xiao Qie's squad headed north, Hasten had already laid down an encirclement trap to hunt and kill this wolf pup. At the same time Xiao Qie was watching the Biancha cavalry, he was also being observed by Hasten. Xiao Qie thought he was taking the initiative, but he was, in fact, paralyzing himself. Right from the moment he decided to turn around and head for the Tudolong banner, he had already fallen into the role of the passive player. The sound of horses' hooves rose once more. Chapter 152, Hasten. Chapter 152, Hasten. Raindrops rolled down the curved blade, dripping along its sharp edge. The horse under Hasten was snorting hot puffs of air. Hasten had already been waiting for a long time in the rain. It was 3/4 past the hour of high. The world had completely descended into darkness. Hasten had a head full of red hair. He was not like the men of Dazhou, who typically tied their hair up in a bun. Instead, he had it trimmed short, with a small pigtail tied at the back of his head. After Huheilu's death, Baying was transferred over to Hasten's side. He tugged at the reins as he followed behind Hasten and wrapped up his treasured military books before putting them back under his robe on his bosom. Cautiously, he asked, "How are you certain he will not escape?" Hasten scratched at his rain-drenched hair, letting it pile up in a mess as he replied, "He was very bold when fighting Huheilu. To put it in the words of those from Dazhou, he is adept in the art of deception. I heard that he's the youngest son of the Prince of Libei, a wolf pup. As long as there's a chance to counterattack, he'll definitely not choose to flee." Baying said, "He's indeed very bold, and also very cautious. Compared to his elder brother, Xiao Qie is an impulsive man." Hasten, having said to this point, was a little bashful. "Even though I'm no genius, I know the pride of a genius. No matter how he warns himself, he will still lose a little of his prudence after defeating our powerful Huheilu at the Shosan camp. His desire to win is too strong. Baying, even I can feel it. Like my father, he won't allow himself to cower and retreat. This is his strength, but also his weakness." Baying quietly petted the horse. "Will we win?" "We will definitely win." When he said this, his eyes were bright and his words powerful. "He can't beat me." Hasten and Xiao Qie had similar combat styles, with the way they fought their battles both wild and unrestrained. Both Qi Zhuyin and Lu Guangbai had been put through the ringer at his hands one after another, but he and Xiao Qie were polar opposites in terms of their personalities. He was introverted and even a little bashful. The beautiful maidens of the Biancha 12 tribes all had their eyes on him, yet just their gazes alone would make him go red in the face. He was Amuer's favorite son, and this was not only due to the formidability of his mother's clan, but also because of his character. Xiao Fengshu enjoyed nurturing little wolves in the wild. He even liked training his sons with hard knocks until they went howling in pain, but Amuer was the exact opposite. Before Hasten had come of age, Amuer never allowed Hasten to leave his side. Every battle that Hasten fought during his earlier years was all taught by Amuer himself in person. "You are also a genius," Baying responded as an afterthought. Hasten laughed out loud as he wiped his scimitar and shook his head. "Baying, I'm not. I'm an ordinary man. I merely found my own path from battling against geniuses. To be honest, before heading north, I was worried about meeting Xiao Jiming here, because Xiao Jiming and Qi Zhuyin belong to the same category of commanders. They're better at defense than offense. Do you understand? Not in the typical sense of defense, but one that leaves you with nowhere to make your moves and unable to find any vulnerability to attack. They are thorny to deal with. But Xiao Qie isn't the same. Hasten struggled to think of a description. In the end, he laughed. "I can't put my finger on it, but he obviously has plenty of shortcomings, and he isn't even trying to hide them." Then he's arrogant. Baying herded the horse over to Hasten's side. He raised his hand and lightly tapped Hasten's shoulder. "You are our new great hero, the eagle of the desert, and the future husband of Duo Erlin. It doesn't matter how humble you are, Hasten, in our eyes, You are a genius bestowed upon the Hanshi tribe by the gods. You are not inferior to anyone else. Thank you. Hasten said, my good friend, you should have come to my side earlier. The both of them traded looks and exchanged smiles. All of a sudden, they heard a few urgent whistles resounding through the night. Hasten raised his head to the sky, and a raindrop landed between his brows. It was no longer pouring like it had during the day. He patted the horse, looking westward of the Tudorlong banner. It's time for us to haul in the net. Hasten's elite forces did not enter the battleground at all. The troops he had set before Xiao Qi'er were all regular troops that were originally stationed east of the Tudorlong banner. Moreover, the troops he deployed to the eastern mountain range had a firm grip on Zhao Hui, preventing Zhao Hui from turning around and providing reinforcements. The path towards the battlefront was also obstructed. He had turned the Tudorlong banner into a sack-like trap to ensnare Xiao Qi'er with. Xiao Qi'er had no way out. Hasten had long prepared for him an elite force that was all recharged and raring to go in the east. Even if Xiao Qi'er opted to escape, Hasten would also chase him down closely on horseback, so that Xiao Qi'er, with the exposed vulnerability on his back, would once again become the target of the hunt. The sound of horse hooves rang out once again, this time accompanied by torches that pressed in from the east. The exhausted imperial army could only retreat. Although the rain had stopped, the chill had intensified. Even Tan Tai, who had no choice but to huff warm air in his frozen hands. Xiao Qi'er walked in the mud, with the huffing and panting of the soldiers behind him. They had to retreat back to the marshland of the Tudorlong banner as soon as possible. But Hasten did not miss this opportunity. His elite forces had eaten their fill during the day, and now, they were lashing hard at their horses to spur them on, giving the imperial army no time to retreat at all. The imperial army that had been split into small groups hid themselves among the shrubbery and grassy fields, but Hasten's troops were meticulous in their scouting and left them with nowhere to conceal themselves. Jiyu Jin, who had good hearing, very quickly discerned that the horses' hooves were coming this way. Xiao Qi'er raised an arm to wipe his cheek and looked back at the pitch-black night. Flames abruptly lit up the horizon. Hasten's cavalry was like the falcon encroaching upon the sky not far away, its two wings spread out as it charged forth in what seemed like a glide. Master. Jiyu Jin led his own horse out. You should leave first. Mount your horse and head north. Xiao Qi'er remained where he was. Pass on military information along the way and tell them to withdraw back to the marshland. Tell Tan Tai who not to persist in fighting and to retreat immediately. The Biancha cavalry was getting closer. Xiao Qi'er could even hear the sounds of horses snorting hot air. Jiyu Jin remained in place and hesitated for a moment. Xiao Qi'er said with calm and composure, I have several hundred men here. It's not a problem to fight and retreat at the same time. I will make plans again once we retreat inside the marshland. Jiyu Jin knew that Xiao Qi'er would not change his command at his time, so he mounted his horse, whipped it into action, and charged into the night. Hasten had already seen the figures. The cavalry whistled, as though they were encircling the wild beasts in the desert. They did not rely on military flags to convey messages. The whistle rapidly relayed from the center army to both flanks. Following right after, the cavalry on both flanks turned their horses around to assemble in the center, turning the falcon with its wings spread into a straight arrow whose target was Xiao Qi'er. In war, speed was everything. Hasten knew the consequences of hesitation. When it came to Xiao Qi'er, he had to fight a quick battle. Otherwise, if Xiao Qi'er were to retreat to the marshland and get the opportunity to catch his breath, it could very well lead to the next surprise attack on them. That's him. Baying followed closely behind and pointed at Xiao Qi'er as he hollered in Biancha language. Xiao Qi'er. Hasten pulled off his scimitar and bent low at the same time. He did not need baying to remind him. He had already recognized Xiao Qi'er. Xiao Qi'er's height and appearance were far too conspicuous. His expression as he pursed his lips and looked back was simply identical to Xiao Fengshu. Xiao Qi'er wrung the dripping wet strip of cloth and swiftly wrapped it tightly around the space between his thumb and index finger. He watched as the cavalry pressed in towards them, his attention all but sucked away but Hasten's red hair. He counted the distance quietly. Just as Hasten's horse was about to trip on the rope, Hasten suddenly turned sideways and lowered his arm to slice the rope that had been hidden among the grass with one blow. The cavalry at the back dashed their way in without a hitch. The galloping cavalrymen brandished their scimitars, but Xiao Qie did not move. In the blink of an eye, the hooves of the Biancha's horses sank into the camouflage horse pits, sending a number of men tumbling off their horses once more. The people in front fell to the ground, but Hasten, who was at the back, seemed to have anticipated it. That one step he had taken a beat slower earlier had been meant to test the grounds. Xiao Qie raised his finger, and the Imperial army jumped over the shrubs and broke into a dash. Hasten's horse was snorting hot air as Hasten blew the whistle again. These hastily dug pits for trapping horses were not deep enough, and they were able to simply leap over to give chase right behind Xiao Qie. Hasten's target was clear, and that was Xiao Qie. As long as he could kill Xiao Qie, the scattered Imperial army would be just a bunch of men without a leader. The grain wagons within the marshland of the Tudor banner would then naturally fall into their hands. Xiao Qie stepped through the mud. A horse had already caught up next to him. The Biancha cavalryman on the horse barked at Xiao Qie in Biancha language. Xiao Qie leaped forward and crouched down on stable feet to dodge the scimitar coming towards him. Following right after, he sliced apart the Biancha cavalryman's saddle. Threatened by the blade, the startled horse was thrown into disorientation. Xiao Qie caught hold of the cavalryman's arm that had been wielding the blade, but instead of hacking it off, he yanked hard on it to flip himself up the horse. Unable to withstand the force of gravity, the cavalryman tumbled off the horse, sending up a spray of mud. The horse of the Gauma tribe, having had a change of masters, wretchedly flung its head from side to side and refused to run anymore. Behind him, Hasten was pressing in close towards him. Xiao Qie clamped down hard on the belly of the horse and yanked the reins, forcing the horse to crash its way through at an angle. Hasten had been too hurried in his pursuit of Xiao Qie. Muddy water went splashing as both horses collided. Longly blade went slicing through the air towards Hasten's chest with such ferocity that Hasten did not dare to be negligent and parried the blow with all his strength. So heavy. Hasten's arms sank, and the scimitar almost slipped out of his hand under Xiao Qie's force. He immediately understood just how extraordinary Xiao Qie's arm strength was, so he avoided the glint as Xiao Qie hacked down on him, no longer meeting Xiao Qie head-on with force. The cavalrymen who were successively catching up behind them clung close to their horses' backs. The horse beneath Xiao Qie stirred restlessly as they reached out with their scimitars to sever his horse's front knees. The horse whinnied in pain, and its entire front body fell over into the mudhole. Xiao Qie rolled off his horse. He was already surrounded. The Biancha cavalrymen formed a circle around Xiao Qie, and the fleeing Imperial army swore and cursed out loud, "Bloody hell!" The viceroy fell off. The Imperial army who had yet to spring into the Tudor banner promptly turned back, drew their blades, and lunged into the group of cavalrymen. They followed suit, doing what was done earlier. As long as they could not hang onto the Biancha cavalry and leap onto their horses, they would hack off the horses' legs and send the Biancha cavalry tumbling off their horses. They kept what Xiao Qie had said firmly in mind: the Biancha cavalry was not skilled at standing on the ground and fighting at close quarters. But that was directed at the troops that had been crossing swords with the Libe armored cavalry in the north. Hasten had fought battles with Dazhou's best infantry in the south. The one who had clashed with him was Lu Guangbai, and Xiao Qie's experience with cavalrymen, to sum it up, had all come from Lu Guangbai. Hasten's elite forces were not the least bit afraid of landing on the ground at all. On the contrary, they were rather composed and unhurried when they faced up against the Imperial army after dismounting. They did not even need any buffer time at all. They could fight the instant they got up after rolling to the ground. Fuck. The Imperial army, who had never suffered a defeat before, cursed in unison. These fuckers are even stronger than us. Chapter 153, Defeat. Chapter 153, Defeat. The Imperial army was very much like Xiao Qie, but they were more sly than him. This was a group of soldiers that gave the Libe armored cavalry complicated feelings. After the reign of Yongyi, their reputation waned, and they were reduced to being mere ornamental decorations in Kudu. Even their original patrol duty had been snatched away by the 8 great training divisions. In the decades that followed, all they did were odd jobs, and they even appear to be more than happy to simply muddle and idle their way through life. But then, they met Xiao Qie, and it was as if they had been wiped clean of grime to finally shine in all their full glory in Kudu. The imperial army was unlike the Libe armored cavalry and the Chidong garrison troops. They were able to overlook all the noise and focus all of their attention solely on Xiao Qie. They could not hear a single one of the criticisms against Xiao Qie. As long as Xiao Qie waved his hand and signaled them, they would be willing to go through the most severe of trials and tribulations alongside him. This was a brew of loyalty blended with the code of brotherhood. A prime example, right this moment. The enemy clearly outnumbered them, yet the imperial army felt no fear. They chopped off the horses' legs belonging to the Biancha cavalry's vanguard so that a break opened up in Hansen's encirclement. However, the number of follow-up cavalry multiplied exponentially, and these men were all highly adaptable to boot. Without even needing Hasten to give his command, they had already figured out the imperial army's intentions. The imperial army still wanted to hack off more legs, but the Biancha cavalry dismounted from their horses before charging into the battlefield. They had no armors, and the furs they donned were light and cold resistant, so it was with extreme agility that they moved. Unlike Huheilu's squad, each of them had a spare scimitar at the side of their horses, and pike daggers tightly secured on the outside of their thighs. In the event that their scimitars were damaged, they could still use the reserve scimitars, or swap over to the pike daggers to fight at close quarters. They were taciturn, well-trained men. Xiao Qie was gasping for breath as he savagely swept his eyes over this elite force. Hasten did not say a word. He did not need to engage in any form of communication with Xiao Qie. He did not want to use Xiao Qie to threaten Xiao Fengshu either, and he knew very well that leaving Xiao Qie alive would mean no end to troubles in the future. Now was the moment to kill off Xiao Qie. Hasten locked eyes with Xiao Qie. He gripped his scimitar with one hand and released the reins with the other hand, letting it fall gently into the mudhole. They were like certain beasts facing off against each other in confrontation, their abhorrence for the other mixed in with the stench of blood. Hasten kept moving, wading through the muddy water while observing Xiao Qie. Sporadic raindrops left in the night sky dripped onto the back of Xiao Qie's hand as he gripped Longli blade and followed Hasten with his eyes. This was a strange kind of silence. Tumultuous sound of killing clearly abounded all around them, and yet Xiao Qie found it quiet, so quiet that his hair was standing on end. He had to restrain himself before he could suppress that murderous intent to kill bubbling up in his body. Hasten was no longer moving. He seemed to have noticed Xiao Qie's testiness. They both vied for the right to call the shots on this battlefield and attempted to influence its atmosphere. This made it clear that there was no way they could coexist. What they wanted was absolute control over their own rhythm. A water drop slid along the back of Xiao Qie's slightly bulging hand. At the very instant it dripped off, Hasten burst into action. His red hair was like a flaming torch in the dark night, charging right before Xiao Qie's eyes the very instant the mud splashed aside. In the blink of an eye, Hasten's scimitar pressed in towards Xiao Qie's throat. Xiao Qie took a sudden step back, and the mud splashed out in a fan-like arc along with the movements of his legs and feet. He swung up Longli blade in a half-circle, and both of them collided in mid-air. The impact forced Hasten's feet to slide back some, but he regained his footing and bounced back into action the next moment, even cleverly learning to dodge. Longli blade was a heavyweight executioner's blade, and Xiao Qie's arm strength was what it relied on. Every move Hasten made during the fight was executed with the intention to hack off Xiao Qie's arm. Each time Xiao Qie wielded his blade, he would strike at empty air. Even if he caught up with Hasten would immediately turn his scimitar sideways and brush past it so that he would not have to shoulder Xiao Qie's terrifying strength. Assaulters were also sneaking up behind Xiao Qie out of nowhere. He used and pushed his sight and hearing to full capacity, but his physical strength was like water already splashed. In less than an hour, Xiao Qie felt his own movements slowing down a little. Hasten lunged once again, and at the same time, a strong gust of wind suddenly came assaulting him from behind. Xiao Qie abruptly strode half a step to sidestep and dodge the scimitar behind his back, then backhandedly grasped the arm of the man behind him. Following right after, he spun around to kick Hasten over and break the arm of the man who sneaked up on him from behind. The scimitar on the other side cleaved down on Xiao Qie's arm. A loud thud rang out as the blow was blocked by the arm guard Shen Zichuan had gifted him. A slurry of mud erupted like exploding artillery shells as the Biancha cavalry simultaneously bore their scimitars down on Longley Blade. Xiao Qie promptly lifted a fist with his left hand and punched one of them over. The pressure on Longley Blade promptly subsided some, and he lowered his body and made to lift the blade. With his scimitar cracked from the impact from Longley's blade, Hasten abandoned it, pulled out the pike daggers from both sides of his legs, and sprang when he saw his chance. All of a sudden, one of the Imperial army pounced and grabbed Hasten around his waist. He even used a wrestling technique, but failed to trip Hasten. Hasten flipped over the pike dagger, slid it along that man's armor, and viciously stabbed it into the side of his neck. Blood spurt like a fountain of spring water. Hasten had yet to pull out the pike dagger, instead turning his head aside first to dodge Xiao Qie's blade. Men were dying on both sides. The Imperial army did not expect Hasten's elite force to be this formidable, and likewise, this elite force did not expect the Imperial army to be able to hang in there for so long. The Biancha cavalry at the periphery took out iron chains attached with small copper balls. These kinds of chains were similar in appearance to the chains used by the Libe armored cavalry, but much lighter. They pressed in, shrinking the encirclement area, and when Xiao Qie's Longley Blade was pinned down once again, they flung countless chains towards Xiao Qie. The copper balls caught on to Xiao Qie's arms and legs. With Xiao Qie now entangled in the iron chains, they dragged him over to the ground in one abrupt move. Hasten's pike dagger shot right towards Xiao Qie's face. Xiao Qie practically used up all of his strength to drag his arms over to block the blow, causing the Biancha cavalry of the other end who was pulling at the chains to stumble in unison. Once again, the pike dagger slammed into the arm guard with a thud, but this piece of top-quality iron could not withstand this kind of repeated blows raining upon it one after another. Xiao Qie felt the dogskin string snap. The arm guard was already dented. Xiao Qie attempted to break free of the chains, but there were simply too many for his arms to bear. He tilted his head to spit out the muddy sand in his mouth, watching as the scimitars of the cavalry went straight for his own throat. At this moment, Xiao Qie saw the billowy black sky. The winds of Hongyang Mountains blew against his drenched hair, and he thought of Shen Zichuan in between ragged gasps. Hasten's victory was initially already within grasp, but who would have expected Xiao Qie to shoulder the combined force of all the tugging and pulling from those holding him down and raise both legs to kick over a blade-wielding cavalryman? The iron chains securing him suddenly went swinging. It was impossible to tell if it was sweat or muddy water trickling along his temples, but blue veins visibly protruded as Xiao Qie executed a kip-up two and flipped himself up to his feet. However, one person alone could not salvage the situation, much like one log could not prop up a collapsing building. During the time Xiao Qie executed his move, the cavalry had yanked the chains taut. He had gotten on his feet for only a mere moment before he was once again dragged back to the ground. Even if he was blessed with wings, escape was impossible tonight. In the nick of time, the ground suddenly started to quake. Water droplets among the shrubbery and branches leaped about as the battle call of a war horn reverberated through the boundless night. Hasten looked out towards the south. As expected, he saw a person single-handedly charging over in a mad dash, and following close in his wake was a black tide that similarly steamrolled everything in its path under the crushing darkness of the night. The closer they got, the more aggressively the mudhole shook from that muffled thunder-like roar of horses' hooves, a testament to the heavy weight of steel armors. Hasten immediately whistled. The cavalry flipped onto their horses in an orderly fashion and swiftly withdrew northward. Before he turned the horse around, Hasten regretfully glanced towards Xiao Qie. He raised 2 fingers, tapped his temple, and leaned towards Xiao Qie to bid him a polite farewell. Then he took his leave and sped away, leaving a scene of devastation behind in his wake. The black-armored cavalry charged over to Xiao Qie's side, circling around him once. Xiao Fengshu removed his helmet and looked askance at Xiao Qie. In a grave voice, he commanded those behind him, "Untie your second young master." What an unsightly sight. The expression in Xiao Qie's eyes was scathingly cold and grave. It was the shame of having his first taste of defeat. There were commanding generals of the 5 camps in the Shosan camp, all of whom reported to Xiao Fengshu. Based on ranking, Xiao Qie's position was at the very bottom. However, he had been thoroughly defeated this time, and he cut such a sorry figure as he squatted outside of the tent and rinsed half his body with cold water that the commanding generals who came and went would all cast him a glance. Xiao Qie did not seem to feel the blade-inflicted wounds on his shoulders, chest, and back as the cold water scoured his body pale. Zhuo Qianqiu lifted up the flap after the meeting in the tent had been dismissed, and as he looked at the sight of Xiao Qie squatting at the side with his back to him, his reproach had all but turned into a twinge of bemusement. He called out, "Come in and drink a bowl of warm milk. Don't you fall sick on such a cold day." Xiao Qie mumbled an answer and rose to put away the water bucket before walking into the tent. There was a fire going in the tent. Xiao Qie's armor had been so badly damaged that it could no longer be used. Xiao Fengshu was currently examining the dented top-quality iron of the arm guard. Zhuo Qianqiu instructed the military medic to dress Xiao Qie's wounds, so Xiao Qie sat bare-chested on the little stool and remained still. After some time, Chen Yang, Jiyu Jin, Tan Tai Hu, and Wu Ziyu entered. "Give your commanding general a report of the casualty count." Xiao Fengshu tossed the arm guard back onto the table, sat down, and said to Chen Yang. Chen Yang quietly answered, "The Imperial Army lost 300 men." Louder, Xiao Fengshu looked at Chen Yang. "Why are you hanging your head looking all so dejected?" Chen Yang raised his voice. "The Imperial Army lost 300 men. 36 men sustained severe injuries, and 8 got away with light injuries. The Imperial Army was Xiao Qie's roots. He had to be responsible for all its casualties, fatal or otherwise. This army no longer held any possibility of further expansion, for it was unique and distinctive. The moment the entire force was decimated, even Xiao Qie himself would not be able to rebuild it in Libei. This meant that as long as the Imperial Army suffered a defeat in a battle, it would face exponential losses. While 300 people were nothing to the Chidong garrison troops or the Libei armored cavalry, it was considered heavy casualty to the Imperial Army. Silence descended upon the tent. Tan Tai, who snuck a couple of glances at Chen Yang and Jiyu Jin before finally plucking up his courage and speaking up, "Hasten caught us off guard. Master was also, now report the casualties of the 3 great training divisions of Liuyang to your commanding general." Xiao Fengshu ordered. Chen Yang paused for a moment. The Liuyang Southern Route Army lost 892 men, 45 sustained heavy injuries, and 237 suffered light injuries. Zhao Hui was initially fighting on the northern route. This southern route army was established at the last minute to rescue your Imperial Army. A total of 2,000 men, while digging the collapsed bridle path, encountered a surprise attack by the cavalry that Hasten left stationed at the northern route. Practically half the men died. Xiao Fengshu continued, "If you had just stayed where you were, you would have met with them in just under 4 hours, but you impulsively turned around and headed for the Tudalong banner. How are you going to account for this loss to Zhao Hui?" Xiao Qie said nothing. Xiao Fengshu continued, "You should remember that you're the commanding general in charge of the escort and transportation of military supplies, not the commanding general for combat. To think you'd forcibly assault Hasten's squad with a few hundred men. Did a donkey kick you in the head, Xiao Qie?" Zhuo Qianqiu originally should not have spoken, but Xiao Qie had just retreated from the battlefield, and as his Shifu, it was inevitable for his heart to ache for him. Thus he said, "Hasten has been planning for it for a long time this time, and it just so happened that they'd chance upon a rainstorm. The situation was urgent then. Ai, you never treated the Libei armored cavalry as your own duty at all. In your eyes, there's only the Imperial Army." With his hand on his knees, Xiao Fengshu suddenly turned stern. "The battle at Bianbo camp went to your head, letting you get carried away by your success. You regarded everyone as Huhelu. Your defeat today to Hasten is a lesson. What exactly do you have that'd possess you to fight with him head-on? Lift your head up." Wu Ziyu could no longer bear it and fell to his knees on the ground with a thud. Once he kneeled, Tan Tai who cluelessly followed suit and kneeled. Then, thud, thud, Chen Yang and Jiyu Jin kneeled too. Xiao Fengshu swiftly looked towards them. Wu Ziyu said in an extremely feeble voice, "Your lordship. It's not what you think. My legs have gone all wobbly." Chapter 154, Man. Chapter 154, Man after getting a scolding, Xiao Qie still had to receive his punishment publicly in the military tent. He had been demoted, and now he could not even be considered a commanding general. So what if he was a talented genius? He still had to eat the humble pie after suffering a defeat. Never brag on the war zone about the battles once fought and the enemies once vanquished, all of these counted for nothing. Xiao Qie killed Hu Heilu at the Shosan camp, and this indeed was the subject of intense discussion in the army, but Xiao Fengshu did not reward him and instead made him a general in charge of military supplies. Others might not understand this move, but the old-school generals knew best that this meant Xiao Fengshu had the intent to entrust Xiao Qie with heavy responsibilities. Xiao Fengshu did not reward him because he wanted to shut up the mouths of those criticizing Xiao Qie. He wanted to prove that he was far harsher and more exacting on his son than he was to others. Guo Weili rarely scored any wins in all his battles against Hu Heilu at the Tudalong banner, but Xiao Fengshu promoted him and deployed him to the Shosan camp to continue in his capacity as the commanding general. With such a stark contrast, the smart ones would all know to shut up, as this meant that Xiao Qie's promotions in the future were all based on genuine and solid military achievements, and it would also leave Xiao Qie room for defeat. It was not that they could not afford to lose a battle on the battlefield. Xiao Jiming could, and so could Guo Weili and Zhao Hui, because they were all generals Li Bei was familiar with. Their defeats were pardonable and forgivable under the circumstances, and these were all what Xiao Qie lacked. Once Xiao Qie really came to stand in the forefront of the front line, he could only win. He had to prove to the dispirited Li Bei armored cavalry that he was the best choice of candidate for Li Bei. Xiao Qie walked out of the military tent and put on his clothes. His waist and lower back were wrapped with gauze, and his right arm had sustained the worst injuries. For now, he would not be able to use the conqueror bow, and he even had to exercise caution while wielding Longli blade. Xiao Qie huffed out a few breaths of hot air and whistled for Lang Dao Shuejin. Lang Dao Shuejin had just been washed and had yet to be saddled. Xiao Qie flipped atop it, patted it on the neck, and leaned over to whisper a few words to it. Lang Dao Shuejin then turned on its hooves and obediently galloped away into the night. "He's still the same." Zhuo Qianqiu stood by the entrance of the tent and lamented, every time he's feeling down, he likes to go riding. He's holding in his anger. Xiao Fengshu lifted up the boiling tea. It can be seen that his 6 years in Kudu weren't for naught. If tonight's events had happened in the past, he would have even dared to fling aside the tent flap and run off when I scolded him for the second time. No one can beat those old foxes of Kudu when it comes to tempering a person. The blame for this battle really can't be entirely pinned on him. Zhuo Qianqiu looked back. Hasten set up such a trap in the Tudalong banner. Even if it had been either of us, we might not necessarily be able to escape unscathed either. The possibility of if is nil in war. It's his battle, and the outcome, win or loss, ought to be his to bear. Xiao Fengshu paused for a moment. There's no doubt this battle is lost. That he dared to turn back to the marshlands of the Tudalong banner to outflank and fight makes me really happy deep down. Right. Zhuo Qianqiu laughed as he pointed at Xiao Fengshu. It's just like you to say one thing but mean another. Xiao Fengshu held the teacup. But I can't praise him. Zhuo Qianqiu replied, you never held back your praise for Jiming. Those brothers are different. Xiao Fengshu turned his face sideways to face him. Jiming takes after his mother. After having a little brother, he often hears others speak of how Yi resembles his father, as if he's snatching Yi's place by being born a couple of years earlier. As such, I must praise Jiming often. Yi takes after me. What's more, he's the baby of the family. He has Jiming as an older brother shielding him, and that makes him a wild one who dares to play with whatever his heart desires. He almost broke his neck when he fell while taming his horse when he wasn't even 14, and the moment the injury healed, he insisted on carrying on with taming the horse even if he had to sneak out to do it. That battle he fought when he was 14 was so beautifully executed that there wasn't a person who didn't praise him when he returned to Beijing. At that time, he didn't allow anyone to give him what he wanted. He had to obtain it on his own, even if he had to go without food and drink. A personality like his doesn't lack praises, but scoldings. Being a father is a skill. I can't be compared to you. Zhuo Qianqiu's wife had died prematurely. After the Battle of Tianfei Watchtower, He had wandered all over Dazhou and did not remarry, so he naturally had no children. He sat down and said, "But there has been no lack of talents from Biantia in recent years. Amur has a great son too. Hasten is neither arrogant nor rash, and he is decisive and straightforward in all the moves he makes. Amur has a good eye." Xiao Fengshu took a sip of the hot tea. The rarest thing about Hasten is that he doesn't stick to one combat style, yet his character is rather steady. If Jiming were to be deployed back here, Zhuo Qianqiu said, he could more or less restrain him. That's right. Xiao Fengshu shifted his feet slightly. Zhao Hui's combat style bears the closest resemblance to Jiming's after having learned from the latter while serving under him. But when Hasten previously fought against Chidong, the one he faced up against was Qi Zhuyin, who is of the same kind as Jiming. He's already accustomed to that kind of rhythm. Look at Zhao Hui. Although he was able to contain Hasten's onslaughts of attacks, he was also, at the same time, firmly nailed down in place by Hasten in the northern route. Zhuo Qianqiu started to laugh. But when Hasten faced Yi, it was one formidable adversary against another. Even if their military strength were equally matched, I still think that the probability of both sides suffering losses is much higher. You're thinking too highly of him by saying both sides will suffer losses. He is currently no match for Hasten at all. Hasten has been on the battleground for even longer than Jiming, and experience is something that's far more fearsome than talent. The discrepancy between him and Yi is not insignificant. Xiao Fengshu stood up, flipping and turning a dagger between his fingers as he stared at the straw target across him. The wolf pup can't win. Zhuo Qianqiu clasped his hands behind his back and said leisurely, "The general in charge of military supplies is a good post. Once he has a thorough grasp of its workings, he will know all of Libei's major and minor military routes, the strengths and weaknesses of the various camps, and even the personalities of the commanding generals like the back of his hand." Xiao Fengshu threw the dagger hard and hit the bullseye. He turned his head and smiled smugly at Zhuo Qianqiu. "I'm going to give Amur a gift and let him witness my prowess." It was almost dawn when Xiao Qie returned. He dismounted, and Chen Yang came forward to hand him a handkerchief. He wiped the sweat on his neck and saw Xiao Fengshu standing a short distance away, motioning for him to go over. He was not at all willing and thought of pretending not to have seen him. So Xiao Fengshu hung one arm over the back of Xiao Qie's neck, forcing Xiao Qie to bend down, then used his other hand to vigorously tousle the top of Xiao Qie's hair until it was all a mess. "Where's my falcon?" With some difficulty, Xiao Qie finally broke away and rubbed his neck. "Don't feed it raw meat. It's your falcon, so why are you asking me?" Xiao Fengshu took a few steps forward. Seeing him still unhappy, he turned around and made to kick him. Xiao Qie hurriedly leaped away and said, "I'm just asking." Xiao Fengshu ignored him and petted Lang Dao Shuejin. "We had a new batch of horses from last year back at home. There's one that has just the opposite color as this one. White tinted with black. A real beauty." "Oh." Xiao Qie could tell his intent. "You want to give it to me?" Xiao Fengshu looked askance at him. Your elder sister-in-law is keeping it for your wife." Xiao Qie cast a glance at Hongyang Mountains behind him and said nothing. "That arm guard is pretty good." Xiao Fengshu stepped on the wooden railing and hoisted himself up to sit on it. Seeing Xiao Qie looking back, he followed suit and turned sideways to shoot a glance at Xiao Qie's expression. "Where did you craft it? It's not Chidong's style." "Of course it's good." Xiao Qie turned his head back and said secretively, as if he had something to hide, "That's my protective amulet." Xiao Fengshu uttered a perfunctory acknowledgement, then followed up right after with a question, "Where is she from? You couldn't have taken her to Bianbo camp, could you? It's all stinky men there." "How old is she?" Xiao Qie said, "Stinky man?" Xiao Fengshu did not get it. Xiao Qie took several steps back. Xiao Fengshu narrowed his eyes. "Don't tell me you brought back a girl from the Hua clan?" Xiao Qie continued to retreat. On seeing his father's lost and puzzled expression, he inexplicably laughed out loud, and while he was at it, he removed Longli blade and tossed it to the side. "Xiao Qie." Xiao Fengshu sensed something amiss. "You'd better tell me honestly." Xiao Qie suddenly said in a loud voice, "Stinky man." "Huh." Xiao Fengshu suspected he had misheard it and even cocked his ear to one side. I found myself a man. Sunlight shone on Xiao Qie's face, dispelling the dark clouds of yesterday. This brat was truly a little rascal as he shouted provocatively, "The best-looking man in the whole of Dazhou is my wife." Having said that, he did not even wait for Xiao Fengshu's reaction before he turned around and took to his heels. Xiao Fengshu fell silent for a very long time. Chen Yang softly swallowed his saliva and saw Xiao Fengshu jump up abruptly. As Xiao Fengshu landed on the ground, he almost tripped over himself. Chen Yang hurriedly called out, "Your lord, Xiao Qie." Xiao Fengshu let out an earth-shaking roar. He pushed himself off the ground with his hands to chase after him, but he could not catch up. In a fit of anger, he picked up a piece of horse dung and flung it at Xiao Qie, cussing, "Get your ass back here and make yourself clear." Chapter 155, Negotiations. Chapter 155, Negotiations. Xiao Qie received not only a scolding, but also a beating. But he had been thinking about this matter for a long time, and did not want to hide it from his family. He stood inside the military tent to accept his punishment of demotion. Before the commanding generals withdrew from the tent, they sneaked a glance at Xiao Fengshu, only to find his lordship even angrier. Zhuo Qianqiu looked at the arm guard over and over again, then gave Xiao Fengshu a slight thumbs up. "I really can't tell from this." Xiao Fengshu stood at the other end with his back to them and said, "Would I not know what arm guard he uses? At most, it's processed dogskin. He would simply presume on his thick skin and not put in any effort into this at all." Zhuo Qianqiu was put in a spot too as he looked at Xiao Qie and said hesitantly, "Why didn't you mention it to us when you were in Kudu? Tell Shifu about him now, so that we can, mentally prepare ourselves a little." "Prepare, my ass." Xiao Fengshu looked back. He already had it all figured out and was just waiting for me to take the bait. "You'll have to meet him sooner or later." Xiao Qie took the scolding with his hands behind his back. "What ought to be done has to be done. I still want to take him home this year to see mother." "You sure have it all arranged, huh?" Xiao Fengshu's words were loaded with sarcasm. "I might as well call you father." Xiao Qie did not dare to continue this thread of conversation. "Where's he from?" Zhuo Qianqiu set down the arm guard. "Kudu." Xiao Qie answered honestly, "Zhongbua." So Zhuo Qianqiu said to Xiao Fengshu, "That's still not too bad, it's close by." He followed up with a question, "How old?" Xiao Qie answered, 21. "Pretty young." Zhuo Qianqiu inexplicably found this prerequisite to be familiar, but he could not quite put his finger on it for the moment and merely continued, "The arm guard is quite well done." "Is he in this trade?" Xiao Qie replied. "No." Xiao Fengshu sneered, "Do you dare to repeat what you said outside earlier to your Shifu?" Xiao Qie gave a slight cough. Xiao Fengshu said, "I demoted you, and you stabbed me in the heart." Xiao Qie found these words of his familiar. Not falling for it, he said, "I didn't. I wouldn't dare to." Zhuo Qianqiu was still wondering about what kind of person this man was, so he asked, "Then, what's his name? Is he from a clan we are familiar with?" "Yes." Xiao Qie paused for a moment, then answered, "Shenzichuan." Several days later, Kong Ling and Yu Xiaozai arrived at Luoxia Pass. Xizhou wanted to discuss long-term cooperation with Luoxia Pass, and both parties had more or less reached an agreement through their written correspondences. This time, they wanted direct passage through it so that they could arrive at Huaizhou before the end of the 8th month. The 8th month had only just started when the original commander of Fanzhou's garrison troops revolted with the intent to proclaim himself king. He even deployed troops to seize Dengju first, wanting to use this opportunity to threaten Xizhou. In addition, he also sent a document to demand Xizhou transfer the grains they sold to Chazhou to them, calling it a loan of grain. Shenzichuan, of course, ignored him and got Zhu Gui to draft up an official denunciation-cum-declaration of war and dispatched it to Chazhou with the intent to join forces and eradicate the bandits. With the exception of his own self, he slapped the label of bandits on all the armed groups in Zhongbua. This King Yi of Fanzhou naturally did not accept this, and both parties hurled verbal abuse at each other from afar. The advisors under their command traded letters to send greetings to the other party's ancestors. At the same time, They also spared no effort to make the other party out as rebels, while describing themselves as being compelled to revolt for the sake of the people. Sun Zichuan did not remain idle either. Time was precious at present. In between the exchange of abuses on both sides, he had the Zizhou's prefectural yamen start repairing the bridle paths and relay stations leading to the various prefectures. This was no small project and could only be completed at the end of the year. Meanwhile, Zizhou's garrison troops continued to push ahead with their training. Zizhou was now expanding at full steam. Apart from what is needed for Huaizhou, the profits from the sales of grain this time are enough for the repairs of the bridle paths. But the grains distributed by the yamen will no doubt be reduced as well. I don't have the heart to turn away the increasing number of refugees as winter comes around. Zhu Gui presented a book to Sun Zichuan. And with the weather getting colder, we are seeing a gradual uptick in refugees from Dancheng. Speaking of the refugees from Dancheng, holding the book in hand, Sun Zichuan turned to look at Yarrow Wenyu. Yuanzhua comes from Dancheng and knows more about the current situation there better than we do. Why is the number of refugees increasing so much all of a sudden? On hearing him, Yarrow Wenyu, who had a coat draped over him, answered with a serious countenance. After the previous emperor's death, Han Cheng wanted to convince the Empress Dowager to create more official positions for the descendants of the noble clans and use the state treasury to support these descendants on behalf of the noble clans. The list comprised over 10,000 people, but the Empress Dowager didn't consent. To preserve their strength, the noble clans with Han Cheng at the head became even more aggressive in seizing the commoners' crop fields. They fraudulently underreported the acreage too of fields to the higher-ups, thereby hiding away vast expanses of fertile farmland and leaving the common people without land to grow crops. These commoners even had to pay poll tax per head in their families. As a result, the number of people who fled increased. According to the law, once their household registration is confirmed, those who leave illegally without relevant documentation from the local authorities will be drafted into the army, or worse, immediately executed. Sun Zichuan thought through it for a moment. The most suitable way to escape arrest from the local authorities is to come to Zhongbua. But Zizhou's capacity is limited after all, and relying solely on the yamen to distribute grain is not a viable solution in the long run. We cannot afford to feed this many people. And it wasn't just that. A portion of the refugees who had come to Zizhou had gotten hooked on getting free meals. They made excuses to decline registering themselves in the census registry, instead assuming the status of refugee so that they could freeload and idle their lives away at the entrance of the yamen. I made a special point of asking the census officials. Many of the people in this group are the young and strong who loiter around the streets and stir up trouble. Public order was good before the 7th month, but after the 8th month, theft became a common occurrence. When the yamen constables arrest and send them to prison, they become unreasonable and make a scene. Speaking to this point, Zhu Gui fretted with worries. After they found out that they could still fill their tummies in jail, they became even more brazen. Alas, Sun Zichuan had already come to a decision on this matter. He said, they dared to be this dauntless only because Zizhou is accommodating and magnanimous towards the refugees and has not set the relevant penalties in place. It is still treating them as local citizens of decent origins to deal with. But the times are different now. Today, I'd like to ask you gentlemen to draft a document to strictly forbid refugees from putting off registering themselves in the census registry. By the middle of the 8th month at the very latest, anyone who has not registered themselves at the yamen will be all driven out without exception. Not only that, Zizhou shall put up notices everywhere the day after and assign the relevant clerks down to explain. Make sure to clarify what is at stake if they break the law clearly to the illiterate commoners in the city. Starting from the day after tomorrow, any violators and offenders shall be dealt with severely. No mercy will be shown. Sun Zichuan's methods had always been pretty mild ever since he had arrived in Zizhou, and he always looked to be an amicable and easygoing person to outsiders. He never flaunted his talents openly, even when it came to Chaozhou's matters, but this time, with a change from his former style, he could be said to be swift and decisive. Zhu Gui said hesitantly, but will we lose the hearts and support of the people if we put up severe punishments in place? After all, it was only a few months ago that Zizhou started taking in the refugees with open arms. These are two separate matters. Yarrow Wenyu timed his words perfectly. Tizhou accommodates the refugees out of compassion, but if it were to lose its trust with the people because of this, then it'd be putting the cart before the horse. As the saying goes, to deal with external foes, we have to first resolve internal conflicts. Tizhou must first eradicate its internal threats as soon as possible, otherwise, it will prove to be a burden in the future. Fanju already has a king Yi now. Shun Zichuan set down the book. This king Yi wants to establish a small Zhongbua imperial court at the southeastern side of Tizhou, and he has assembled the military forces from the two prefectures of Fanju and Dengju and poised them for combat against Tizhou in an attempt to get us to be his granary. The situation will be even more chaotic after spring next year. We cannot yield and make any more concessions because of the words benevolence and righteousness. Besides, this is also a good thing. Yarrow Wenyu said to Zhu Gui. Repairing the bridle paths and relay stations need manpower, and the refugees just so happen to fill in the vacancies in Tizhou. With the Yamen distributing grains to them based on the quantity of work, they have somewhere to use their strengths, and they also get to fill their tummies, so naturally, they won't go around stirring up trouble. Zhu Gui nodded as well on hearing this. Once the household registration is settled, the Yamen will have an exact number of people in Tizhou. If we start with the surveillance of fields at the end of the 8th month, we will be able to finish the divisions of fields before the start of spring next year. As long as we don't encounter a natural disaster next year, Tizhou's granary will be able to maintain its abundance. This is the first year. Shun Zichuan was in a pretty good mood. Chazhou will also be put on the agenda next year. Other than that, we should also prepare to open up a new bridle path on the Luoxia Pass and Huaizhou's route to the northwest. Taken aback, Zhu Gui asked, "Are we not borrowing the bridle path from Libei?" "That's right, but in the long run, we still have to remunerate Luoxia Pass accordingly." Shun Zichuan said, "Luoxia Pass is right above Quancheng. They are allies we need to befriend. Once it begins thriving along the trade route, the present routes will be insufficient for us. Not to mention that Beiyuan hunting grounds is going to become the Imperial Army's camp. It's essential to open up new bridle paths. Then there's also the issue of army provisions for the various areas in early spring next year." The weather was bad, and Yarrow Wenyu's legs were hurting, but he looked no different from how he usually was. Firstly, Chidong is the biggest threat to the south of Zhongbua. They had not managed to deploy troops to Zhongbua in time as they were affected by the late emperor's assassination and Lu Guangbai's desertion. But now that the marriage alliance between the Hua and Qi is already a done deal, chances are high that they might send troops up north to crush us if army provisions in early spring next year are sufficient. Secondly, now that Libei has broken free of Kudu's control, the northeast provisions bridle path has been stripped of the rights to directly access the Juesh's granaries. Libei shares a common lot with us, and Libei is the one to shoulder the responsibility of fighting back the Biancha cavalry in the north, so the issue of army provisions has to be resolved before spring falls. The advisors were all discussing affairs in a partitioned-off area in the study, separated by a screen in the middle. As they were indoors all year round, many of them smoked pipes, and as time passed, smoke began to permeate the study, making it stuffy. Shun Zichuan called out to Qiao Tianya, "Help Yuanzhua out to take a breath of fresh air." Yarrow Wenyu bent over slightly in a bow to Shun Zichuan from the wheelchair he was seated in and let Qiao Tianya push him out. Shun Zichuan instructed Zhu Gui to open the windows and have the advisors in the partitioned area take a break too. The air in the room was too heavy and smoky, so Shun Zichuan headed out as well to take a breather in the chilly wind. It was the rainy season in Tizhou of late. Sunny days were few and far between, and the weather was extremely cold. Worried that Shun Zichuan would fall ill again, Ji Gang was particularly cautious and watched him every day as he put on extra clothes and had Fei Sheng follow him around whenever he headed out. The moment Fei Sheng saw Shun Zichuan step out, he walked over to hand him the cloak. Shun Zichuan draped it over himself and walked along the covered walkway for a moment. The flowers of the Chinese scholar trees in this courtyard had long withered, and the leaves on the branches had all fallen off, leaving bare trees set against the backdrop of gloomy skies. It was quite the picture of bleakness and desolation. Thinking of a way to amuse him, Fei Sheng said, "Master, there's also a copper crock in this Jew's residence that's exactly a carbon copy of the one in our residence." There are a few brocade carps in it that got swatted around by that gluttonous cat of Mr. Shun Zichuan looked over and said, "The one in our residence is a housewarming gift from Madame Ju." Shun Zichuan was a little chilly standing there, but he felt a lot more clear-headed. Noting that it was about time, he headed back under the eaves of the study. Qiao Tianya and Yarrow Wenyu had not yet returned, so he waited for a while longer. At that moment, Ju Gui came over in a rush, gesturing for Shun Zichuan to head in. By then, it was almost the hour of you, and after 3 more quarters 3 of discussion, it was time for dismissal. The advisors still had to work through the night to draft the new documents, and Shun Zichuan had to head to the study to review the details and discuss the finer aspects with everyone when he woke up the next morning at the hour of Mao. It was a race against time to get the notice up before midday the day after tomorrow. Once winter comes around, the mutual market of Libei will also start bustling with activities. Shun Zichuan stood by the door as he conversed with Ju Gui. Negotiate with the Yang clan if you can, if not, forget it. When the time comes, we can take a detour to Jueshi from Huaizhou. Although it's a long distance, we can think of a way to traverse the waterways owned by the Hua family of Dicheng. The army provisions also. Ding Dao entered from the courtyard entrance and leaped over the railings in a couple of steps. Shun Zichuan broke off their conversation and signaled for Ding Dao to speak first. Ding Dao's cheeks were slightly flushed as he excitedly exclaimed, "Young master, the hereditary prince's consort is here." Chapter 156, Eldest Sister-in-law. Chapter 156, Eldest sister-in-law. The hereditary prince's consort, Lu Yizhi, and Xiao Jiming were childhood sweethearts who went on to live in conjugal harmony after their marriage. She was a renowned figure in Libei for her virtues. When the prince's consort of Libei passed away from illness, Xiao Qie was still an ignorant brat. As the saying goes, a virtuous elder sister-in-law is comparable to a mother, and that was precisely what Lu Yizhi was in Xiao Qie's eyes. She was not only Lu Guangbai's younger sister, but also Qi Zhuin's bosom friend. The horse carriage stopped outside the city of Cizhou, accompanied by the Libei armored cavalry on both sides of the public road. Lu Yizhi sat within and listened to the incoming sound of footsteps beyond the curtain. Someone called out, "Vice Commander." "Vice Commander." Lu Yizhi gently clasped her hands and thought in delight. "That's him." Ju Gui stood outside the horse carriage and paid his obeisances from afar. "Greetings to your ladyship. It has been a long, tiring journey for your ladyship, so please head into the city quickly." Lu Yizhi had never seen Ju Gui, and naturally, she had never heard Ju Gui's voice either. Since it was Vice Commander she heard earlier, she took Ju Gui to be Shun Zichuan. The horse carriage drove towards the city gate, and as the wheels rolled over the gravel, she quietly lifted a corner of the window curtain and saw Ju Gui's back. Ju Gui was standing with his back to her, so Lu Yizhi could not see him in the face and thought that this Shun Zichuan was rather different from the way Xiao Qie described him in the letter. She soundlessly put down the curtain, but lifted it again after a moment for another look. This time, Ju Gui's face was revealed. He was much older than Xiao Jiming, of average stature, and had a thin and lean face with a handsome beard to match. Lu Yizhi was so startled that she was struck dumb. Fortunately, she still had her wits about her and could still remember that Shun Zichuan was a good 2 years younger than Xiao Qie. Right at this time, she saw Ju Gui bow over slightly to make way for a white figure. This white figure was tall and slender. Although he was standing sideways, she could vaguely catch a glimpse of his appearance. Lu Yizhi sized him up carefully, thinking that he truly wasn't bragging, he was indeed a looker. Presumably, he took after his mother more. How would Shun Zichuan know that Lu Yizhi was sizing him up? He spoke to Ju Gui in a hushed tone. "I'd like to ask the various advisors to draft up the new document today. Other matters can be temporarily postponed for discussion another day." Even if Ju Gui was an obtuse one, he also knew who Lu Yizhi was here to see. He followed Shun Zichuan closely and said, "I'll immediately assign some men from the Yamen over." Shun Zichuan was momentarily taken aback. "Whatever for?" Ju Gui's palms were sweating as he answered, "To protect you." Shun Zichuan was speechless. He looked at the accompanying retinue of about 500 men from the Libei armored cavalry. If they were really here to capture him, Ju Gui would not have been able to stop them, even if he wanted to. Xiao Qie had not sent any letters after the 8th month, so he could only act based on his conjectures. He promptly reassured Zhu Gui in a casual tone, perhaps the hereditary prince's consort is merely passing through. Cizhou leads directly to Chazhou, and it's a lot more convenient to head into Chidong from there. There is no need for your excellency to be overly worried. We are not enemies with Libe. Who would have guessed that such a spontaneous remark from Shun Zichuan would really hit the nail on the head? It was precisely to go to Chidong that Lu Yizhi headed south this time. Due to Lu Guangbai's desertion, Lu Pingyang had been implicated, and the imperial court had ordered him to be taken into custody for a trial. However, Qi Zhuyin simply outright detained Yingxi, the army-inspecting eunuch of the Bianjuan commandery, and demanded an explanation from the Ministry of War on the grounds of Yingxi's repeated interference in military affairs of Bianjuan and involvement in the issue of Bianjuan's army provisions. At the same time, she took Lu Pingyang into her own camp to look after him. Qi Zhuyin had sent a letter to Li Bei back in the 6th month, asking Xiao Jiming to fetch Lu Pingyang away as soon as possible. This was a major case, and the crux lay in whether or not Lu Guangbai would throw in his lot with the 12 tribes of Bianxia. Dazhou currently could not receive any news regarding the Bianjuan commandery garrison troops, and by just looking at Lu Guangbai's act of penetrating deep into the desert, there was a high possibility of him defecting to the 12 tribes of Bianxia. The court minister's request to put Lu Pingyang on trial was meant to hold him hostage in Kudu, so that they would have the leverage to negotiate with Lu Guangbai in the future. The document relayed by the Ministry of War met with obstruction in Chidong, with Qi Zhuyin turning a blind eye to it. At this juncture, the imperial bodyguards ought to have been the ones with the responsibility of carrying out the arrest on orders of the imperial edict. But the capture did not happen. When the Zhongbo troops were defeated 6 years ago, it was on imperial edict orders that the imperial bodyguards led by Ji Lei detained Shun Zichuan for questioning. It required not only an arrest warrant, but also the official writ of arrest decreed by the Ministry of Justice at the behest of the emperor, as well as the emperor's orders in ink. After Li Jianheng's death, the Empress Dowager took over the mandate of heaven in his place. There was originally a plan for the Empress Dowager and Grand Secretariat to jointly issue the paperwork in place of approval personally penned by the emperor himself. However, Qi Zhuyin did not accept this. She only acknowledged imperial orders personally issued by the emperor himself, and as long as the imperial bodyguards who went down to Chidong did not come bearing the imperial edict drafted from the hand of the emperor, she would not release Lu Pingyang. Han Cheng, in personally leading the ceremonial guards of honor for the marriage between the Hua and Qi clans, was also meant to negotiate with Qi Zhuyin. The remuneration offered by the Empress Dowager was rather generous, but no agreement was reached. As Kudu was now reliant on Qi Zhuin's military forces, they did not dare force Qi Zhuyin to hand the man over. Xiao Jiming had previously sent people over to inquire about the situation on the pretext of sending congratulatory gifts, to which Qi Zhuyin had verbally given him an unequivocal answer. Lu Yizhi's current trip was thus for the precise purpose of fetching Lu Pingyang to Li Bei, and to help her father-in-law back at home find out the kind of person Shun Zichuan was while she was passing through. Shun Zichuan naturally could not allow Lu Yizhi to stay over at a relay station, which was rather unfitting of her status, so he made a special point of deploying people to tidy up the courtyard and invite Lu Yizhi to stay for the night in Xiao Qie's name. Lu Yizhi noted that the upturned eaves of the residence were all in a style that Xiao Qie was partial to, and the insides and outsides were both organized and well taken care of. She could not help recalling the letter Xiao Qie wrote to her before her departure, of which 3 pages were devoted to showering Shun Zichuan with praise. Lu Yizhi got off the horse carriage, and Ding Dao joyfully came over to greet her. Lu Yizhi was happy to see him and pulled him along as she gave him a once-over. Daozi has also grown a head taller now. Why didn't you return home with the second young master? Ding Dao replied, Master commanded me to stay put and stay by young master's side. Lu Yizhi called for the maidservant to bring candies for Ding Dao. She sat on the chair, put her hands together under her sleeves, and asked gently, Does the second young master often stay here? Ding Dao hemmed and hawed, having been cautioned by Qiao Tianya before, yet he also did not dare lie to the hereditary prince's consort. And so Lu Yizhi spoke in an even softer voice, When you were home last time, you'd often come over to ease my boredom. The grandson heir has always known of his Daozi Gij, his constantly longing for you to come home and play with him. As she spoke, she turned slightly to the side, looking a little sad. It has been 6 years since we last saw our little Daozi, and he has grown so distant from me. Ding Dao hurriedly replied, "No, not at all. Your ladyship treats me well. Even before I left for Kudu, you instructed Jinji to look after me. I remember it all." Luigi then turned back around and said, "You're young. As the older brothers, it's their responsibility to take good care of you. When I heard about how Ai was constantly bullied in Kudu, I couldn't eat and kept tossing and turning all night long. I worried for a long time." On hearing this, Ding Dao immediately responded, "Master wasn't injured when he left Kudu. The 8 great training divisions couldn't catch up to us, and that Han Jin who came after us is still locked up in jail. Your ladyship need not worry, Master is a very formidable man now." "Since Ai is this impressive," Luigi worriedly spoke, "why did your journey take so long?" "The young master was injured," Ding Dao recounted. "Master was trapped in the capital by Han Cheng, and young master helped a great deal. But that Han Cheng was truly an abominable one, he even used young master's teacher to threaten him. Young master didn't manage to save his teacher, and after leaving Kudu, he fell heavily ill. All the physicians along the way weren't any help, so we didn't dare to hurry." Luigi did not know who Shen Zichuan's teacher was, but she was alarmed to hear this, and her expressions betrayed some of her genuine concern as she asked, "What happened after? Has he recovered?" Ding Dao was unsure of how to explain this. "He looks to have recovered, but Master and Grandpa both say he hasn't. The last time young Master was in Chargeau for business, he fell sick en route, and Master flew into a terrible rage when he came back." Luigi knew it. As expected, Xiao Qie did indeed come by often. "I've never seen Ai angry. But Master was in a rush and only stayed a night before he had to leave." Ding Dao thought about it for a moment before adding on in a small voice, "He got in by somersaulting over the walls." Understanding dawned on Luigi, and she said, "Then, are you happy staying here? If you want to go back with me, I'll bring you along." Ding Dao hesitated. He wanted to return to Libei, but he could not simply just let go of Cizhou either. He had made plans with Li Xiong to go fishing at the outskirts of the city in winter, and had also promised Ji Gang that he would learn a set of moves before the new year. Most importantly, Shen Zichuan never deducted his allowance, and he had never scolded him even when he kept the frogs in Shen Zichuan's courtyard. Luigi looked pensive on observing this. She patted Ding Dao on the head and did not put him further in a spot. If Ding Dao was this hesitant, it meant that Shen Zichuan treated him very well, and this was proof that Shen Zichuan was not a difficult person to get along with. At the very least, he had exceptional patience with this half-grown youth. Luigi mused to herself. Here was a good-looking, domestic, patient, and loyal man who valued ties. Not only could he take care of domestic affairs, but he could also attend to official duties. He could keep Ai in check, and yet he was not overly domineering. His health wasn't the best, likely an old ailment from his earlier years in Kudu. And despite the many setbacks he had suffered in his life, he remained amiable and easygoing. Such a wonderful child. Luigi clapped her hands together and said in excitement, "Quick, prepare the brush and ink. I'll write a letter. Send it back to Beijing overnight, and have the hereditary prince deliver it to his lordship on the battleground once he's done reading it." As a man who was not in Luigi's immediate family given her status, Shen Zichuan could not pay his respects to her face-to-face, so he erected a screen in the courtyard to separate them. They had already learned that Luigi was transiting through and thus prepared a small feast to welcome this guest from afar, with Zhu Gui's wife as company during the meal. Madame Zhu was an astute one. She repeatedly praised Shen Zichuan to the skies during her private conversations with Luigi and picked a few incidents to recount to Luigi. Luigi's initial impression of the Shen clan had all been based on Shen Wei. It was Xiao Qie who sent her a letter overnight to gush on and on about Shen Zichuan's good points for a whole 3 pages. Eventually, he implicitly said that he had been beaten up by his old man at the battleground and even demoted. He also concealed the incident where he had been in danger at the Tudalong banner and merely said that he was injured, which made Luigi's heart ache so much that she did not want to reproach him further regarding this matter. Luigi was only staying over for one night. She still had to head south to Chazhou tomorrow. When the feast ended, she specifically summoned Shen Zichuan into the hall. The more she looked, the more good-looking she found him to be, and the more satisfied she was. Remembering Xiao Qie's mention of Shen Zichuan's past, as well as what she'd heard from Ding Dao, she could not help but feel tender affection for Shen Zichuan. Shen Zichuan thought the way the hereditary prince's consort looked at him was just like how one would look at a rabbit. She was as gentle as she could possibly be, as though being just a tad fiercer would send him into shock. Vice Commander Shen, Luigi said in a soft, gentle voice. I've imposed on you and caused you trouble, so I hope you can accept this gift as a gesture of my thanks and appreciation. Without even waiting for Shen Zichuan to answer, she gestured for the maidservant to present it to him. Contrary to his expectation, it was nothing rare, just satin in a box. As it was nothing valuable, Shen Zichuan did not turn it down after some polite civilities. But as he accepted it, he found the box heavy. When Shen Zichuan returned to the courtyard, he opened it to take a look. There were gold and jade bracelets cushioned at the bottom, all intricately inlaid and exquisitely crafted family heirlooms of quality workmanship. Fei Sheng sneaked a peek from behind him and marveled if this weren't a set of family heirlooms meant to be passed down to a daughter-in-law. But he dared not vocalize his thoughts and silently shifted his gaze away, leaving Shen Zichuan to stand alone in place all puzzled. Chapter 157, Zhongxiong. Chapter 157, Zhongxiong. When Luigi left Cizhou the following day, Shen Zichuan had Fei Sheng join her entourage with the imperial bodyguards and instructed him to escort her into the territory of Chidong. Official business that had yet to be finalized yesterday still had to be discussed further, and so everyone settled back into their respective seats in the study with the windows open. This is the new document from last night for the vice commander's perusal, if you may. Zhu Gui presented the papers on the table. We initially separated the registered citizens from the undocumented refugees and increased the severity of punishments, but during the discussion with Yuanzhua this morning, he proposed we continue keeping both groups together and not govern them separately. Post the notice up, and the issue of household registrations will be easily resolved. Yarrow Wenyu let out a couple of coughs. It'll be unsuitable if we take the extra move of segregating them. It'll create unhappiness among the commoners who are newly registered, as well as make it difficult for the Yamen to differentiate between the old and new when they carry out their duties. After reading through it, Shen Zichuan nodded. It'll be a disaster waiting to happen too if anyone tries to fish in troubled waters when the time comes. Since this matter is settled, the only issue left for us to handle before the end of the year is that of the surveillance of fields. The current land records of the fields in Cizhou were all measured during the reign of Yongyi. They're too outdated. Cizhou has been reclaiming wastelands for 3 years in a row, and in truth, the acreage of land has seen a significant increase. We ought to have resurveyed the land last year, but manpower was lacking then, and Lei Changming was driving us into such a corner. That's why it has been delayed until now. Zhu Gui calculated the time. This task has to be completed before the end of the year, or errors will inevitably arise once the snow thickens. Cizhou now had plenty of Yamen runners and constables, but capable government clerks and other lesser functionaries were few and far between. The advisors were mostly in charge of deliberating over official matters and were not responsible for the transcription of official documents, let alone sending them down to survey the lands. The Yamen had a manpower shortage, and so did Shen Zichuan. After the registration and classification of households, screen them on the spot. As long as they are literate, record them down on file first for future use, regardless of whether they are locals from Cizhou or non-natives from Dancheng. When Shen Zichuan spoke to this point, he looked around the advisors. If someone has committed a crime in the past, we won't be able to find out if he doesn't declare it to us, so we have to be prudent during the screening and vetting process. Some may well see it as a business too, and it's inevitable that there will be people who attempt to curry favor with those in authority for personal gain. However, I trust that the various gentlemen here are all men of integrity who can distinguish between the crafty and the virtuous and do the right thing when it comes down to it. Given how frankly he had said it, who would still not understand? The seated advisors who were initially smoking their pipes all rose to their feet noisily. A few of them looked embarrassed, no longer daring to jest around again. The advisors were all Ju Gui's honored guests with free access to the governmental office. Most of them were addressed as Mr., with their daily needs provided by Ju Gui. There were only two ways that they could earn some spare cash. The first was to provide literary services, and the second was to attend the banquets of the local squires and elders, where they would be able to obtain monetary rewards from the household's masters. But now that they were in charge of recording the registrations and screening the lesser functionaries, there was no doubt some among the current flood of refugees into Tsizhou would be thinking of pulling strings and sneaking them bribes on the sly. Jiao Zhongxiong was one of the unlucky ones. After Han Jin was taken as prisoner, Jiao Zhongxiong did not dare to return to Kudu for fear that Han Cheng would pursue the matter, so he relied on his connection to his maternal uncle in Dancheng and remained in Dancheng as Pan Yi's advisor. At first, Pan Yi had the intent to entrust him with heavy responsibility, but many of the plans and strategies he put forth were impractical theories that only looked good on paper, and so Pan Yi gradually gave him the cold shoulder. Bullied and humiliated by the servants in the Pan's residence, he had no choice but to return to his uncle's house. But when it rains, it pours, and his uncle fell to his death one night while in a drunken stupor. Jiao Zhongxiong was a scholar who was too physically weak to carry out practical work, and his auntie, disdaining him for being useless, found an excuse to send him back to Yuzhou. Jiao Zhongxiong felt ashamed to return home to face his elders and fellow townsfolk, so he thought of selling calligraphy and paintings to rent a few acres of low-yield land and do an imitation of a carefree immortal leading a simple and virtuous life far from the struggle for power and wealth. But who knew? He had not even worked in the field a couple of times after saving enough money to buy it when the field was forcibly seized by the local despot from the Fei clan. Jiao Zhongxiong went to the Yamen to lodge a complaint, and on that very same night, he was stopped by some men in the alley and beaten up. Even his house was robbed. Without a penny to his name, he was driven to the streets and reduced to beggary. He wanted to return to Yuzhou, but he had no traveling expenses. Left without an alternative, he fled Dancheng with the other refugees and came to Tsizhou, hoping to try his luck. Old man Shu, Jiao Zhongxiong, stood reservedly outside the door and hurriedly called out when he saw the man coming out. Any news about the matter from the Yamen? To think he used to be an outstanding personage back in Kudu, but now, he had to humble himself when speaking to others. He wanted to ingratiate himself with the other man, but he was unwilling to overdo it due to his pride. However, standing fixed in place made him look rather out of place. The Yamen runner with the surname Shu brandished his Yamen paddle too and shooed Jiao Zhongxiong to a side. It was only when he turned back and could no longer see the interior of the Yamen that he reproached Jiao Zhongxiong in a hushed tone, "What are you doing here?" Jiao Zhongxiong felt so humiliated from the admonishment that he could not lift his head. He clenched his sleeves and forced a smile when he managed to raise his head again. "I passed by the wine store ahead earlier, and I brought some over for you to quench your thirst. Here, have some." He presented the wine with both hands, continuing only when he saw the other man's expression softened some. "I've been in Tsizhou for a few days. About that matter I spoke to you about the last time, that matter." "That matter?" Yamen runner Shu drank the wine and denied it after wiping his mouth. "What matter?" "About getting a job in the Yamen." Jiao Zhongxiong did not lift his hand to wipe away the spittle on his face. "Please do me a favor and pass a message to the various advisors. Just say that I was formerly a student from Kudu who has received the Chief Surveillance Bureau, Center." "Oh, that matter. That can be easily arranged." Yamen runner Shu moved in closer. "Prepare 3 taels of silvers, and I'll buy a few packs of tobacco for the various gentlemen. You'll be able to get past this hurdle then." Jiao Zhongxiong was stunned for a moment, his expression a mixture of joy and sorrow. "I've already given it all to you. I have no more money." Yamen runner Shu instantly turned hostile. The old man said, "How can you do anything without money? You think the gentlemen live on vegetables? They'll only acknowledge cold hard cash. If I hadn't taken pity on you and was willing to help you out, how could these silvers have been enough?" "No way it would have been enough." Jiao Zhongxiong hastily tugged on Yamen runner Shu's arm. "I've already given you a total of 7 taels of silver in all. You must have some news. You want to get in through the use of connections, but you can't bear to part with your money. Yamen Runner Shu threw the wine gourd into Jiao Zhongxiong's arms and stretched his neck out to spat at him, his words contemptuous. You know, even when you pee or shit, you still have to undo your bell. All of Jiao Zhongxiong's money had been cheated out of him by Yamen Runner Shu, and since he had been hanging out with the group of refugees all day, he was as filthy as a beggar. As he looked at Yamen Runner Shu's mug now, he recalled the humiliation he experienced in Dancheng. In a fit of anger, he charged towards Yamen Runner Shu without a care, threw him one tight slap, and yelled, "Since you didn't do what I asked, give me back my money." Yamen Runner Shu could not have imagined that Jiao Zhongxiong would dare to hit him. He pointed at the tip of Jiao Zhongxiong's nose. You, a despicable cheapskate like you dares to hit me?" As they exchanged blows, Yamen Runner Shu swung his yamen paddle at Jiao Zhongxiong's waist, kicked him over to the ground, and whacked away at him viciously. Jiao Zhongxiong, a mere scholar who had been starving for days, felt a stab of intense pain on his waist as one of the blows landed on an undetermined bone in his body. He rolled on the floor, covering his head as he attempted to dodge the blows, crying so hard he was out of breath. Even so, he still shouted, "Are you human? You cheated me out of my money. Are you still human?" With more people crowding over, Yamen Runner Shu did not dare stir up a big commotion, lest the yamen came to investigate. He tossed aside his yamen paddle and straddled on top of Jiao Zhongxiong, then gripped his face by the jaw and shoved a towel used for wiping sweat into his mouth to gag him. Jiao Zhongxiong was howling as he struggled, so Yamen Runner Shu slapped him ruthlessly multiple times until Jiao Zhongxiong's ears were ringing and his vision blurred, even the corners of his mouth were bleeding. "I'm on official business here." Yamen Runner Shu shouted to the crowd around him, "This son of a bitch is a thief from Dancheng. I caught him the last time. To think he still dares come and seek revenge today." A sound escaped from Jiao Zhongxiong's throat as Yamen Runner Shu dragged him by the collar towards the yamen's entrance. The side of his cheek scraped against the ground, blooded by the gravel. He reached his hand out towards those before him in a plea for help. Yamen Runner Shu kicked Jiao Zhongxiong a few more times on the chest and abdomen. As yamen runners, they were the most adept at running around detaining and summoning people for questioning. Teaching a frail scholar like Jiao Zhongxiong a lesson was simply a piece of cake. As long as he dragged Jiao Zhongxiong in today and kept the latter gagged while he processed the latter with a thievery charge, he could throw him in jail. By then, all he had to do was to give the wardens he was on familiar terms with a heads-up, and Jiao Zhongxiong would have it coming for him. Whether or not he could survive past the 8th month would all depend on Yamen Runner Shu's mood. At the same time the commotion was ongoing, Zhu Gui was returning with Shen Zichuan from the fields on the outskirts of the city. The horse carriage had been obstructed midway along the path, and he thought it was yet another instance of the refugees causing trouble. Shen Zichuan did not say a word. Zhu Gui hurriedly stepped off his own carriage and hoisted up the hem of his robe as he pushed through the crowd and asked, "What's going on? Who is kicking up a ruckus by the entrance of the yamen?" Yamen Runner Shu immediately replied, "To answer your excellency, I've caught a thief. He not only refuses to submit, but even hits others." For the past few days, Zhu Gui had been perturbed over the lack of public order in the city. He furrowed his brow at hearing this. Even so, that's no way to handle the situation. What do you mean by beating up others in the streets? That's not right. He took a glance at Jiao Zhongxiong. He initially intended to chastise him and educate him on the proprieties and morals. However, he remembered that Shen Zichuan's horse carriage was still obstructed at the back. They could not afford a delay, so he said, "Hurry and bring him in. Give him a proper trial once he has been cleaned up." Upon hearing this, Jiao Zhongxiong started struggling with all his might and attempted to spit out the towel in his mouth. Yarrow Wenyu was currently discussing the reviews of the clerks and other lesser functionaries over these few days with Shen Zichuan. The carriage had remained stuck for a long time with no signs of movement. Qiao Tianya returned and lifted a corner of the curtain to report to Shen Zichuan. "Master, they're still making a ruckus. Let's take a detour." Shen Zichuan pushed the curtains higher with his folding fan and asked, "What's the matter?" "They're saying it's a thief. The yamen runner arrested him on the streets." Qiao Tianya shifted his body slightly to give way. "I didn't see any calluses on his hands. He seems to be a scholar." Yarrow Wenyu, who rarely enjoyed being in noisy places now, looked over together with them. The area ahead was swarming with a crowd of people. He could see nothing at all. Let's take a detour. Shun Zechuan released the drapes and let it fall. Head straight to the Jew's residence. There are still people waiting in the study. We have to discuss the matter of the mutual market before the hour of you. Qiao Tianya ordered the carriage driver to turn the horses around. As they were turning, they suddenly heard a heartbreaking wail from ahead. You people are forcing me to my death. What kind of yamen is this? Oh heavens, do you have to reduce me, Gao Zhongxiong, to such straits? Yarrow Wenyu abruptly lifted the drapes and said to Qiao Tianya, hold on, that person is Gao Zhongxiong, whose essay center you have given pointers to before. He then looked towards Shun Zechuan. He's the student who led 3,000 students from the Imperial College to denounce Pan Rugi that rainy night. Vice Commander, this person is of use to us,